Grandpa Calvin, deciding to address his unfilial sons later, left the living room and quickly made his way to his study. Once inside, he closed the door firmly and called one of his trusted men. "Roderick, do you have a terminal nearby?" Calvin asked, his tone serious. "Yes, sir," Roderick replied immediately. "Good. Are you familiar with someone named Theodore White?" Calvin continued. "Sir, is this line secure?" Roderick asked cautiously. "It is." "Speak freely," Calvin assured him. "Theodore White is one of our surveillance targets." "He's incredibly dangerous," Roderick said, his voice lowering instinctively. "I know that already. He's on the blue list." "I need details about his family, his wife and children specifically," Calvin demanded. "Understood." "One moment," Roderick said, the sound of typing filling the line. Calvin waited, tapping his fingers on the desk as Roderick conducted the search. "The information is sparse," Roderick began. "No official records of wives, but the unofficial list includes 3,154 partners. As for children, he has 317 registered under his name. There may be unregistered ones as well." Calvin's expression darkened. "Search for these names specifically: Victor, Alice, Mike, and Lara." "One moment," Roderick replied. "No record of Lara, but the others are in the system." "That's peculiar. Some of his children were only registered when they reached 17 or 18 years old. That could mean some hidden power is protecting them until they're of age." "What do you have on the names I mentioned?" Calvin asked, leaning forward in his chair. "Alice White, blue list. Mother's name is Elena. She's a successful entrepreneur in Black Fountain City, involved in underground arenas and extreme sports. She's rumored to have a violent streak, particularly with powerful men. Mike White, green list. Also Elena's child. He owns a casino and several strip clubs in New Lure City. Despite being a known pervert, he sponsors multiple orphanages. Victor White, red list. Recently surfaced in Vane City. He's attending an academy and has been reported for numerous disturbances, including blowing up cars and suspected weapons transfers." Calvin's eyes widened. "Red list?" "Yes, sir. It's reserved for maniacs and terrorists. Victor's actions have been covered up by his family," Roderick elaborated. Calvin leaned back, his thoughts racing. "What about their mother, Elena?" "No substantial information. Just a name. No records beyond that." "Understood." "That's all for now," Calvin said before ending the call, his mind clouded with unease. 30 years ago, Calvin had served in the Special Forces. Back then, his team had been tracking a human trafficking ring. Just as they were closing in, they were abruptly ordered to stand down. Questions weren't tolerated. Refusing to let it go, Calvin and his team dug deeper. What they uncovered shook them to their core. Their government, and seemingly every major government, was a puppet controlled by shadowy families and organizations. These powers orchestrated global events, from assassinations to economic collapses. Their investigation didn't go unnoticed. Calvin's best friend discovered something so damning it led to his brutal assassination. Calvin survived only because of his friend's foresight in splitting their secret organization into active and passive units. Calvin led the passive unit, gathering intelligence while staying under the radar. His friend's dying words haunted him: "IT is a game. Players." Calvin had spent decades piecing together the meaning. Now, the mention of Victor being a player and the strange incidents surrounding his grandson-in-law Archie reignited his suspicions. Later that evening, Calvin noticed Victor dragging Archie upstairs to a seldom-used room. Despite his age, Calvin followed quietly, pressing his ear to the door to eavesdrop. "Have you met my sister Alice before?" Victor asked. "Yes," Archie admitted hesitantly. "It didn't go well." Victor smirked. "She's decisive but fair. You're lucky to be alive." The conversation shifted, with Victor probing Archie about his family's secrets and rituals. Calvin's ears perked up at mentions of awakening and players. When Victor offered Archie a chance to overthrow his cousin Troy and claim the family's leadership, Calvin felt the weight of a world he barely understood pressing down on him. Returning to his study, Calvin's mind swirled with questions. He barely had time to process when Victor appeared behind him. "Grandpa, I trust you'll keep what you heard to yourself," Victor said with an unnerving smile. Calvin nodded, sweat forming on his brow. Victor's presence was overwhelming. Before leaving, Victor handed Calvin a vial. "Drink this." Calvin hesitated. "What is it?" "A healing elixir." "Trust me, if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead," Victor said bluntly. Reluctantly, Calvin drank. Immediately, he felt rejuvenated, his old injuries fading, and his vitality returning. "Consider it a gift," Victor said, heading for the door. If you want to understand more, try the game World of Truth. It's on the box station 7 in the living room. And with that, Victor disappeared, leaving Calvin more confused and unsettled than ever before. In his past life, Victor only realized that his grandfather belonged to a secret organization many years later when he was tasked with rearranging old reports in the Royal Library. There, he was flabbergasted to see his grandfather's name in a report about the founders of Sunrise, one of the most remarkable spy organizations to emerge after the Reckoning. Sadly, his grandfather had passed away long before realizing the full magnitude of his life's work. Now, Victor needed to wait for his grandfather to digest the new information before initiating cooperation. Currently, Sunrise was just the seed of what it would grow into in the future. Their information was messy and unorganized, but unlike the family's censored archives, Sunrise's records were uncensored and revealed hidden truths. Victor's plan was simple: trade valuable information about the families in exchange for access to Sunrise's database. This would pave the way for a cooperative relationship between Sunrise and his own team, saving him a significant amount of time and effort. Hopefully, his grandfather would act as expected. Calvin, in his past life, had died from chronic sickness, or so the official narrative claimed. Victor suspected it had been a slow-acting poison. The potion Victor had given him not only cured any hidden toxins but also slowly rejuvenated his body and mind. It was a life extension potion, created by combining mundane herbs with a healing potion. It extended life by 100 years the first time it was used, but subsequent uses diminished its efficacy: 10 years, 1 year, a day, then an hour. After multiple uses, it became little more than a cure for erectile dysfunction. Victor had discovered the recipe in the Royal Library, tucked inside the cover of an old book confiscated from an unorthodox sect known for human experimentation. With the help of a close friend skilled in medicine, he developed the potion. It was an incredibly valuable creation, even after the Reckoning, when life expectancy had increased dramatically. Will Grandma be able to handle him tonight though? Victor wondered with a smirk as he walked down the corridor. Probably not, Lily, who materialized behind him, commented with a hidden smile beneath her veil. This girl's mind was growing filthier by the day. Was this Victor's influence or Margaret's? Are you worried about your sisters attempting their first raid alone? Victor asked, noticing the tired look in her eyes. Yes, Lily admitted, her veil hiding her true emotions. I understand. But the spies around the mansion are either dead or following us here. We can't waste this opportunity, he said with a sigh, heading back to the living room, where the atmosphere was bustling. His uncles, their wives and children had all gathered to chat with Elena and inspect the gifts she brought. Victor scanned the room. First was Aunt Olga, a widow with 2 daughters, Marley and Miley. Then his first uncle Bob, an arrogant fool with 2 sons and a daughter, Bob Jr., Rob and Katia. Katia, the family's most shameless member, was currently helping her aunt appraise beauty products. His second uncle Carl stood to the side, smoking. Among the brothers, Carl treated Victor the best in his past life. Sadly, he had no children and refused to remarry after his wife's death, leaving him with little influence in the patriarchal family. Lastly, third uncle Larry, a snake. His wife, equally treacherous, was cradling their infant son, who Victor assumed would grow up to be a snake as well. Victor ignored them all as he slid into his seat. He would have preferred to join the girls in their dungeon raid, but his role here was crucial, drawing attention away from the operation. His phone rang. Young master, this is Hilda. Miss Mira has just arrived. She was delayed by a manager at the filming set, Hilda informed him. That's fine. I've already instructed Alpha to delay the raid for a few hours. Take Mira and follow them immediately. Also, tell Arya to fire that manager and blacklist him permanently, Victor ordered. Understood, Hilda replied before hanging up. Victor sighed, hoping everything would go smoothly in the dungeon. Relaxing in his chair, he let Lily massage his shoulders while he observed the conversations around him. Elena, why don't you have a maid like your children? Victor's grandmother Willow asked, noticing Lily's attentive care. I had one, Elena replied with a sigh. Yesterday, thieves broke into the mansion, and she was injured. Oh, how unfortunate, Willow said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Doesn't your mansion have guards? I'm staying at my son Victor's mansion now. His guards dealt with the intruders, Elena explained. I see, Willow replied, glancing at Victor. She seemed tempted to probe further but refrained. Meanwhile, Victor noticed his younger cousins, Rob and Miley, teasing Lara. The situation escalated until Elle stepped in, using language far too colorful for children their age. Rob and Miley ran to their mothers, sobbing, and asking about the meanings of the vulgar words. Victor stifled a laugh. He'd have to talk to Elle about appropriate language later, but he appreciated her protective instincts. Calvin, who had slipped into the room unnoticed, was fiddling with the box station 7 in the corner. "How the hell do you start this thing?" he grumbled, causing everyone to freeze. Lara eagerly ran to help him, excited to bond with her grandfather.
"Here, Grandpa."
"Let me show you." Within minutes, Calvin was engrossed in the game world of truth, wandering aimlessly through the starter town. The family chose to treat this as an odd attempt at bonding. Later, during dinner, Katia turned to Victor. "Cousin, I heard from my aunt that you work for your father's company in Vane City," she said, a smug expression on her face. Victor glanced at his mother, who had once again downplayed his accomplishments. "That's partially true. My father entrusted me with managing some businesses," he replied casually.
"Oh?"
"My boyfriend's father is the CEO of the Pyro White conglomerate. If you need help, feel free to ask," she offered, her tone dripping with condescension.
"Really? What a coincidence."
"My father owns 97% of Pyro White," Victor said nonchalantly. Katia's face turned red with indignation.
"You're lying," she snapped.
"We'll see," Victor replied, unfazed. The conversation shifted, but tension lingered in the air. Victor smiled to himself, knowing tomorrow's events would set the record straight.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
After watching Victor leave in his car, Calvin turned to look at his two sons Bob and Larry, who were standing respectfully in the study with their heads down. "I expected better of both of you," he said sternly.
"Father."
"We just lost track of our sister. And we didn't want to make you upset. We expected to find her really quickly."
"You didn't," Calvin said coldly.
"Don't think that I am too old and snail to see. It was my fault for trusting you. She is your damn sister, damn it,"
he scolded.
"If anything bad really happened to her, he would have killed those two."
"It all turned out okay, didn't it?"
Larry said hesitatingly, earning himself a glare from his father. "Listen carefully, you two. I don't care what filthy games you two have in your minds. Don't try anything again, or I swear I will kick you out of the family," Calvin said. "You should be thankful that nothing too bad happened to her, and that I am in a very good mood today. So your punishment would be light," he said as he took a whip and a leech from under the desk.
"Father."
"Your back injury. You shouldn't overtax yourself," Bob said as his legs shook. The last time he suffered this punishment was 20 years ago when his father caught him smoking some weed from Calvin's own secret stash.
"Wait, Father."
"Why is there a leech and a collar?" Larry asked nervously. "Oops, I took them out of habit." "These are not for you," he said with some embarrassment, putting them away. Then changing his mind and placing them in a nearby drawer.
"Don't worry.
"I feel great today, and I have been looking for a chance to flex my muscles since the afternoon. Now, both of you take off your shirts and put your palms on the wall."
It's been a while,"
Calvin said as he flexed his muscles.
"Let's start with 10.
"If I was not satisfied, we will try another 10.
He pondered.
And like this, the children who were playing video games downstairs, and those in the neighboring villas, began to wonder if Calvin's house was haunted.
"Where to?"
"Young master," Alex asked, wondering why did Victor leave at this hour, and without Lily. "That's too unusual. Follow the road until you reach an establishment with a sign in the shape of big pink lips inside a golden triangle," Victor said as closed his eyes, checking on his blood-slave situations. Tom was enjoying his youth in his house as usual, with 3 girls this time. Victor quickly issued him a mission to make them 7 girls. Let him have no energy for a couple of days. Alex was driving the car to her doom.
"Carry on."
Alpha was getting the girls ready for the dungeon raid. She gets a little too domineering sometimes. Rita was still learning the soul-fighting arts. She was getting better. Still naked though. Lynn was having another family meeting to discuss the marriage proposal. They were wondering if it was worth it to sacrifice Lynn at this stage. They seemed to be in favor of that. All were advancing according to his plan. With this, Victor relaxed his body and mind.
"Young master."
"Is this the place you wanted to go to?" Alex's voice asked hesitatingly, waking Victor up.
"Yes,"
Victor said as he stretched his arms. This was a good nap. Too bad Lily was not here. But he can't bring her with him to a brothel.
"Can he?"
Maybe her hidden bodyguards would lose their minds. Stepping out of the car and looking around at the lavish golden fountains with statues of naked women, Victor nodded in satisfaction.
"That's the place."
"Come on, Alex, you will go with me to enjoy the best night of your life. This is the biggest and the most luxurious brothel in all of the principality. One of the top 20 around the world," Victor said with a broad smile, causing Alex to freeze. "I am okay right here, young master." "I will stay in the car," Alex said decisively.
They have men if you prefer. Both straight and gay, Victor clarified.
I am fine here, young master, Alex repeated.
Come with me. This is an order.
Victor coldly said at last.
Alex hesitated.
Then, dispelling the shaking in her hand, she stepped out of the car with a really frightened look.
She can't disobey him.
Listen carefully. Victor's whispering in a serious voice, making her calm down. This is training for a critical future mission. You have to watch carefully how I act and move here, as you will have to impersonate me later.
Understood.
Victor asked seriously, making Alex nod. She was still hesitant, but she now knew why Victor brought her here.
Wait.
Why would she be impersonating him in a brothel? What would he make her do? Victor didn't give her an answer, he just strode in as the guards opened the doors respectfully for him. Although this place needed an invitation and a membership to attend, people who drove a Weiss Steed car would easily get those things inside.
Can I help you, young master?
A semi-dressed receptionist asked. Although she was a little old, she lost none of her glamour. I need girls. And I heard you had a room submerged in the lake where you can see the waterfall like no other. I want to enjoy it there. I want an unforgettable experience, he said as he licked his lips.
Young master.
Can I see your membership card? She asked him politely. The room's availability was by membership rank. What membership card?
He asked. Ah. Young master.
This place requires a membership, she said coldly. Get me your manager. Someone with a high enough rank,
Victor said.
The woman hesitated, but looking at a guard to the side who pointed at the car out of the window, she quickly used her phone to make a call as Victor took a look at the lavish paintings of naked women in the hallway. He made sure to look at every one of them, savoring them in his eyes. He even made some indecent sounds using his tongue.
Young master.
Can I ask for your esteemed name? A fat short man with a bald head ran out of a side room and asked after he bowed respectfully. The one and only Victor von Weiss, Victor said proudly as he took out his token and presented it to the fat man, who quickly returned it to him after glancing at it, not daring to hold it in his filthy hands for too long. Why are you not fulfilling the young master's command yet? He turned and yelled at the woman who shook a little and then quickly played along.
Ah.
Sorry, Manager Wong. I didn't recognize our esteemed guest. I don't deserve my eyes,
she said begfully. It's fine.
Don't do it again. Now escort the young master to the finest room, the man said.
Manager Wong.
He requested the waterfall hall. It was reserved for young Master Chun,
she said.
Is young Master Chun here yet? Wong asked with a frown.
No.
Not yet, she said. Then give the room to young Master Victor. When young Master Chun comes, send him to me, he said after hesitating for a moment.
This one understands.
This way, young master, the woman nodded and then quickly guided Victor to an elevator to the side. Let's go, he gestured to Alex as he swaggered to the elevator proudly, making sure to check every inch of the receptionist's curvy body. Would the young master want to reserve a room for your assistant? She asked, making Alex avert her eyes in embarrassment.
No.
I want him to watch and learn. And he will enjoy my leftovers, Victor said proudly, making Alex frown a little. She knew well that Victor can't touch women. What leftovers? Isn't he leaving the entire meal for her? What was she thinking? How many girls does the young master exactly have in mind? The receptionist asked with a smile, seemingly enjoying his dirty eyes on her.
I will need 10.
The sluttiest and prettiest 10 you have. They must be very experienced though. This young master wants to enjoy his time, not teach some noobs, he stated. They must not be less than toms. That would be easily arranged, young master, she said as she used her phone to write some words and send them while hiding her sarcastic laugh. All young masters who come here bragging about their manhood end up lasting only 5 minutes under the girl's professional hands. After walking inside a water tunnel that ran under the lake and then going up, Victor and Alex entered a lavish room that had a glass wall that overlooked the amazing view of a waterfall hitting the lake surface. Whoever designed this was a genius. The room had a gilded ceiling and a floor that was covered with a red carpet leading to a huge heart-shaped soft bed. Our grandest room. This room is fully secure and sound isolated, overlooking the best view in town, the receptionist said proudly. Amazing. Alex couldn't help but exclaim as she looked around. Wait until you see the girls, Victor said, making her return to her miserable reality. The girls were not late, as 1 minute later 10 slutty pretty girls in very scant clothing and professional makeup entered the room one by one and bowed to Victor and Alex, flashing their huge busts. Is the young master satisfied with our goods? The receptionist asked flirtingly. 100%, he said as he began to inspect the girls while drooling on the velvet floor. Does the young master need anything else?
Any props?
The receptionist chuckled charmingly and asked.
No.
Just don't let any idiot interrupt. He swallowed, then said, not lifting his eyes from the girls. He was moving his finger lewdly. Even Alex was a little disgusted of him.
Don't worry, young master. The door has an autolock.
It can only be opened from the inside, or with a special key that only the manager has. If the young master needs anything, feel free to use the interphone to the side, she said as she exited the room elegantly and closed the door behind her, not letting anyone see the disgusted look on her face. Victor smiled lewdly and looked at the girls, ignoring Alex, who was shaking a little to the side. All of you, strip and climb on the bed. Make sure to do it slowly, he said, as he secretly pressed a button on his phone. As the girls smiled as they were told, it took his phone a minute to scan the room. No cameras or recording devices were detected. He expected none, as this establishment is for the cream of the crop.
But he can't be too sure.
He slowly looked at the girls who were relaxing on the bed, stretching their curvy legs while wondering how long this one will last. They didn't have to wonder a lot, as they were in a deep sleep a moment later. Alex was surprised as he noticed the gas in the room.
Eat this quickly.
This one works slower on players. Victor, whose expression returned to normal, gave Alex a pill and ate one himself. Then he activated 2 talismans, just to make sure the room was secure. Is this the same one we used at the brothel back then? Alex asked as he checked the snoring girls. An enhanced version with an extra ingredient. Did you learn how to act like me? Victor asked, totally ignoring the sleeping naked girls on the bed.
Somewhat, young master, she replied. Good.
Now I will have to go out and enter the lake to search for something that I missed a long time ago. It will take me an hour or so to return. While I am away, make sure to satisfy every one of these sluts, Victor said, making Alex freeze.
Satisfy? As a man?
She asked a minute later as Victor changed into some swimming clothes.
What else?
Victor asked as he began to do warm-ups.
But they are asleep, young master. How can I?
Alex said after some hesitation. You are *King man, aren't you? They will feel it in the morning. They might be loose, but they are professionals.
Victor scolded.
But young master.
Alex wanted to complain. Do you want my reputation to be tarnished?
What would people say if I can't even complete this simple job? Victor asked angrily. If you are not man enough for that, you are not suitable to be my bodyguard. I might even sell you to this brothel. Victor scolded as he used his shadow-shifting ring to pass through the glass wall and dive into the lake.
Alex froze. She wanted to complain more.
But Victor was no longer there.
Will he really sell her? She shivered.
Looking at the sleeping girls, she felt disgusted. They reminded her of Margaret. What would that slut do if she were in her place? The dirtiest thing possible? Suddenly Alex had an idea. She took out a spare spear from her storage ring. The spear's shaft would work. She would give it to Margaret as a gift after that. Ruby was tending to the campfire while looking at the old factory building behind her with complex eyes. Neither her nor her sisters know what their mistress Alpha's thoughts are. Why did she bring them here? After saving them from that brothel that day, their new life began. Ruby touched her forearm, where a tattoo of a strange faint symbol was drawn on their first night. Mistress Alpha had told them that the tattoo meant that they would die if they betrayed her. Ruby didn't know if she could believe that, but Mistress Alpha can get very scary when she gets angry. Other than the mistress's random outbursts, life on the base was not that bad. They could eat their fill, wash and have some fun. But the training was true hell. They were made to run for half an hour every morning, then train with wooden swords and spears after that. In the afternoon, they were expected to study reading, writing, and arithmetic. At night they studied music, art, and dancing. It was like a university camp on steroids. For the last 2 days, they have been teaching them about first aid and dealing with snakes though. The teachers were some experts who were kidnapped by their mistress. At first, they were annoyed, but after knowing how much the mistress would pay them, their smiles reached their ears. They could only leave after finishing their course and Alpha approving of the results, so those guys were very professional and strict. Ruby didn't hate it. She always loved to learn when she was in the orphanage. Before those bastards sold her. But this lifestyle was taking a toll on her body. She began to notice some black lines under her eyes. Her sisters were the same. This morning, while they were doing their morning exercise, their mistress returned to the base with 2 buses. She made them board them and then brought them here without an explanation. Was she going to be sold again?
Probably not.
As they were made to wear these strange clothes and long boots.
Are they going to explore some jungle?
Robin eyed the bald men guarding the factory. They were not wearing anything like that. They probably were not coming with them. That made her feel a little relieved, as those men looked similar to the gangsters who bought them from the orphanage that day. Although those guys were very friendly and polite to them, it made her a little uncomfortable. As they called them, the young master's girls. Was he the same young master Mistress Margaret mentioned that day? The one that Mistress Alpha would punish them if they asked about?
She sighed.
What is this place anyway? Looking around, she noticed that there was a lot of construction work being done around here. A lot of pits were being dug and a lot of cement bags were stacked to the side. But there were no workers. Were they on vacation today? There were other girls here too. Dressed in black and wearing masks with demon faces, those girls felt dangerous. So she and her sisters didn't dare to approach them. It was half an hour later when Mistress Alpha returned with a few more girls and a young man who had a black eye. Was he the fabled young master? He didn't seem impressive at all. Listen, all of you. This is Archie. He would be our guest. No. He is the young master's new pet. Treat him like a punching bag if he asks any unnecessary questions, she said, making the young man shiver and involuntarily touch his blackened eye. Ruby suppressed her giggle. Her mistress was as violent as ever. She looked at the pretty girls who walked with the Alpha. Ah, Mistress Margaret was with them too. In addition to her, there were some pretty twin girls. Is that the actress Mira, or does she just look like her? And that is
Robin.
Ruby yelled as she saw a familiar face, who looked at her back with astonishment, making Alpha look at her with a frown.
Ruby.
Robin smiled broadly as she ran to Ruby and hugged her tightly. They knew each other from the orphanage for about 2 months and were together when they were sold to that gang. As the youngest girls around of similar ages, they became sisters. Then that evil fat man Baron came and took Robin away.
She thought she was dead. Or worse. Theta. Do you know her? Alpha asked.
Yes, she is like a sister to me. Can I have her? Theta asked in a cheerful tone, as if she was asking for a kitten.
Ruby didn't mind.
You will have to ask the young master.
But I don't mind,
Alpha said with a sigh as she eyed her a bit, then looked at the girls gathering around.
Robin, how have you been?
Ruby whispered as she got near Theta.
Call me Theta. I have been fine.
The young master saved my life, and now I work for him, she said proudly.
The young master.
I haven't met him yet, she said while wondering why her best friend changed her name. It sounded mysterious. Too bad he is not with us today. He is the coolest person in the world, Theta said with stars in her eyes.
Ruby shook her head.
How can a man be good? They were all evil perverts.
Sister.
Do you know why we are here? Ruby asked suddenly.
Yes.
Don't worry, if you follow Big Sister Alpha's commands, you will survive, Theta said, sending a shiver in Ruby's back.
Survive?
Survive what? Listen up everyone, Alpha shouted as the girls stood around her. That guy Archie was there too. You have been training for the last 2 weeks for this day. Your training is barely enough, but we only have this window, so you better listen closely and be careful. Each one of you will be given a bag. It contains food, a sleeping bag, and many necessities to survive, she said as a few bald men started moving around them, giving them a bulky camping bag. Theta didn't get one. We are going to explore a cave that has poisonous snakes, Alpha added, making the girls involuntary yelp. Whoever backs down will be killed by me, she added softly, making them shut up. You have been training in the use of weapons, so you can defend yourself. Each one of you would get a spear and a dagger, she said as the bald men proceeded to give them the weapons.
Still, Theta got none.
One more thing, strange things will happen in the cave, so if you find yourself overwhelmed, hide and wait. In no more than 3 days you will be able to leave naturally. And if you get useful skills, try experimenting with them. And if you killed some snake and it dropped a GM, you may collect it. I will give you rewards based on how many you got after exiting. But don't risk your lives for that, she warned. What did she mean by skills?
Gems?
No one dared to ask. Now let's get moving, she said, making the girls head to the bus. Ruby sighed as she sat in her seat. She was really nervous now.
Don't worry.
As long as you survive for 3 days, your life will change for the better.
Believe me,
Theta, who sat beside her, said with a smile. I doubt that, Ruby said softly, as she looked around at her nervous sisters. That guy chose to sit next to the girl that looked like Mira. Is that Mira the actress? She asked Robin.
Theta.
Yes, she is the young master's maid. I was surprised too when I met her a few days ago, Theta said. I should probably get her autograph, she added. Ruby looked back at Mira to find out that the occupant of the seat next to her had changed to Mistress Margaret. That guy Archie was holding his crotch while shivering on the floor. He had the look of someone regretting his life's decisions. What are skills?
She asked. Oh,
You will get those once you are inside.
just be cool with it.
You will not be dreaming. Theta said mysteriously, revealing nothing more. The bus started soon and drove them across a mountainous road, then stopped after a while as it could not go up any longer. They had to walk in the woods for another half an hour to reach a valley that looked magnificent in the sunset. They quickly noticed a rope ladder going down into a safety net of many layers that were stretched below the valley's face. The cave is below.
Come with me.
Alpha said, making the girls go one by one. When Ruby reached the net, she stood on it with some difficulty and looked around. There was no cave, just a big boulder that had many beautiful flowers poking from its sides. It took everyone another 15 minutes to get ready. The net was amazing, it could withstand the weight of everyone without even stretching a bit.
Now, all of you.
Once inside, you will be stuck for 3 days at least. In your bag, there is a mushroom. Take it out and eat it. Alpha commanded, making the girls quickly find it and eat it, then regret it. If any of you spit it, I will shove it down your ass. This thing will relieve your hunger for some time. If you get hungry inside, eat another. And don't eat any random sh*t that you find inside, it might be poisonous. Alpha threatened, making the girls swallow the mushroom with difficulty. Ruby could see that Archie was struggling too. Theta didn't, she just took out a piece of candy and ate it after the mushroom, then offered one to Ruby, who gladly put it in her mouth. This thing tasted like sh*t. No sh*t tasted a little better. Don't ask why she knew.
Okay.
Now everyone, there is a snake repellent spray in your bag, quickly spray each other.
Alpha commanded. The girls complied, not daring to slack off.
Next, make sure you hold your bag tight. And if you spot snakes and get bit, don't panic. Just run away and take the antidote in the bag. And if you find a big door or a big entrance inside, don't enter it if you don't wish to die, just wait beside it. I hope we all survive,
she said.
I will leave the outside protection to you, Alpha told 2 bald men who were helping around. Don't worry, mistress, one of them said as they began to climb up while giving the girls some envious looks.
Theta.
The young master ordered that we should strike at this together, Alpha said, making Theta hold the large pickaxe with her.
Get ready. We will be sucked in. Be ready to become players, Alpha warned as she approached the boulder with Theta and struck it with the pickaxe. The world turned blue. Victor squinted his eyes and looked around carefully after entering the cold lake water. Although the darkness was surrounding everywhere around him, he could see dimly due to his powers as a player. This was not a good place to use a flashlight. Looking up, he could see the water falling from above and hitting the lake, creating a strange mist that flowed with the wind. He had to confess. This brothel had a very good location. He only entered it only once in his past life. To deliver some pizza.
Now is not the time for memories. He dived underwater and began to head somewhere specific, toward the waterfall behind it. Any normal human would have been dead after withstanding the falling water's pressure and debris. He would have been swept away and crashed on one of the rocks that rose from the lake's floor, like the teeth of some vicious monster. No real monster existed, he checked that thoroughly. It was just a natural phenomenon. Swimming in a way that would render any Olympic swimmer speechless, Victor reached the bottom of the waterfall 15 minutes later. Looking up, he could see a normal concave rock face. He took a breath and began to climb upward using a climbing axe. His only light was a dim flashlight minted on his head. This place was too dark, even for him on this moonless night. 10 minutes later, he reached the place he was looking for, a small cave entrance. It was so small that no one could notice it from the ground. On top of that, it was so small he would have to bend in an unnatural way to enter.
He found it at last.
Taking a deep breath, and adjusting the dagger in his hand, then crawled inside. Hoping that it was not empty. Victor didn't know exactly what he was looking for, but his hunch was telling him this place had something. Places with strange phenomena like this one always held an otherworldly secret. Like the misty mountain in which he found the goblin dungeon. In his past life, after becoming a full player, after the reckoning, he came here wanting to take revenge on his mother's family. They were all dead. This place was ravaged after a dark dragon liked this place and decided to make it its nest. The dragon was killed, but the land never recovered after that. Back then, he was sitting atop the half-collapsed waterfall. When he noticed the strangeness in this place, having nothing better to do, he decided to explore it, and that is when he found it. There was a cavern behind the waterfall. Behind it was a cavern that had a unique shape, with a stone pedestal in the center.
It was empty.
As if someone not only took the treasure but also crushed the room's walls and floor for some reason. Even the gateway was damaged. Victor only discovered it back then due to the destruction left by the dragon hunting team. Crawling inside while trying hard not to break the gateway, he reached the chamber inside. It was different than he remembered, a lot different. The floor was covered with dead animals' bones and some strange sparkly material. The walls had an amazing colorful sheen as if they were covered with glass, and in the center, a colorful pearl was placed. Victor knew exactly what it was. A treasure that immortals would battle for. The Soul Pearl of IO/SSS. Soul Nourishing, passive. Soul Protection, passive. Soul Storage, passive. A soul nurturing and protecting artifact. Victor stood there looking at the pearl with a drooling mouth when out of nowhere a monster bit toward him. It was a huge viper with 4 eyes and sharp teeth glittering with a shiny green poison. Victor didn't flinch as the viper bit the wall beside him and then lost its head by a swift cut from his trusty dagger. He quickly made sure to finish it off with another cut and then recheck the perimeter.
Safe. Was this thing a mutant python?
The system gave him no EXP for killing it, which meant it was not an otherworldly creature.
It was domestic.
Was it protecting the pearl? Probably he was using it to nurture his soul. But that does not explain the mutation. Using his identification, Victor only saw one line. Crotalus atrox, age 90 years, demonized 57%.
Demonized? What could be the cause?
That's a stupid question. There was only one thing of value here. He swiftly stored the python's body in his ring as his eyes darted back toward the pearl. Wiping the drool off his mouth with his sleeve, he began to inspect it. It didn't have any curses or demonification effects. Interesting, he said. It has been a long time since he found anything this intriguing. He was sure of one thing: this was a treasure from another world. The glass-like material on the walls was a silicon-based mineral that can only form when a rupture in the world happens when another worldly object enters. And since this thing was not living, the world didn't destroy it or create a dungeon around it. First things first, this pearl did not belong to him yet, and he had to make sure to fix that. He quickly used an ink brush to draw a series of strange symbols on the pearl with his blood, making sure not to touch it. The pearl shone with dim light for a second. Then a soft breaking voice could be heard as the pearl shone again with a stronger light that lasted for 10 seconds. Its ownership had changed. This thing was now his property. Even if someone else equipped it, they can only use it with his permission. Victor used the identification again. And as he expected, more information appeared. Status. Souls contained inside, 1 + 35957, hidden. **T. This thing was packed full of souls. What are they doing inside?
Having an AHM. A party?
Victor shook his head. His father's hobbies were giving him some really bad thoughts. But still, nothing that might cause demonification. Did the viper come from somewhere else? Victor scowled as he watched it, carefully recalling everything he knew about soul artifacts. They were rare. Only those on the top of the food chains had one. Maybe others like Science did, but they knew how to hide them well. They were precious. The soul was the weakest point in a human. If someone faced an enemy specialized in soul attacks, it was a one-hit KO unless he had suitable defensive arts or equipment. Like what he did with Dick and that demon using the soul poison. Soul storage artifacts without other specifications usually meant two-directional transfer. It meant whoever inside could occupy the body of the equipper if their soul was weak enough. Victor squinted as he realized something. This thing was pure evil. It's a trap to lure idiots. Was it natural or was it made by someone? Probably a bit of both. The pearl was probably a natural treasure that was built into this by a master artificer. He could imagine some evil expert in another world using it to get a new body after his body was damaged or destroyed. He will hide his soul inside and wait for some idiot with a weak soul to get hold of it. Who needs a soul-nurturing artifact if he didn't have a weak soul? But souls are very hard to destroy when they are in their natural bodies. When he got into a coma, that pussy demon tried to trick him into surrendering his body. But once he realized what it was, destroying it was very easy. Now, that's when the demonification plays its part. Victor squinted his eyes as he began to see the big picture. Demonification usually corrupts the soul, making it weaker, easily destroyed, but on the other hand, the body would be corrupted too, making it invulnerable to other souls, unless the soul inside belongs to a demon.
It all made sense.
But how was the demonization being activated? A soul can't demonize a creature, even if it took over its body. That can only be done by a real demon or a curse. Like what happened with Iris and Lynn. Victor could see none here. And souls can't use curses and skills. They do not have attributes or authority, so the only interesting things in them was their energy and knowledge. And that viper didn't equip it. Sentient creatures can't equip artifacts. That thing must have just touched it. Was that enough to make it a demon? Victor found a nearby rock and sat on it thinking, wondering what to do about this. He didn't dare to pick up the pearl, he just stared at the emptiness of the cave. Wait, there was an empty space at the end of the skill's description.
Oh.
So that's how they did it. He smiled as he knew how this thing was done. He heard about this trick in the past. By the time he returned, this trick was so overused that only idiots would fall for it. Now he would have to take a risk if he decided to make use of this thing. Is it worth it?
Duh. Of course.
A soul artifact would allow him to play many tricks and would provide a contingency in case he was killed. The possibility of that was minor, but not trivial. Whatever he wanted to do, he had only until morning. Looking at his watch, Victor made up his mind. He would let poor Alex take her time and develop some new hobbies while he resolved the situation here. After throwing around a bunch of talismans for hiding and safety, Victor took a bottle of soul wine, then added a drop of his blood to it after emptying it into a bucket that he also took from his ring. He didn't expect this wine to be so useful so soon. He must prepare some batches of it himself. Using the tip of his dagger, he pushed the pearl inside the bucket, making sure not to touch it. He didn't want to alert whoever was inside of his existence. Victor quickly set up the camping cooking set he kept in his ring for dungeon exploration. He lit some fire and put the bucket on it and let it simmer as he sat down. It was time for him to prepare. He took a bunch of pills and then began to draw some weird symbols on his chest while waiting for the pearl to absorb all the wine. After a while, making sure that the wine was all absorbed by the pearl, he put out the fire. Then after waiting for it to cool down, he took a deep breath and began to do some wired movements with his body that ended with him hitting his chest, causing himself to spit a splash of purple blood on the pearl. Seeing that the pearl had successfully absorbed the blood, he collapsed with a pale face and weak body. His breath was short, and he knew that he would take a while to heal. The three-horned demon was in a deep sleep when he felt it. Someone came at last.
A new soul. A weak soul.
Opening its eyes, it noticed the others around it felt it too. The old man in the corner opened his eyes too, though he was frowning. The demon wondered if the old man would kill this one to let its energy enrich the pearl, or would he leave it as a pet like the rest of them. Soon the soul, so weak that it was almost transparent, appeared inside the dark room. It was of an old man with white purplish hair. It looked at itself and chuckled as it metamorphosed into a younger version of itself. Can it do that? Sometimes I forget how old my soul was. But this allows it to be big enough for splitting, the young man said as his clothes changed from an old librarian robe to that of a suit. A napkin appeared in his hand. He wrapped it around its neck as if preparing for a meal. You have knowledge of soul arts? The old man who was watching asked with a harsh voice. You were the one who took my pearl? He asked, no anger in his voice.
Yours? It is now mine.
Finder keepers. The young man said.
Oh.
But it will return to being mine very soon. It always does. You should have just taken the pearl as a defense artifact. Perhaps you could have lived a few more years, the old man said, with an amused voice, but no smiles could be seen on his haggard face. I just wanted to find who was hiding inside. Now you did. And you will stay here for eternity. The old man said with a chuckle as if he was watching a good show to relieve his boredom. What? This thing is mine. I can leave any moment if I want to. The young man said. The moment you touched the pearl you were cursed. You were demonized. The old man said. What curse? I appraised this thoughtfully. It did not have a curse. The soul said, making the old man surprised. You have a master appraisal skill. Not bad. But sadly for you, the curse is not on the pearl, but on one of its powers, he said, enjoying outsmarting others. You can't do that. Unless? The soul looked at him with shocked eyes. You are an artificer. You cursed a skill rune, then transferred it to the pearl. Then you erased the skill with a low-level talisman that had no authority to remove the curse, leaving a demonification curse that both existed and did not. No appraisal can find this. The young man with purple hair said, making the old man look at him differently. You are smarter than you seem, the old man said, truly astonished by the spot-on analysis. Maybe I should keep you as a pet. He added. So all I have to do is to use a talisman to dispel it, the young man murmured, totally ignoring the old man. Are you still dreaming of leaving this place? Your body was demonized. If your soul was still in your body you could have delayed this for years, but now you would only find a demon waiting for you outside, and without demonic arts to adjust your soul, it would perish in seconds. The old man patiently explained, making the young man's soul nod. True, demons are very resistant to other souls invading their bodies for that very reason. Oh. So this was your trick. Disguise this as just a soul-nurturing artifact. Wait for the soul to enter it for protection after getting attacked.
Take over the body,
the soul said as it looked at the souls of the demons around. But that doesn't work on me, the soul said, making the old man squint as he inspected his barely transparent body. You split your soul, the old man said in surprise.
Yes.
Just a tiny sliver, I will just use this pearl to nurture it back to health,
the soul said. Smart. I confess. But you still have a problem.
You see, after we destroy you, we will get out of this and take over your body. Your soul is now injured because of the severing. It can't resist us, the old man said. I never touched the pearl, the young man said, making the old man freeze.
Never. Yup.
I always found it suspicious, the young man said.
Smart. Too smart.
But also an idiot, the old man laughed.
What?
You can't go back without touching the pearl, the old man said, so this part of your soul would stay here forever. The old man said. I can just dispel the curse,
the soul said.
I began to doubt your intelligence, the old man said. First, you can't dispel the curse. Not without an authority higher than mine. Second, even if you somehow manage to dispel the curse, by the time you do that, this part of your soul would have already perished. Nice analyst, I just wanted to ask, were you the one who made this pearl?
The young man asked.
Totally ignoring the old man's conclusions, of course. I am the master artificer Trovel, the old man said as he laughed loudly, making the demons around shudder.
Oh boy, the soul said with a frown. I was right then, the soul said.
About what?
The old man asked.
About how the souls inside here are too valuable to kill. I always wanted to be an artificer.
But no one agreed to teach me, the soul said.
And why would I teach you? The old man asked while being amused.
You will not.
I will just eat all of you here and slowly digest your energy and knowledge, the soul said, causing every demon around to laugh. Even the demon slug who didn't have a mouth was about to burst out laughing. Does that idiot know how many demons are inside here?
The old man didn't laugh.
Soul devouring. You know that lost art?
He asked.
Yes, the soul said. I picked it up in a tattered book. Some idiot wanted me to sort the books in the basement as a punishment. And I found it there, the soul said as if it was remembering an old event. How about giving it to me? I might spare you. I may even teach you, the old man said as his eyes shone with greed. Why would I do that? I can eat you and get all your knowledge, the soul said arrogantly. You know that you are not the only one who can use soul arts. I can fight too, you know. You are just a sliver of a soul, the old man said, looking down on his enemy. I have enough power to finish all of you. Now lay obediently on your stomachs and get ready to be eaten, the young man said as a huge sword appeared in his hand. Why did it look like a meat-cutting knife? The old man howled in anger. He will beat this *TTY guy into pieces, then torture his soul here to get the info he wants. Arrogantly, he made a move with his hand reaching for the sky.
Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing happened.
He tried a third time with his face turning red. A wisp of smoke appeared and then disappeared. What did you do? The old man asked with horrific eyes that the demons had never seen before. I just simmered you a little bit, making you all soft and tender, the young man said, making the old man take a step back. Then I will blow my soul up with every one of my pets. You will get nothing, the old man howled.
Nothing happened. Itadakimasu,
the young man said, then licked his tender lips. Mira was shocked by the view she saw after gaining conscience. She was in a large room made of stone. This was like that dungeon in an ancient castle she was shooting a movie in. Except here, there was no window, and the only light source was those blue flowers that gave faint luminescence, barely enough to see the road around her. She clutched the spear in her hand tightly. It has been a long time since she left the family island. Her combat style was a little rusty, but if this place was full of snakes like they told her, she would have to fight. Why did her young master want her to come here? What was that blue vortex? And how did she get in here? They were all questions that she didn't know how to answer. Suddenly she noticed the blue shimmering screen to the side of her sight. Focusing on it, it slides to the front as if it were the UI of some VR game.
Warning.
You have entered a dungeon. Initializing dungeon awakening procedure.
Welcome, player.
Analyzing input data finished. You have successfully awakened as a player. Your attributes have been automatically assigned by the system.
Name, Mira.
Level, 0.
Class, Illusionist.
Authority, 2.
Strength, 15. Intelligence, 28. Agility, 18. Luck, 22. Charm, 35. Order 10. Skills. Invisibility, A. Ventriloquism, B. Minor self-disguise, C. Setup complete. Mira was surprised at first, wondering what this was, but after a few minutes of trial and error, during which she considered this to be a candid camera prank, she realized this was real. That girl Margaret told her to prepare for an experience weirder than her wildest imagination. Looking at the screen, she really felt that this was a game. Why would she get this class? An illusionist, what does that mean? She frowned as she felt something hot in her pocket. Looking at it, she realized it was the disc Margaret gave to her on the bus. She said that this was a gift from the young master to keep her safe. It would get hot when an enemy is nearby. Mira clenched her spear tight in an amateurish defense posture and scanned the area around her. There was nothing. She wanted to throw the disc away as a scam, but some deep instinct inside her told her that it was not. Could it be mistaken? She didn't dare to relax. She took the snake repellent spray with her left hand and began to spray around her. Then something moved. On the wall, blended with the cracked mortar between two huge stones, there was a finger-sized worm. No, it was a snake with teeth half the size of its body. Mira didn't hesitate to step back and use her spear to strike at it. She missed and the snake lurched at her. But seemingly due to the repellent smell, it backed off a little, giving Mira a chance to strike again. This time she hit it. The snake disintegrated in seconds, leaving a fingernail-sized red gem. After a few hours, Victor regained his consciousness. He sat up and looked at the pearl in the bucket. The battle inside was over. Now he just needed time to eat them. The remnants of the soul will not dissipate in the pearl. That's why he split his soul. He can't risk entering another coma for a few months this time. Not until he finishes with his setup for the future, that is. He coughed. Although the soul splitting had hurt him badly. In time his second soul would digest those demons and send some energy back to him, making his soul not only heal up but also get stronger than before. He needed to return to the brothel, but first, he needed to resolve the pearl's curse. He took a few healing pills, then stood up and knelt before the bucket. He bought a very expensive curse-dispelling talisman and activated it on the pearl. Error. Select target. A screen appeared. In his mind, he focused on the pearl's fourth non-existence effect. Trovel's demonization touch curse SS was found. Requires 141 authority to dispel. Are you sure? Victor pressed yes. Curse removed. Victor checked the pearl again thoughtfully, making sure nothing was amiss, then still a little couscous, he stored the bucket with the pearl inside it in his ring. He will analyze it later once he digests that artificer's memories. Just in case. Wanting to leave, Victor paused for a second and looked at the room. Shall he harvest the walls? No, those materials might be a novelty now, but after the reckoning, people would complain about them all the time. He could try the same trick he used on Tom. Maybe some scion would discover this place. But Victor didn't dare to leave some of his blood here without a proper plan. Blood can be used to create some very nasty curses. Still, it was a pity to leave such a perfect scamming location. Should he use this place to make some profit? After some thought, Victor took out a storage ring. This one was one of many in the stack he stole from his family's treasury. A random B-ranked ring. Something many players would desire. First, he disguised his info and then bound it to him. So now, no one can look inside and discover that it was empty. That won't do. Victor took a photo of Venus Lily's grandma, that he copied earlier from his ring and put it in the new ring. Just in case. After that Victor used his dagger to inscribe the number 3 in an otherworldly script on the ring. Whoever finds this might want to get numbers 1 and 2. They might pay a lot of money for the mysterious ring that can't be opened. Victor was always curious about who took the pearl in his previous life, and this was his way to find out. And make some money on the way. Looking at his setup, Victor smiled and left the cave with some difficulty. It took him an hour and a half to return to the room where Alex had finished her dirty deed and was waiting for him. Young master. Are you okay? Alex asked with concern when she saw Victor collapse on the floor's carpet with a pale face. Do I look okay? Victor scolded despite being out of breath. He overestimated his ability to swim under a waterfall in his current state. Young master. What happened to you? Where have you been? Alex asked. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Do you see me asking you what you did to the girls? Now help me to the bathroom. Victor ordered. Alex was hesitant. But looking at Victor's state, she quickly dragged him to the shower and helped him with a blushing face. This was her first time. You call yourself a man, damn it. Victor scolded. Can't you stop getting shy? How are you going to get married if you keep acting like a wimp?
he added as Alex helped him wear his clothes and then walked back to the room with a blushing face. She didn't hear his scolding at all, as her mind was still occupied by what she saw inside. "Should I help you to the bed?" she asked after a few seconds.
"No. You idiot,"
Victor said while looking at the filthy bed with naked girls sleeping in it in some very unnatural positions.
"What did she do to them?"
"Never mind, they deserve this for calling him a pervert pizza boy in the past.
"Let's leave.
It is already 5 a.m. Victor said as he sprinkled an antidote to wake up the girls in the air, then unlocked the door and left with Alex.
"Era, young master."
Leaving early. The receptionist who was still at her desk asked with a hidden smile when she saw Victor's haggard state. This was not the first time she saw someone leave the brothel like this. Young men overestimate their skills. "Hopefully the girls didn't disappoint you,"
she said. "Not at all. He coughed.
"Young master, your bill," she said, not caring about his health and politely presenting him with a folded paper. He looked at it secretly and nodded, then gave the receptionist his family bank card. The one for business expenditures. The receptionist quickly completed the payment and gave Victor back his card with the receipt.
"Come again, young master,"
she said, barely hiding her chuckle. "And next time try with fewer girls," she said as she watched him leave through the door. "Stop," someone yelled as soon as Victor's foot touched the street outside the brothel. It was a group of young men led by a cocky handsome guy with blue and pink hair. He was holding a hatchet in his hand. "Are you the one who took my room?" the young man asked, pointing the hatchet at Victor. "Room 31?
Victor asked after a cough. "No," the man replied,
not expecting that answer. "Then it's not me," Victor said as he headed to the car with Alex's help. She held her laugh professionally. Alex could only laugh loudly after starting the car and reaching the road. "Young master, you are so bad. This must be that Master Chun. He didn't dare to make trouble inside and waited for you by the door," she said, giggling. "You are still in the mood to laugh?
"Look.
That's how much your youthful night had cost me. You better be thankful," Victor scolded as he handed Alex the receipt, dampening her laughter immediately. Her eyes grew larger looking at the 8 digits number. That was her past sex expenditure for an entire year. Those guys are super greedy. She should have shoved that stick a little deeper. "The one behind this brothel is a real big shot to get away with charging this much," she asked. "Unofficially it belongs to the Players' Council. On paper, it belongs to the biggest conglomerate in the world, which is the Player Council's front. So no matter who, player or not, no one dares to make trouble here, and they know what privacy means. So it can get a little pricey,"
he said.
"Would the girls get any of this?" she asked with some concern. "Of course, about 40–50%, Victor said. "Do you want me to sell you here?" he asked, reading her dirty thoughts.
"No,"
she said with blushing ears. She can't believe she thought of that.
"Good.
"They only take pretty girls here, and no matter how many dresses you wear you can't work here," Victor said, "although I know a place that could make use of your
talents," he added.
"No thank you, I am fine as you butler, young master." Alex quickly refused. "Would there be a problem with leaving the girls unconsciously?" she asked, changing the subject.
"No.
Many young masters from players' families come here. They usually use some kind of memory-erasing artifact or talisman. People say things they shouldn't say when they are, you know. And many of them would also want to hide their uselessness," Victor explained. "Then why didn't the young master use one of those?"
Alex asked.
"There are ways to return lost memories, but there are none if the memories didn't exist in the first place," Victor explained. "Now go to the Golden Hotel and get me a room."
"I will sleep until noon."
"You should get some sleep too. We would have a good show to watch in the evening," Victor said as he relaxed in his chair and sent a message to Lily informing her that he will meet her at the hotel in the afternoon and to stay with his mother and protect her.
She replied.
His grandmother seemingly had an accident last night and ended up in the hospital, so his mother would be staying there with her. She would stay in the hospital too to protect her.
"Is she okay? What happened?"
Victor quickly texted. "Nothing major, apparently she fell." "That's what she told the doctors anyway," tongue sticking out, Lily answered back. Ruby wiped the tears from her eyes as she ran away from a swarm of snakes. Why was she here? Suddenly a firm hand grasped her collar and dragged her into a hole in the wall that was closed a second later by a small boulder. "Is that how I taught you to fight?" A voice that scared the sh*t out of her asked.
It was her mistress, Alpha. "Mistress."
"I panicked and dropped my spear," she said, waiting for punishment. "You are lucky you found me," Alpha said, not punishing her. "This is a safe room. Catch your breath and arrange your stuff."
"Were you bitten?" she asked. No. Ruby shook her little head. It came close, but the spray on my body delayed them for a second, allowing me to run. She said. Good. Theta would hate me if anything were to happen to you. Alpha said. What's your class? She asked. Ah. Class. A healer. Ruby said, earning herself a slap to the head. Never reveal your class to anyone. You can do that only with the permission of your master. Alpha scolded. A healer is rare, very rare. It's good for you. I was planning to leave you here and hurry to save the other idiots, but with you here, we may be able to avoid casualties. Alpha said. Ruby, who was a little unsure, nodded. She wanted to ask Alpha some questions about this place, but chose not to, after seeing the nasty expression on her face. Mistress Alpha was always upset about something. Damn that bastard Victor. The girls are not ready, she was muttering. Who is Victor? Her boyfriend? Ruby wondered silently. That same Victor woke up at 3:00 p.m. He didn't know how he reached this bed. But he was pretty much sure that Alex had to carry him, as he must have passed out in the car. This was the presidential suite in the Gold Hotel that belonged to his grandfather. He worked here for a while. He even cleaned this very bed once. Sitting up, with some difficulty he stretched his arms and realized he was wearing pajamas. Oh, Alex was learning to be a good girl. He should quickly find a way to resolve her fate and let her join his harem. Suddenly his phone rang. It was his mother's number. Brother, it's me, a girl whispered in a hurry on the phone. Lara. Lara. Why are you calling me? Where is mother? He asked. Esteemed mother is still with grandmother at the hospital. I took her phone and sneaked with cousin Marley to get to the party. She whispered in an aggrieved voice. Some people had just taken cousin Katia away and locked us here in the hall. They are very scary, she said with a scared voice. I will be right there, he said. Things might come a little out of hand. Looking around, he didn't find his clothes, so he quickly took a suit from his ring and changed into it before leaving the room with some difficulty. His soul was not healed yet and Alex was nowhere to be found. Victor quickly made his way to the biggest hall in the hotel, the Golden VIP hall, where two men in black were guarding the door. With many security guards on the floor with broken limbs. Private event. One of them said, but stopped as Victor flashed his family token, causing the guards to quickly bow and open the doors for him. Those are his father's men, he knew that from the markings on their cuffs. It seemed like Iris was exacting her revenge on Lucas. He knew that from yesterday when he heard about Lucas hosting a VIP. When the families take revenge on someone, they don't hurt him alone, they might also destroy everything around him to make an example out of him. That might be a little bit cruel, but that's how they keep their absolute power. Victor was expecting his mother to come here with Lily to solve the situation and slap her family's face. But he made a miscalculation, he didn't expect his grandfather to. No, his grandmother to fall all of the sudden, causing Elena to have to stay with her at the hospital. Reaching the hall where many invited people were nervously standing and making pleading calls to their supporters and not knowing who those men were. He quickly found Lara, who ran into his embrace, making him sigh in relief. She was safe. Why are you here? He asked. I am sorry. Mother commanded me to return to the villa with my cousins, but they insisted on coming here to see cousin Katia's boyfriend, she said, keeping her face down. He could see tears dripping on her to the floor. Not obeying orders in the family had severe consequences. I will punish you later. But don't do it again, he whispered in her little ear as he hugged her while looking around. His little cousins were nowhere to be found, probably hiding behind their parents. She nodded while keeping her head down as she hugged him back, burying her head in his chest. Would he get that skill now? Victor, how did you get in? Quickly take Lara and escape. His uncle Carl, who noticed him in the crowded hall, quickly ran to his side and warned. It was too late, as his other uncles and cousins surrounded him. Nephew Victor, can you get us out too? His aunt, who saw how her yet-to-be son-in-law groveled at his feet yesterday, asked, making her brothers and their wives look at her strangely. His uncle Larry wanted to say something when Victor completely ignored them and spoke to one of the guards. Let the Carlson family leave, Victor commanded the guards dressed in black while flashing his token again. Young master. The mistress had commanded that no one should leave before investigating everyone. One of the guards said. Do you want to lose your head, you piece of sh*t? Victor asked angrily, making the guard stop back as the captain, who came a little bit late, bowed to Victor, who frowned a little. The sole injury was causing him to lose his temper very quickly. Young Master Victor, he is new, please forgive him. The captain apologized for his man, who bowed too, realizing that this young man must be very important. Do you know them? He asked, looking at Victor's uncles.
This one of his father's bodyguards and knew Victor well as he served in the family mansion before. "They are my mother's family," Victor said, making the captain nod quickly and activate his walkie-talkie. "Let the Carlsons go," the captain said, making his uncles and cousins surprised. "Who the hell is this Victor?" "Go before I change my mind," Victor said, as he looked at their surprised faces. Although he wanted to enjoy some face slapping, he was not in the mood, as he wanted to return to his bed.
"Nephew. My daughter Katya.
She was taken to the inner room.
Please save her."
They said that they would cut her into pieces after she declared that she was Lucas's girlfriend, his uncle's wife pleaded suddenly, making Victor frown. Katya was Lucas's girlfriend. Victor didn't like her at all, but she was his cousin after all.
"Fine. I will go get her. Wait outside,"
Victor said with a sigh as he passed through the crowd of businessmen who didn't dare to make trouble. Lara was still holding his hand when he gestured to the guards to open the door to the VIP inner room.
He would not let go of her.
Entering the inner room, Victor quickly discovered that Lucas, with a few other young masters, were all on the ground with bloody whip marks on them. Katya was there too. She was only hit twice, but she was already crying and cursing like a slut at her boyfriend for being useless. Mia was the one holding the whip, enjoying torturing them as Iris stood disturbed to the side. George stood silently behind her. This was probably his idea to show Iris how things should be done. "That's enough, Mia," Victor said, making her stop and look at him. Surprised at him being here.
"Oh.
It's young Master Victor. Did you come to defend your bodies?" she asked angrily.
"Mia.
"Don't be rude," Iris quickly said.
Rude?
"Didn't you see what those guys wanted to do to you?" Mia yelled as she struck at Lucas with her whip, making him cover his head as a new red line appeared on his arms. "Do you know what they wanted to do to Iris? Yesterday she went to him. To give him a chance to prove that he meant well. That bastard intended to rape her with his buddies." Mia yelled angrily as she struck again. Maybe because she was a little agitated this time, she struck at Victor. And by chance, she happened to hit Lara's shoulder by mistake, causing her to fall to the ground with teary eyes.
"Who are you to tell me to?"
Mia continued to yell when she suddenly stopped as a firm hand grasped her throat and lifted her into the air. It was Victor, whose eyes were bloodshot after seeing what happened to his sister. "Do you want to die, B*TCH? He asked in a voice that made even George, who intended to intervene, shiver a little and stop. He only heard his master Theodore use this voice once.
"When he lost her. Let go,"
she yelled, but his hand only squeezed her neck harder, making her struggle helpless as she looked into his eyes and was truly terrified for the first time in her life. He was clearly very enraged.
"Victor. Brother.
Please let Mia go.
It was a mistake."
"Lara is fine." Iris, who realized what just happened, regained her composure and quickly ran to Lara's side and checked her wound.
"It only left a skin trauma."
But it was so painful that Lara began to sob against her will. "There is only one thing in the world that I can't forgive. And that is someone hurting my family," Victor said coldly as he walked to the glass wall overlooking the city to the side of the room and crushed it with one kick, which caused George to be shocked. Even he would have to kick it 2 times to break it, as this glass was bulletproof to protect this VIP hall. It can even withstand a small missile. Victor extended his hand holding Mia out of the window, letting her dangle with the street below her. "Do you know your mistake?" he asked coldly as she shook in fear in his hand. She had just realized how scary Victor truly was. This guy was not a young master.
He was a monster. I.
She didn't know what to say. "You should not hit people indiscriminately, you should respect your elders, you should be more modest. And most importantly, when I tell you to stop, King stop. Too bad you might not live to reflect,"
he said.
"Victor, please let her go," Iris pleaded as she looked at George, who didn't dare intervene but got ready to grab Mia in case Victor really dropped her.
"Brother.
Let Sister Mia go. She learned her lesson," a soft voice suddenly said. He was waiting for that.
It was Lara.
"Do you really want me to let go of her here? She would fall to her death," he asked jokingly, making George and Iris breathe in relief. He was not serious anymore.
"Ah.
Please bring her inside and let her go," Lara said with a blush as she held her shoulder painfully. "She has to apologize to you first," Victor said softly, looking back at Mia.
I am sorry, Lara."
"I didn't mean to," Mia said just as Victor dragged her back inside and then softly dropped her to the floor. "Be more aware of your surroundings next time," Victor said softly as he approached Lara and checked her injury. Nothing major. The truly injured one was him. For a second there he really lost his cool. He didn't expect this to happen, but he knew that this was the side effect of an injured soul. It makes him a little out of control. He should be careful not to kill anyone in the next few days.
Does it hurt?
He asked his little sister softly. Only at the beginning. It's fine now, Lara replied with teary eyes.
Don't lie, take this.
Victor quickly fed her a healing pill and took one himself,
making George's eyes pop open.
A grand healing pill. What the F***ck? One of those would cost him his entire salary for a week. And this bastard was taking them as candy. Where did he get them? Young Master Victor.
Please help me.
This is a misunderstanding. Out of nowhere, Lucas, who was on the ground, woke up and began to beg. You were happy to meet my sister? Now you don't want that? Victor asked, regaining his arrogance. He knelt to the ground and took the whip that fell from Mia's hand, then gave it to the hesitant Iris. You should do it yourself. Never give your men a dirty job that you are not ready to do by yourself, he said, making her look to the floor with embarrassment. He is right, George said as he helped the little shaken Mia to her feet. Iris hesitated and was about to strike at Lucas and his gang when a girl screamed.
Cousin. Help me. It was Katia this time. Ah. Sorry.
I totally forgot about this one. Iris, this slut here is Katia, my cousin. I will be taking her home for some domestic discipline. You may continue, Victor said, grabbing Katia's hair.
She began to complain, but he ignored her. Oh.
Iris nodded in surprise as she watched Victor drag his cousin outside while she screamed. She remembered when he fought the demon that day for her. He really takes care of his family but makes sure not to show it.
She smiled softly,
then hid her smile as she turned around and looked coldly at Lucas. Those guys were about to do some very bad *T to her. Mia had lost her mind when George made them listen to Lucas's recorded instructions to his cronies. Victor and Uncle George was right. She has been using her father's authority until now without realizing her responsibilities. Now she must educate this bastard herself.
Iris.
I really didn't mean to, Lucas said as he shook.
Slap. Ah?
It was all Lucas's idea, one of his buddies said.
Ah? Yeah.
He was the one who wanted us to put you and your sister in a cage with the HHHHHHHHH. He didn't continue as Iris began hitting them using all of her strength as a player. Mia stood there watching. She was a little ashamed of herself. She really went a little overboard there, but this bastard Lucas made her remember her best friend who committed suicide after getting toyed with by some bastard young master. Glancing at the door, she remembered Victor's grasp on her neck. She softly put her hand touching his finger marks on her neck, not knowing what to think. Victor threw Katia into her father's arms as soon as he left the room. They didn't leave the hall, they were waiting outside the door, watching the show inside through the doors that were intentionally left slightly ajar by Victor. Take her to the hospital, she might need a few stitches, Victor said as he walked out. He didn't want to risk killing one of them if they angered him. Nephew, his aunt wanted to say something, but Victor ignored her and left. The Carlson family looked at each other, then quickly followed him out as they didn't dare to stay here for one more second. When they reached the door, Victor was nowhere to be seen.
Olga just?
Who the hell is Elena's husband? Bob finally asked. He really wanted to know why did that super VIP girl call Victor brother. I think his name was Theodore White.
Do you know?
She answered.
What?
Larry and Bob interrupted at the same time.
No one told them that.
Where is Elle? Victor asked Lara as he reached his room upstairs and collapsed on the bed, then popped another healing pill in his mouth. She is with Mother. Helping Grandma enter the ladies' room. She was the one who stuffed Mother's phone in my pocket. Please don't punish her brother, Lara said as she sat beside her brother.
She kept her face down. Oh, a smart girl.
Don't worry, she did nothing wrong.
And where is Grandpa?
Wasn't he at the hospital?
Victor asked.
He said he had some urgent insurance tests to perform, she said, not noticing the smug smile on her brother's face.
Insurance? Or was it endurance?
Ah yes, that's it, she nodded, still not daring to raise her head. You know that I will have to punish you.
He said. Yes.
She answered. She broke the rules and disobeyed her elders.
Eat this.
He said, presenting her with a mushroom. This is
your punishment.
Victor said, you know that father will know of what you did, so either take my punishment or wait for his one.
He added.
Lara didn't hesitate and ate the mushroom. Her father's punishments were scary. The next moment she regretted her decision.
Swallow it, Victor warned.
She quickly did that with teary eyes. She must have chosen to let her esteemed father punish her. This mushroom punishment was way too cruel. What was wrong with this thing's taste? Can something taste this bad?
Eat this candy.
Victor gave her a piece of candy after 2 minutes. The punishment was over. This would help your shoulder heal faster too. Victor said as he ate one mushroom himself with a smile. Although this mushroom effect was minor, it would provide all the necessary nutrients for the body to repair itself.
Brother,
How can you eat that? Lara asked with disgust. You get used to it.
Victor lied.
He was disguising its taste.
Now,
Where did that idiot Alex go? Victor asked casually, then stood up suddenly causing Lara to flinch. That idiot can't sit still without causing a disaster, damn it. He yelled, then turned to his cute sister.
Lara,
I will have to go run an errand. You stay here and call Lily to come and pick you up. Her number is on Mother's phone. Oh, and don't tell anyone anything about what will happen next. He said as he headed to the window overlooking the city and began to look at the streets below as if searching for something. About what? Lara wanted to ask when her brother suddenly magically passed through the glass and floated in midair, then flew in a certain direction. Lara quickly ran to the glass window and stuck her face to it, watching in shock as Victor disappeared in a certain direction. Her esteemed brother can fly. Archie really wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He always knew his luck was *TTY. But why the hell did he have to partner with this slutty girl, Margaret? And on top of that, why did he have to be trapped with her in this place while being surrounded by snakes in all shapes and colors? He thought she was a normal slut when he first met her. The type that ran after big money. He encountered those a lot as a young master. And knew perfectly well how to control them. He was mistaken. She was not a normal slut but an evolved one. The type who found a big backer to cling to and evolve from a carp to a dragon. The backer this one found was one of the biggest, and she was not afraid to show it off. What are you thinking about? You sissy, focus on the snakes. I will lure half of them as before. Kill the ones who stay here before I circle around and return with the others. She yelled at him as she ran away while wiggling her butt. And indeed about half of the snakes followed her, extending their split tongues in her direction and wiggling their bodies in a very strange way that he didn't understand. Or maybe he just didn't want to. The other snakes were distracted as they gave her a hateful look that allowed him to attack them easily with his spear and then practice his air blade on the last few. His class was a wizard, a wind wizard. The two black vans with a strange curved fan symbol were moving at an accelerated speed on the highway.
Uncle,
We are already far away. Why did you have to kidnap this guy? I told you, it is the other one who took my room. We should return and, Su-chun complained.
idiot. This one is Alex Donner.
I have seen him when I was visiting his sect with your father before. His uncle, Su Ming, rebuked as he touched his swollen eye and looked at Alex, who was tied at the back of the van. This guy surprised him. He was a tough fighter and had a high level that is very strange for her age. Thankfully he was inexperienced and fell for his tricks, allowing Su Ming to overpower him and seal his powers.
Who is Alex Donner?
Isn't he just a sissy bodyguard? Why should I care? I asked you to come to take revenge for me. That guy stole my room, and my girls then lied in my face. Su-chun said angrily.
Idiot.
You should stop spending your life in brothels and start to learn some useful things.
Su Ming scolded. This one is worth a lot.
Half of the world's powers want him. He never expected that today would be his lucky day. He was accompanying his idiot nephew to a VIP party in the Golden Hotel when Su-chun noticed Alex, who was shopping for some clothes in a nearby shop. Su-chun got very angry. He quickly told his uncle the story about how they took his room and then lied in his face about him. If it were not for a waiter who tipped them off, they would have waited all day. He wanted revenge. Su Ming didn't really care, but when he carefully inspected Alex, he realized his true identity. What does that have to do with us? Aren't we banished from the sect?
Su-chun asked.
If we hand him to the sect, your father might approve our return, Su Ming explained.
What? Really? Su-chun asked.
He was kicked out of his sect at a young age due to him raping a female disciple and getting discovered. The scandal was so big that his father had to kick him out to save his life. He didn't even have the chance to attempt the sect's ceremony. It just so happened that Elder Ming also assaulted one of his disciples on the same day, so they were banished together. Yes. You would not have to be ashamed all the time. You can return and maybe get the future patriarch's seat from your stepbrother's hands. Su Ming said. And I don't have to waste my time looking after you.
He thought in his heart.
His banishment was not real. He was just sent to look after the patriarch's only son.
What? Really? Is he that important?
We should call them quickly, Su-chun said in excitement.
Su Ming nodded.
He was so preoccupied with his gains that he forgot the most important thing. They have phones nowadays. Taking his phone and calling his sect, Su Ming discovered that he can't make a call. All he heard was random noise. This thing is useless, Su Ming said as Su-chun tried his own phone. Nothing was working, not even his cronies' phones worked.
I should sue the phone company, Su Chun complained.
Those bastards are charging me a lot for their flimsy services. No, something is wrong, Su Ming, who was more experienced, said when he was interrupted.
Young master. Elder.
Something weird is happening with this guy. He is turning into a woman. One of the men on the back suddenly said, making Su Chan and Su Ming look back at the tied Alex in surprise. Indeed, it was very slow, but his face and jawline were getting softer. As if he was slowly turning into a girl.
A hot girl.
She was glaring at them with tears in her eyes. Did you take anything from him? Su Ming jabbed his nephew who began to drool, then asked him.
Some pretty rings.
Are they magical? Su Chun asked as he began to fumble in his pockets. If I am not mistaken, this should be.
Bang.
The van in the front exploded, causing theirs to begin to derail as the driver lost control. Thankfully he was a professional, and managed to stabilize the van just as a bullet passed through his head and hit Su Chun in the shoulder. There was a scream when the vehicle that lost its balance hit the side of the road and it began to roll. Su Ming, who was shocked by the events, wanted to help his injured nephew but stopped. Carrying someone out of the car with a sniper round was a death sentence. And if this bastard died, wouldn't he be free to join the sect again? Wouldn't the future patriarch reward him for getting rid of his only rival? Just as the flipped van slid to a stop at the road, Su Ming, ignoring Su Chen's pleas, kicked the door that was now over their heads, then used it as a cover as he dashed out intending to escape. The assailant's target was either Alex or his nephew. And he was not ready to sacrifice his life for any of them. Whoever did this would not leave any witnesses. That's how families worked. Using the smoke caused by the explosion of the other car as a cover, he quickly ran to the side of the road, then ducked and began to crawl on his stomach when he was decapitated by a swift sword strike by a handsome young master. Victor shook his sword, cleaning it from blood, then looked at the flipped car where two men were crawling out with bloody clothes. He shot them both in the forehead with his gun. Then turned back to the middle-aged headless man on the ground and began to search him for valuables. He didn't have a storage ring, but a storage pouch of inferior quality. Inside it, there were some gems, an iron fan and a few drugs.
Nothing interesting.
Victor sighed as he stored the corpse in his ring, then looked at the flipped van and began heading in its direction. When reaching it, he jumped to the opening created by the broken door and looked down at the situation inside. Alex seemed to have finished putting a ring on her finger. She had just taken it back from Su Chun, who was strangled to death. She used the rope tying her hands to do that.
Not bad. Are you okay?
Victor asked as he extended his hand to her. She nodded as quickly took it and climbed up. That bastard was really tough. At least 20 levels above her. She had a few broken ribs but nothing major, as he didn't want her to let her die. Thank you, young master, Alex said after Victor cut her ropes and removed the talisman restricting her power. She quickly adjusted her clothes, hiding her curvy body. The ring's effect would take some time to fully change her gender. Thankfully Victor was lazy enough to give her some time to retrieve her stuff from that bastard's pocket. Alex smiled softly as she looked at Victor. She was really scared, but she kept believing that he would come and save her.
He really did.
Looking at her smiling face, Victor froze.
Damn, she is pretty. Young master.
Is there anything wrong? Alex asked after a few seconds when she noticed the odd silence and felt his fiery gaze on her. He never looked at her like this before. It made her feel wired. Absolutely beautiful. He said after a second before he spat on the ground in anger.
Damn it. He cursed loudly.
For a second there, he has just been charmed by her beauty. His injured soul was causing him trouble again.
Scared. Who? Me? Oh, really?
Alex blushed as she heard his words.
Damn you, Alex.
You are going to turn me gay someday. Victor cursed loudly again as he threw a grenade in the flipped van and then started heading in a certain direction while hiding his face. Alex smiled cheekily as she popped a healing pill in her mouth. I might really just do that, she said as she chuckled and ran after him, ignoring the explosion behind her. Come here, you are safe, Theta told the frightened girl as the twins and two assassin girls cleared the area of snakes.
Are you hurt anywhere?
Theta asked the girl who was hiding in a small hole while fending off snakes for hours. The girl quickly shook her pretty head.
She was okay, just a little frightened.
She thought her suffering had ended when she escaped from the brothel. Clearly, that was not the case. Is this the last one alone? Mana asked as she finished the last of the snakes in the area.
Yes.
We are lucky this place is not that big. Theta nodded as she checked her map. Now we should clean this place up, then regroup with Big Sister Alpha at the boss's room. She added as she began to collect the gems scattered on the floor. Too bad Arya is not with us. We could have let her sell those things for us, Mina said. The young master might have other uses for them. Didn't you notice how the arrays seem to be working using them?
Mana replied.
It's just that my ring is already half full of those low-quality gems. I don't want to carry them on my back. Mina complained as she stroked the storage ring on her finger. This was given to her by the young master. Although it was just a normal gift from him, she liked to imagine it as something else. After leaving the highway, Victor headed to the hotel while calling George to tell him what happened. They needed to hide their tracks. Thankfully, all the cameras in the hotel were disabled today because of Iris's revenge party. So the evidence cleaning would be pretty easy. George just told Victor to stay low for a while. Entering his room in the hotel, Victor was surprised to see that Lily was there talking with Lara, whose eyes shone when she looked at him.
Esteemed brother.
You are back, she said as she ran to him, then jumped and hugged him. You missed me that much? He asked jokingly as he held her.
MMM.
Can you teach me how to do it? She whispered pleadingly in his ear as she hung from his neck, earning herself a slap at her pretty head as he put her down. After your ceremony, you are still too young for that.
And don't tell anyone about this. That's an order,
Victor warned as he rubbed her hair.
Lily's ears perked. Young for what? She said. Not really content.
But not daring to argue. She had already been punished once today. And she doesn't want to taste that thing ever again.
Even father?
She asked a moment later. Not if you want me to teach you, he said, making her nod to herself. Lily, how is my grandmother?
He turned to Lily and asked.
She was carefully inspecting him and Alex, who was standing nervously near the door with a stupid grin.
She is fine.
Although she would leave the hospital today, she would need a wheelchair for a couple of days. She said casually, How was your night yesterday, young master? She asked curiously after noticing his pale complexion. I may have overtaxed myself. We will talk about this later, he said as he took a pill and swallowed it. Then remembering something, he got another one from his ring and gave it to Lily. Give this to Grandma secretly, it would let her heal faster,
he said.
You are not going back to the family villa? She asked as she carefully packed the pill.
No.
I am too tired for that, and I can't risk getting agitated by those idiots, he said as he took off his shirt and then threw himself on his grand bed. Lara blushed softly and averted her eyes, then looked again secretly. Her esteemed brother's body is so good, even better than her esteemed father, whom she might have accidentally watched as he trained.
Not on purpose.
Then you would stay here with Alex? Lily asked, a little annoyed that she can't sleep with her young master.
Yes.
Sorry, Lily, but I really need you to protect my mother. She hates Alex, so I can't let him do that. The girls should finish the raid in 2 days. We can return to Vane City after that, he said, lying a little. He didn't dare to sleep next to this girl in his current state. Things might happen, and this idiot would not stop him. Your mother might want to stay in town a little longer. She told me to tell you,
she said.
Father won't agree to Lara staying here, Victor said, tilting his head to look at his little sister who was secretly inspecting him. I will work something out. Tell her not to worry, I will talk to father. Now I just need some sleep, he said as he yawned, then buried his head in his pillow and closed his eyes, seemingly falling asleep. Lily wanted to ask him what he did yesterday, but seeing his tired face, she decided not to. After gently covering her young master, she dragged the reluctant Lara out with Alex, not forgetting to take his crumbled shirt with her.
To wash it.
Where did you go yesterday? Lily asked Alex just as the room's door closed. Alex blushed and looked away, not answering.
A brothel,
Lily whispered, not letting Lara hear it. Alex hesitated for a second, then nodded, confirming Lily's guess. What did he do there causing him to be this tired? She asked with concern and a little tiny bit of jealousy.
I don't know.
Alex decided to answer truthfully after hearing Lily's concerned tone. Don't get me wrong. He left me with the girls and went secretly out for a swim. He returned at dawn looking like this, she explained after some thought, watching as Lily sighed in relief.
I see.
I will take Miss Lara back to the villa. Keep the young master safe, Lily said as she dragged Lara, who was busy eavesdropping, out of the suite. She didn't intend to ask about anything else. Not now anyway. She believed in her young master. But sometimes, she wondered why the hell did he need to do all those secretive things all the time.
Can't he just tell her?
She would be more than pleased to serve him. Today, she just had the very strange feeling that he was avoiding looking directly at her. No, that's impossible, this must be her imagination. Calvin returned home at noon. He was a little concerned about his wife and his future nightlife. What kind of pill did his evil grandson feed him? It took 3 girls and 7 hours to satisfy him. He was not annoyed, just a little bit scared of himself. Damn it, he cursed as he walked into a hallway and suddenly stopped as he noticed that Lara was sneaking somewhere with her little maid.
What was her name? Elle? Never mind.
He silently followed, wondering what those 2 brats were up to. They stopped in the backyard, and after turning around and making sure no one was around, Lara began to speak. I am sorry that I didn't believe you before, Elle. I saw it with my eyes today,
she said. He flew.
Elle asked excitedly. He passed through the window like a ghost and then flew away. Then there were some big explosions in the distance. He is just like those heroes in movies,
she said. I told you. Did he teach you how? Elle asked. No.
He refused. Though he promised to teach me after the ceremony. But that will be a couple of years later.
And told me not to tell anyone, she explained.
Then why did you tell me? Elle asked as she flinched with concern.
You are not anyone. You are Elle.
And you already know, Lara said with a little mischievous smile.
And you will not tell anyone, she added.
Elle nodded quickly, as if fearing something. The girls then began to speak about some random little girls' things. Lara began to talk about her esteemed brother's muscles, and how his skin was very white. Elle was nodding with sparkling eyes. Calvin was not interested in his Brocon granddaughter's fantasies, so he made his way back to the living room where that veiled maid Lily was talking to his daughter. The young master had told me that he would talk with his esteemed father. He might let you stay here for a while, but he might have other arrangements for Miss Lara,
Lily said.
Nothing unexpected. But it's better this way. I don't want Lara back at the island anytime soon, as I keep having an ominous feeling that something bad might happen there. It's a mother's intuition, Elena said before noticing her father's shadow by the door.
Father.
Welcome back. I am pleased that you remembered that you have a house around here.
How was your test?
She asked him with an annoyed voice when she noticed him enter the room. A success, he said as he coughed a little. How is your mother?
He asked.
Why don't you go and ask her yourself?
Oh.
Maybe we shouldn't let you near her, Elena said as she glared at him. Her mother told her things. Nasty things. I will go and talk to her later, he said as his phone rang, saving him from a very embarrassing conversation. Looking at the number, he quickly headed to the study where he activated a special jammer and then answered.
Calvin is here. This line is secure. General.
There was an accident in your town. Is this your doing? His subordinate voice hesitatingly said.
What? No. What happened? Calvin asked.
An hour ago, there was a terrorist attack on the highway. 2 cars were blown up. Our analysis points to Victor von Weiss as the culprit, your grandson, right? Anyway, he is the only known terrorist in town, and some of our men saw him talk to the victim in the morning, his subordinate said, making Calvin open his mouth in surprise.
Victim?
Did anyone die? 7 people from the Sue family. They are on the green list. And one of them is on the black list. The answer came. Is there any evidence?
Calvin asked. None.
Today is very weird as most of the cameras in town are out of order. We traced it back to some strange activity in your hotel. But we couldn't get our men in. And we ignored it as it was a party hosted by your family. We believed this was a special operation, the subordinate explained, making Calvin suddenly remember. Yes, there was something like that about a VIP, but he was too busy in the morning and didn't care about that.
No, it wasn't.
What happened at the party? Calvin asked in concern.
We don't know.
About 20 people died for sure as we saw the body bags getting transported out. Some guards' legs were broken and many people headed to the hospitals with their fingers bitten off by dogs. Very esteemed dogs according to their testimonies.
General.
You should probably ask your sons what happened, then tell us. The subordinate said with some embarrassment. I will see what I can do. Tell the other generals to prepare a meeting. I might have some new info, Calvin said as he hung up and looked out of the window. He was a little in shock. What the F***ck happened today when he was at that brothel? The next morning, Victor woke up at about 10 a.m., he had slept a lot and was feeling much better. He was no longer dizzy and was sure he could control his impulses way better. He tested them by imagining Lily in a very exotic pose. Oops.
No.
He was not completely healed yet. He sighed as he ran to the bathroom.
This would take time.
After taking a cold shower to calm his nerves a little, he began to check on his girls. He was worried about sending them to the dungeon without sufficient training. But he had reasons for that. If the girls were to enter the dungeons after years of training, they would end up with generic classes like warrior or archer. But now, with them fresh out of the brothel and wanting to forge a new future away from their past, their classes would reflect both their past and their lookout to the future. Most of them would have things suitable for intelligence-gathering works. The girls were now resting and preparing to raid the boss. Alpha was giving them a crash course in boss battles with the assistance of Margaret and the twins, who were the only ones there who witnessed a real boss battle among the group. Alpha, although had the knowledge of her ancestors, she was still a noob, as the only boss battle she witnessed was that poor boss spider being drowned and poisoned by Victor.
Victor nodded.
The girls' progress was on schedule. Thankfully, there were no casualties. Just a few random injuries which were treated by that new healer girl. They didn't even need to use the healing pills he gave them. Hopefully, they would be able to survive the boss battle safely. Victor quickly changed to another blood slave.
Tom. He was at school.
Oh, today was a school day. Never mind.
Victor shook his head.
His existence there was just for shows. In fact, the members of the top powers and oligarchy have only one goal for attending the academies around the world. And it was not learning or forging friendships like the official narrative wants the world to believe. It is simple to crush the other students and let them realize the difference between the aristocratic families and the commoners. Between full players and semi-players. And even between players and the unawakened, players get automatically accepted, while the unawakened who attend the academy has to be the best of the best. The academy was created not only as a place of training the players of commoner origins, but also as a place to brainwash them into knowing their place in the world's hierarchy. Even the commoner teachers have to respect the elites like him. So not attending was okay for Victor and his cronies, but other students would be severely punished if they missed even a day. It is a very important lesson.
Life is not fair.
Tom was at the moment salivating at the new pretty transfer student. Lynn, who chose to attend the academy today, probably to be next to Victor, who at the moment was frowning as he didn't like the way Tom looked at Lynn, so he quickly issued a warning through the system that this girl was the sister of Linda, Victor's fiancée. Unfortunately, that didn't deter Tom, who kept giving her glances every now and then. He was even having some dirty thoughts about her with Linda on his bed. The system warned him again that she would kick his ass after school if he kept looking at her like that. He frowned for a moment but still didn't listen. It seems like as long as the system didn't punish him, he would keep getting cocky. Victor sighed as he decided to give him a lesson on system credibility. He didn't want to use the system to order him to stay away from her, as that might make him begin doubting it.
He had a better way.
Victor quickly communicated with Lynn, who was a little upset that he was not at school today, as she had dressed up, especially for him.
Husband.
Why are you not here today? She asked, sounding a little upset. I had to go visit my mother's family. You should have told me. I really missed you. He professionally put the blame on her.
Ah.
I wanted to surprise you. My family had accepted your condition of a double wedding.
She said. Really?
Damn, I should have been at school today. He complained, making her smile sweetly, capturing the hearts of all the guys who were looking at her perversely in class and earning themselves a punishment from the slightly jealous teacher Isabella. As long as you come to see me tomorrow, I will forgive you, she said, pouting.
Of course I will.
Ah, by the way, I want to warn you about a certain guy in class.
The one named Tom.
The black-haired hot guy in the front, Victor quickly said. The one the teacher keeps looking at? Is he banging her? She asked, looking at Tom with a scowl that didn't discourage him from turning back every now and then to glance in her direction.
Yes. He is a womanizer.
The poor teacher already fell for him after he touched her ass once. And he is probably having some impure thoughts about you. I want you to teach him a lesson, Victor said, making her feel a little disgusted and confirming Victor's guess that Tom's fate had minimal effect on his blood slaves. No problem, Lind didn't mind testing her strength. After leaving class, he would surely follow you. Take him to an isolated area and kick his ass. But keep it private and don't kill him or cause any permanent injury. Just let him know his place and tell him that you are only mine. He ordered her, making her smile again as her heart raced.
She said with a blushing face that her classmates didn't understand.
Now I have to go. Take care of yourself.
He said.
You too? She said bashfully. Victor quickly broke the connection as his nose began to bleed. He ran again to the bathroom. Damn this soul injury. After a second shower, Victor relaxed as he took out some clothes from his ring. Yesterday he left his shirt on purpose for Lily to take it. He was sure she sniffed it a few times to make sure no girls touched it. Too bad she didn't realize yet that Alex was a girl too. After that, he took his phone and called his father.
Victor.
Are you still in that stupid waterfall town? Theodore answered after a few rings. He seemed to be in a good mood.
Yes.
I wanted to try their brothel. I must have overtaxed myself.
Victor confessed. That's normal. Back in the day, I took my friends on an expedition around the continent, where we tried most of the brothels and got so many unique diseases that we had to use an advanced healing pill to cure them all. Ah, that brings back memories. Theodore recalled. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that the Von Rosens have given their answer. They would accept a double wedding. You have to go and propose to the new girl though. Her name is Lynn. Amelia's illegitimate daughter. I will do that tomorrow, when I return, Victor said. After that, you must go to New Lure City and propose to that Nova girl. You must convince them about the double wedding yourself though. When I mentioned it to them, they were hesitant. And may demand some benefits. You deal with it, Theodore said. If you fail you can marry Lynn first, then that slut Nova after a month or two. He added. I will convince them. I am calling you about my mother. She wants to stay here for a few more days. Her mother had an accident, Victor said, and could hear Theodore's sigh from the other side. You know that I can't let Lara stay there. And I don't want to leave her on the island without her mother's protection. Your stepmothers might be a little mean sometimes. Theodore said. How about you keep Lara with me? I will train her and, I think it would be better if we send her to a school. She needs to learn some social skills sooner or later. Keeping her sheltered is not good. Victor suggested. I know, but I already tried that with Alice. She went to a damn all-girls boarding school and grew up to be a huge slut. Do you know how many lovers your elder sister has? 107. She has a fucking underground arena where she makes them fight for the right to court her. Even the fiancé the family chose for her was scared to propose. Do you want Lara to end up like that? Theodore asked. Victor could hear the annoyance in his voice. No. Victor suppressed his laugh as he continued. But that's way better than a naive girl that might be scammed by some dustbag someday. Don't you remember what happened to my cousin Paulina? Uncle Patrick didn't allow her to even glimpse at men other than her family. So she ended up falling for the 40-year-old gardener who scammed her to steal one of the family's secret training manuals, Victor explained. That girl was only 16 when she ran away with her fake lover and ended up almost dead if not for the family agents saving her life. Too bad the family ordered her death for breaking the rules. Theodore was ordered to deliver the sentence. That's why he had a very edgy relationship with his brother. That was what they showed the world anyway. Victor only later learned that Theodore helped his brother and niece by facking her death. Unfortunately, the family discovered this, or they will 2 years from now, thanks to some idiot, then they would kill her for real and punish Patrick and Theodore by demoting them. Victor should probably go give her a visit, before she falls for that second idiot who would scam her again. That will not happen to her. Probably Lara is a sensible girl. Theodore hesitated. How about we let her try it for 1 semester? We will watch her secretly. If she gets off track we would pull her back for some education, Victor proposed. Oh. Do you have a suitable school in mind? Theodore asked, halfway convinced. Yes. There is an aristocratic boarding school near Vane City. How about we let her go there? We will start with letting her attend from my mansion, then we will allow her to live there once she is ready. Victor proposed. That might work. What about your mother? Are you comfortable with leaving her with those idiots she calls family? George told me some nasty things about them. Theodore asked. Don't worry, once they learn their place, they wouldn't dare to harm her. How about you leave her here until Luna gives birth? They can both return to the island after that. And the clean air around the waterfall is very beneficial for pregnant women. Victor proposed, making Theodore's eyes shine. If he left Luna here with Elena he can make them bond before they go back to the island, earning both of them an ally to confront his other wives whom he long knew had already formed a team against Elena out of jealousy. And that would give him more free time. He had to accompany Luna a lot these days and he had an AHM business party to attend. Fine. I will ask George to arrange things. I will wait for your news about the proposal. Theodore said as he hung up. Victor smiled as he put the phone away, then opened the door. He walked into the suite's living room where Alex was singing out of tune as she prepared some breakfast that didn't look edible. This suite had a private kitchen for super VIPs who can't order food for security reasons. Good morning, young master, she said with a smile. What are you doing? Victor asked. Nothing, Alex replied flusteredly, as Victor inspected some dark things that used to be eggs at some level of their evolution. What pig are you going to feed these to? He asked. They were for why, they are just tests for preparing some energy-enhancing drugs for my training. She quickly corrected herself. She was a little ashamed of her cooking. Oh. We have no time for that. Go get dressed. A man should not be wearing a pink apron. You almost made me assault you from behind. Victor scolded, making her heart skip a beat. We have to go buy a house. He added. A house? She asked as she took off her apron with a blush and then stored it in her ring. Yes. Mother intends to stay here. So I have to go shopping for a house and some gifts for the girls. Victor said when suddenly someone knocked on the suite's door. Victor looked at the door then smiled evilly. Alex, we have important guests. Go open the door, he said as he sat on a sofa casually, reassuming his arrogant young master pose. The real estate agency was the biggest in town. It was made for the service of the richest VIPs, as was evident from the grand entrance protected by muscular guards that would scare away anyone coming here to make trouble. On one clear day, a black extra-luxurious car parked in front of this grand entrance. And from within an arrogant young master wearing cool sunglasses stepped down after his somewhat pretty driver opened the car's door for him. Is this really the biggest agency in town? It seems. Somewhat lacking, the young master asked as he looked at the building in disdain, making the guards wonder if this one was a genuine customer or just here to make trouble. Isn't he a bit young to buy a villa from this place? Did his filthy rich parents send him to do their chores as commoner parents send their children to do unreasonable tasks? Yes, young master. We can't expect much from such a poor town. Although the owner of this place must be extremely cheap. I made sure to check it twice. The villa you told me about is being auctioned by this place, the driver explained in a rehearsed script, earning herself a glare from the guards. Whatever. I hope we get it quickly. This young master has better things to do. The young master said as he quickly headed to the entrance, totally ignoring the guards, who chose not to interfere. They are only here to show off their muscles. The cheap owner wasn't paying them enough to risk upsetting a real young master by mistake. Just as the young master stepped into the hall, he was greeted by a tall woman who wore a tall professional dress and adorned her thin white face with pointy glasses that fit snugly on her hooked nose. An archetypal mean real estate agent. Young master. Welcome. I am the manager here. How can I help you? The woman who recognized the car the moment it turned the corner near the agency and could smell the expensive custom-made perfume on the handsome young master quickly bowed and asked. Well, this young master is looking to buy that villa. The one on top of the waterfall, the young master said. Ah. The golden villa designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. The manager asked. Yes. That's the one. The young master said as he smiled, causing the manager to be a little charmed. She quickly shook her head. He is younger than her children. Young master. This villa is set to be auctioned next week. We can't sell it directly. The manager patiently explained. Set your price, he said casually as his white-gloved driver took out a checkbook and handed it to him. Young master. I can't. You have to understand. The manager was a little troubled. I am not here to understand. Fine. Take me to the villa then, I want to have a look, he demanded. Ah. That is possible, but I need to ask my boss, she said just as the door of the boss's office opened and a stunning guy with purple hair walked out with a fat boss. Young Master Victor, congratulations on your purchase. The golden villa itself would be happy if it could feel. It would be smiling if it had a face. Your purchase of it is the sole reason for its existence. The boss boot liked Victor openly like a dog. Yeah. I expect the documents to be sent to me this afternoon, as I have to leave town tonight, Victor said as he almost bumped into the young master standing stubbornly in front of him. Opened his eyes wide at the sight of this young master. Damn, why does he have to bump into this bastard here? It was none other than the one and only Sebastian Silver who was acting as a young master. Sure, he was putting on sunglasses, and his face appeared slightly different under disguise, but Victor easily recognized him. I thought the villa was not for sale? Sebastian asked loudly, as he glared at the embarrassed manager then at the boss, before finally stopping at Victor who was checking him in surprise before looking at his driver intensely. Hannah von Richter. Level, 15. Abnormal status, bloodline lock, 100% locked, poison touch curse. Class, alchemist. Authority, 5. Strength, 50/640. Intelligence, 50/723. Agility, 30/710. Luck, 10/24. Charm, 10/30. Order, 25. Skills. Self-heal, S. Perfect brew, S. Instant pill formation, S. Survivor, S. Alchemy, A. Plants preparation, A. Drug evaporator, A. Poison resistance, A. Sword arts, A. Staff arts, B. Dagger arts, B. Backstab, B. Perfect timing, B. Quick steps, C. Basic charm, C. Paralyze resistance, C. Burn resistance, C. Instant death resistance, D. Medicine brewing, D. Poison brewing, D. Formation arts, E. Augmented senses, E. Wolf's howl, E. Wood skin, E. Minor metal refining, F. Fate. Fate's power, A. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, rebuild your family to aid Sebastian. Total, A+. The boss waited for Victor's answer, but he quickly noticed that he was busy vulgarly inspecting the somewhat pretty driver to respond to Sebastian. He also took out his phone to send a few fake messages. The boss knew this trick. Victor was secretly filming her. She was not his type, but he quickly decided to help. The villa was not on sale. But young Master Victor owns this place now. He bought the entire company. The boss said, trying hard to please his new master. At first, he also refused to sell the villa to Victor, but at that next moment, after a brief phone call that Victor made, the previous owner of this place called him, informing him that the new owner was sitting in front of him. This young master had just bought not only them but even their parent company, the real estate developer behind the villa. That's how you do real estate. I see. But I don't care. I want that villa, sell it to me. Sebastian turned to Victor and demanded arrogantly. No. That's impossible. I don't want my future love nest to be contaminated by your midget virus. What if my children grew up like you? No way. Victor insulted Sebastian, making Hannah, who stood behind Sebastian as his driver, glare at him with a frown. How dare he? You bastard. Do you want me to break you fucking? Sebastian began to threaten angrily. The manager who welcomed him began to retreat professionally. She was going to call the useless guards. Young master. Your father wants you to return to the house immediately. The driver suddenly interrupted Sebastian's outburst after noticing the purple token hung on Victor's neck. But Hannah. About the villa. Don't worry. Certain things can only be gotten by those who are destined. We can only give up for now. She explained with a sentence that had a double meaning. Ah. Well. I will forgive you all this time. If only my father didn't want me to go back. Sebastian said reluctantly, throwing a very dirty gesture at Victor before turning to leave. Wait, Victor shouted suddenly, stopping Sebastian. Your driver is pretty hot. Do you mind lending her to me? Victor asked, earning himself another glare from Hannah, who should look quite normal now under disguise. No. Sebastian flatly refused and then turned to leave again. Wait. Victor shouted again. What now? Sebastian asked angrily. You look familiar. Did I see you somewhere before? Victor asked, making Sebastian flinch and then quickly leave the agency. I look like a lot of people. His sound trailed off as Hannah followed behind him. Although Sebastian appeared in the Mantis battle videos, the recording was done from far away, and his face was blurry. Yet sharp-eyed people might recognize him, so his master had told him to keep wearing sunglasses while outside. Sebastian quickly entered the car's back seat and looked at Hannah, who started the car. Elder sister, why did you give up this easily? He asked. He was telling that boss that he was leaving town tonight. We can just go there tomorrow, she said, taking off her driver's hat and letting his silky hair drop on her back. But we need to dig to get to your family's vault. Those idiots built that thing right over it. That's why we needed to buy the villa. We can just say that we are a renovation team sent by that Victor. You must not be impulsive and think things thoroughly. She scolded softly. Or we can just threaten him to give us the villa, Sebastian said. No, he is a Von Weiss. And from the taken he was wearing an elite member. We better do this tomorrow after he leaves. We just need to empty the vault. And adjust your disguise. If they found your identity, we might get in trouble. She added as she drove off, while hoping that she could find a cure for her curse here. Maybe she would be able to touch him at last. She looked at the grumpy Sebastian in the mirror. Even under her disguise formula, he looked so cute. 5 minutes after Sebastian left, a guy wearing a dress walked out of the men's restroom, frightening the boss, who was wondering why Victor was waiting. Did they go? Alex asked. Yeah. Thankfully you were busy in the toilet. Victor scolded. Young master, should we return to Vane City? She asked as Victor inspected her. Nah. Your current disguise is passable, just wear a wig and sunglasses. Now quickly drive me to the villa, Victor said as he gestured to the boss, who bowed and handed him the key. Didn't you want to go shopping for gifts? Alex asked as she followed Victor, who hurried outside, to the car parked at the side of the road. Later. My guts are telling me the villa has a secret, and I need to get there now, he said as he got in. At that moment, Victor's phone rang. It was Kai. Young master. We found who was the one who tried to attack you today. It was Malcolm Brown, the son of Alvin Brown, Lucas's brother. He said. Why does he want to kill me? Victor asked. Young master. Lady Iris had already cut Lucas and his father Alvin into fish food. This one was locked somewhere by his father after offending you. He got out, and seems to want revenge. You kicked his balls out of existence a while ago. Kai explained. Really? I don't remember. Victor said, he kicked a lot of balls out of existence, and can't remember each one. At a phone store in Vane City. You even killed the manager. After this guy insulted you, Kai explained. You mean that bastard was not a normal clerk? No wonder he was so cocky. I should have killed him. Duh. Victor exclaimed as Alex started the car. How did he find me? Victor asked. We don't know, young master. He had already died after you blew him up. So we can't ask him. Kai said as Victor hung up, cutting him off. Victor squinted as he looked at the road outside. Who was the one who wanted to kill him? It must be someone with access to his family database, which included all the other powers. Damn it. Sooner or later he will find out and cut that guy to pieces. In his past life, Victor only realized that his grandfather belonged to a secret organization many years later when he was tasked with rearranging old reports in the Royal Library. There, he was flabbergasted to see his grandfather's name in a report about the founders of Sunrise, one of the most remarkable spy organizations to emerge after the Reckoning. Sadly, his grandfather had passed away long before realizing the full magnitude of his life's work. Now, Victor needed to wait for his grandfather to digest the new information before initiating cooperation. Currently, Sunrise was just the seed of what it would grow into in the future. Their information was messy and unorganized, but unlike the family's censored archives, Sunrise's records were uncensored and revealed hidden truths. Victor's plan was simple: trade valuable information about the families in exchange for access to Sunrise's database. This would pave the way for a cooperative relationship between Sunrise and his own team, saving him a significant amount of time and effort. Hopefully, his grandfather would act as expected. Calvin, in his past life, had died from chronic sickness, or so the official narrative claimed. Victor suspected it had been a slow-acting poison. The potion Victor had given him not only cured any hidden toxins but also slowly rejuvenated his body and mind. It was a life extension potion, created by combining mundane herbs with a healing potion. It extended life by 100 years the first time it was used, but subsequent uses diminished its efficacy: 10 years, 1 year, a day, then an hour. After multiple uses, it became little more than a cure for erectile dysfunction. Victor had discovered the recipe in the Royal Library, tucked inside the cover of an old book confiscated from an unorthodox sect known for human experimentation. With the help of a close friend skilled in medicine, he developed the potion. It was an incredibly valuable creation, even after the Reckoning, when life expectancy had increased dramatically. Will Grandma be able to handle him tonight though? Victor wondered with a smirk as he walked down the corridor. Probably not, Lily, who materialized behind him, commented with a hidden smile beneath her veil. This girl's mind was growing filthier by the day. Was this Victor's influence or Margaret's? Are you worried about your sisters attempting their first raid alone? Victor asked, noticing the tired look in her eyes. Yes, Lily admitted, her veil hiding her true emotions. I understand. But the spies around the mansion are either dead or following us here. We can't waste this opportunity, he said with a sigh, heading back to the living room, where the atmosphere was bustling. His uncles, their wives and children had all gathered to chat with Elena and inspect the gifts she brought. Victor scanned the room. First was Aunt Olga, a widow with 2 daughters, Marley and Miley. Then his first uncle Bob, an arrogant fool with 2 sons and a daughter, Bob Jr., Rob and Katia. Katia, the family's most shameless member, was currently helping her aunt appraise beauty products. His second uncle Carl stood to the side, smoking. Among the brothers, Carl treated Victor the best in his past life. Sadly, he had no children and refused to remarry after his wife's death, leaving him with little influence in the patriarchal family. Lastly, third uncle Larry, a snake. His wife, equally treacherous, was cradling their infant son, who Victor assumed would grow up to be a snake as well. Victor ignored them all as he slid into his seat. He would have preferred to join the girls in their dungeon raid, but his role here was crucial, drawing attention away from the operation. His phone rang. Young master, this is Hilda. Miss Mira has just arrived. She was delayed by a manager at the filming set, Hilda informed him. That's fine. I've already instructed Alpha to delay the raid for a few hours. Take Mira and follow them immediately. Also, tell Arya to fire that manager and blacklist him permanently, Victor ordered. Understood, Hilda replied before hanging up. Victor sighed, hoping everything would go smoothly in the dungeon. Relaxing in his chair, he let Lily massage his shoulders while he observed the conversations around him. Elena,
Why don't you have a maid like your children? Victor's grandmother, Willow, asked, noticing Lily's attentive care. I had one, Elena replied with a sigh. Yesterday, thieves broke into the mansion, and she was injured. Oh, how unfortunate, Willow said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Doesn't your mansion have guards? I'm staying at my son Victor's mansion now. His guards dealt with the intruders, Elena explained. I see, Willow replied, glancing at Victor. She seemed tempted to probe further but refrained. Meanwhile, Victor noticed his younger cousins, Rob and Miley, teasing Lara. The situation escalated until Elle stepped in, using language far too colorful for children their age. Rob and Miley ran to their mothers, sobbing, and asking about the meanings of the vulgar words. Victor stifled a laugh. He'd have to talk to Elle about appropriate language later, but he appreciated her protective instincts. Calvin, who had slipped into the room unnoticed, was fiddling with the box station 7 in the corner. How the hell do you start this thing? He grumbled, causing everyone to freeze. Lara eagerly ran to help him, excited to bond with her grandfather.
Here, Grandpa.
Let me show you. Within minutes, Calvin was engrossed in the game world of truth, wandering aimlessly through the starter town. The family chose to treat this as an odd attempt at bonding. Later, during dinner, Katia turned to Victor. Cousin, I heard from my aunt that you work for your father's company in Vane City, she said, a smug expression on her face. Victor glanced at his mother, who had once again downplayed his accomplishments. That's partially true. My father entrusted me with managing some businesses, he replied casually.
Oh?
My boyfriend's father is the CEO of the Pyro White conglomerate. If you need help, feel free to ask, she offered, her tone dripping with condescension.
Really? What a coincidence.
My father owns 97% of Pyro White, Victor said nonchalantly. Katia's face turned red with indignation.
You're lying, she snapped.
We'll see, Victor replied, unfazed. The conversation shifted, but tension lingered in the air. Victor smiled to himself, knowing tomorrow's events would set the record straight. It's not for you, Victor said as he sat back in his car. Some girl has been having some other thoughts lately, looking at another guy, so she needs reminding who her master is. Victor said casually, making Alex look away with a blush. She was imagining things. Dirty things.
What girl?
When they reached the Carlson villa, his uncles were not there, and his grandfather was ignoring him as he played on his game console. Lily, who was happy to see her young master, wanted to hug him. But he dodged quickly and told her to guide him to his mother, who was waiting in an empty room, wanting to hear Theodore's decision. She didn't dare to phone him and ask by herself. Lily was somewhat annoyed, but she quickly followed his command. Father accepted. You can stay here for a couple of months, he said after he sat on a chair and glanced at Lara, who was eavesdropping from outside the window, forgetting to lower her head enough.
But?
Emilia asked, knowing that it was not this easy. Lara will have to live with me.
And?
Luna would come here to live with you. The air here is good for her and the baby's health,
Victor stated,
making her breathe in relief. Theodore's decision was better than she anticipated.
Ah, was this your idea?
She asked, raising one eyebrow.
Yes.
Convincing father is easier when things come to Luna, he hinted at his mother.
I brought you a house.
But I didn't realize that it needed renovation, so I will ask Kai to get you one of the villas around here temporarily,
Victor said.
There is no need, Elena complained softly, but she was pleased by her son's care. It is necessary for yours and Luna's safety. George will send you a few maids too. I already called him, Victor added, making her nod. At least she would be close to her parents. She really wants to spend some time with them and see her old friends around town.
What about Lara?
Will you be the one supervising her training? Elena asked as the little head out of the window crept closer.
No, there were two heads.
But the second one was smaller. Elle was there too. We will be sending her to school, Victor said, making both Elena and Lara surprised. But, Elena was worried, her daughter has about zero social skills. Don't worry, I will send Elle with her.
She would be fine,
Victor said as he held Lily's hand. She was a little worried because he didn't hug her. I will be taking Lara back tonight.
After dinner,
he added as he walked out of the room. Is there a private place here?
He asked Lily. I want to tell you something, he said. Let's go upstairs,
she said, guiding him to a simple balcony that overlooked the surrounding area. He quickly activated his disguise ability. The day before yesterday, I had an accident,
he said.
At the brothel? She asked worryingly.
Did he get some STD?
Is that why he didn't hug her? I left the brothel and went treasure hunting, he said as he smacked her butt, then quickly turned around, remembering to control himself.
"Ah. What happened?" she asked. "I split my soul," he said. "What?" She didn't understand.
"Well, you will not get it. But basically, I had to split my soul into two. I will need some time to heal," he said as he looked to the street, counting. "That's why I can't get aroused or angry. It's like the soul poison, my determination and control are very weak right now. That's why I was avoiding looking at you earlier yesterday. I am better now, but if I allowed you to hug me earlier, I might have done some very dangerous things in the hallway," he explained.
Ah, Lily was somehow worried but also pleased. So he still likes her. What if?
"Don't you dare remove that veil. Do you want your young master to die?" he scolded her, reading her dirty little mind.
Ah, she quickly put her hand down.
"I have a mission for you," he said, changing the subject and making her try to look serious again, but failing to remove the stupid grin from her face.
Thankfully, it was hidden. "What?" she asked.
"You will be leaving the town today with Lara and Elle, acting as if I am with you. I will stay here, for a couple of days at most."
"Ah, Alex with you?"
She was somewhat jealous but did not know why. Alex was a man, damn it. And her young master was not gay.
"What if?" "Yes."
"I can't keep you with me with all of those spies around you like flies." Victor interrupted her dirty thoughts with some annoyance. Thankfully, those idiots were now watching a show of Lily groveling on the floor as he scolded her for not taking care of his mother enough. "When would those spies stop stalking me?" she said as she looked down. She really wanted to be with him. "How many do you see?" Victor asked, subtly changing the subject.
2. "No. 3. she said.
5 agents are stalking you,"
Victor corrected her.
"The one with the newspaper on the street, the one on the branch on that tall tree. The 2 couples are at the opposite villa and the drone behind the building to the north," he said, making her surprised.
She missed so many.
"For a second there, I thought that kid hiding behind the trash can was one of them," she said, scolding herself for mistaking one. "That idiot is stalking me, not you," Victor said with an evil smile. The girls were shaking in horror as they surrounded the monster. It had been hacked about 20 times but managed to regrow its hands and tails every time they were severed with great difficulty. "Don't falter and remember our plans," Alpha shouted, making the girls quickly stabilize. No matter how scary this thing was, their mistress was scarier. "Mana, help me attract its attention again," Alpha yelled as she engaged the monster with her spear. The twins quickly began to attack in waves as Alpha tanked for them. "Team Black at 8.30, Alpha shouted as an opening appeared and one of the assassin girls materialized near the monster and struck the opening, causing sparks to fly as her dagger cut open the steel-like scales, letting the monster growl. Mina quickly arrived at that point and used her spear to deflect the monster's sharp claws, giving the assassin girl a chance to blend in the darkness again. "Mana, give your sister an antidote pill," she was scratched. Ruby heal Sky, her hands were damaged by the scales. And F** King Margaret, these snakes are gathering again. Led them away quickly as Team Blue reloaded. Alpha gave orders as she rotated with the twins. They were the only ones with a suitable fighting class for tanking.
A success.
Theta, who was vomiting blood from her mouth, shouted suddenly. At last her gamble to make the monster reveal its weakness succeeded. She was wagering her health for that. The possibility of a weak point reveal was only 1/10. The next moment, the monster bent in a strange way, revealing a red scale that existed right where the scales met the human-like parts. It was hidden and protected deeply under other scales. This was the 3rd time they found it, as it keeps changing its position.
"Camellia, how much time?"
"No mistakes this time, Theta is already at her limit," Alpha shouted after she cut the monster's hand and watched it regrow. 5 minutes and 21 seconds. "A chance of 3.15, 12 degrees up," Camellia shouted as the sound of firearms sounded near Margaret, who led the army of snakes toward a trap pit prepared by Beta and Eta. "Plan Q this time," Alpha shouted as she engaged the monster, who was howling in anger again, allowing Mana to rest and eat a healing pill. And like that, for the next 5 minutes, the girls rotated, injuring the monster. They were not sparing any effort, and it showed as the monster was getting tired too. Its movement slowed. 10 seconds, Camellia shouted. "Wind," Alpha screamed as Archie in the corner began chanting, causing the dust accumulated from the dead snakes to blow in the monster's face. Alpha quickly popped 3 healing pills in her mouth, then threw her spear at the monster's tail, pinning it as Mana and Mina did the same. All of them took their swords after that and attacked it savagely, only revealing a small opening at a certain angle where a hidden hand struck a red jewel just as it momentarily appeared there. It was Mira, delivering her first and last strike in this battle.
Boss defeated. Dungeon cleared. Congratulations.
After a weird dinner with his grandfather and grandmother, and saying goodbye to his mother, Victor left the villa with Lily, Elle, and Lara, who was reluctant to leave her mother, who gave her a long list of instructions. Victor, not wanting his mother or grandfather to ask unnecessary questions, let Alex wait in the car while wearing his wig and sunglasses despite the fact that it was already dark. She was tasked with reviewing a stack of papers that he gave her. So after getting into the shaded car and saying goodbye to everyone, the car started, then slowly left the villa complex, headed toward the highway leading to Vane City. That's what Sebastian saw. He made sure to follow the car on a children's bicycle until the highway just to make sure. He never realized that the one who was driving was Lily. And Victor, whom he was stalking, had used his camouflage ability to fake entering the car and was now making his way quickly toward the villa over the waterfall. Elder sister, he left town. Yes. Yes, I made sure to follow them. Yes, I am not a kid. I know. I will be there in a minute. After a brief call on his phone, Sebastian made his way toward the waterfall villa too, wondering what his elder sister wanted to get from there, and laughing at her calling him a kid. What would her reaction be if she knew he was much older than she believed? When Victor reached the villa with Alex, the first thing he did was to call Alpha. Anyone died? Are you all okay? He asked as soon as she answered, acting as if he didn't know. We are all safe. Some girls had some bruises, but we got a healer, so things went smoothly, she said, surprised by his concern. Are you coming to meet with us? She asked. No. Something happened. You stay at the mountain base for now. I want you to continue interrogating that idiot Klein and his men. Get anything you can on his master Troy. Victor said. I already got a lot of things. But you interrupted my work, making me go on dungeon raid, she complained with annoyance. How many levels did you get? He asked. 5. Babysitting is profitable, she replied. Your beloved Mira got most of it, as she was the one who delivered the final strike. She is now level 10. She added with some annoyance. Oh. Not bad. I will reward you with a kiss later, he said, making her spit to the side of the phone as the girls watched her and wondered who was she talking to. Now. Do you know a girl named Hannah von Richter? He asked, making her squint her eyes. If her name is correct, she should be a part of my family. But we didn't get any info on the other seeds, so I can't tell you anything about her, she replied truthfully. Then do you know about a base in the Golden Waterfall town? He asked. Oh. There is one there, on top of the waterfall. The family had left such bases that we were instructed to open when the time was right. They need my family's bloodline to be open though, she said reluctantly, knowing that she can't lie to him. Give me its exact location, he said, as he watched the street below, hoping that he would have enough time to ransack that place. Suddenly, he saw a bicycle climbing the cliff, with a pretty girl sitting on the back and clinging to a kid who was driving it. *T. Young master. These are meant. Alpha was hesitant. In his past life, Victor only realized that his grandfather belonged to a secret organization many years later when he was tasked with rearranging old reports in the Royal Library. There, he was flabbergasted to see his grandfather's name in a report about the founders of Sunrise, one of the most remarkable spy organizations to emerge after the Reckoning. Sadly, his grandfather had passed away long before realizing the full magnitude of his life's work. Now, Victor needed to wait for his grandfather to digest the new information before initiating cooperation. Currently, Sunrise was just the seed of what it would grow into in the future. Their information was messy and unorganized, but unlike the family's censored archives, Sunrise's records were uncensored and revealed hidden truths. Victor's plan was simple: trade valuable information about the families in exchange for access to Sunrise's database. This would pave the way for a cooperative relationship between Sunrise and his own team, saving him a significant amount of time and effort. Hopefully, his grandfather would act as expected. Calvin, in his past life, had died from chronic sickness, or so the official narrative claimed. Victor suspected it had been a slow-acting poison. The potion Victor had given him not only cured any hidden toxins but also slowly rejuvenated his body and mind. It was a life extension potion, created by combining mundane herbs with a healing potion. It extended life by 100 years the first time it was used, but subsequent uses diminished its efficacy: 10 years, 1 year, a day, then an hour. After multiple uses, it became little more than a cure for erectile dysfunction. Victor had discovered the recipe in the Royal Library, tucked inside the cover of an old book confiscated from an unorthodox sect known for human experimentation. With the help of a close friend skilled in medicine, he developed the potion. It was an incredibly valuable creation, even after the Reckoning, when life expectancy had increased dramatically. Will Grandma be able to handle him tonight though? Victor wondered with a smirk as he walked down the corridor. Probably not, Lily, who materialized behind him, commented with a hidden smile beneath her veil. This girl's mind was growing filthier by the day. Was this Victor's influence or Margaret's? Are you worried about your sisters attempting their first raid alone? Victor asked, noticing the tired look in her eyes. Yes, Lily admitted, her veil hiding her true emotions.
I understand.
But the spies around the mansion are either dead or following us here. We can't waste this opportunity, he said with a sigh, heading back to the living room, where the atmosphere was bustling. His uncles, their wives and children had all gathered to chat with Elena and inspect the gifts she brought. Victor scanned the room. First was Aunt Olga, a widow with 2 daughters, Marley and Miley. Then his first uncle Bob, an arrogant fool with 2 sons and a daughter, Bob Jr., Rob and Katia. Katia, the family's most shameless member, was currently helping her aunt appraise beauty products. His second uncle Carl stood to the side, smoking. Among the brothers, Carl treated Victor the best in his past life. Sadly, he had no children and refused to remarry after his wife's death, leaving him with little influence in the patriarchal family. Lastly, third uncle Larry, a snake. His wife, equally treacherous, was cradling their infant son, who Victor assumed would grow up to be a snake as well. Victor ignored them all as he slid into his seat. He would have preferred to join the girls in their dungeon raid, but his role here was crucial, drawing attention away from the operation.
His phone rang. Young master, this is Hilda.
Miss Mira has just arrived. She was delayed by a manager at the filming set, Hilda informed him.
That's fine.
I've already instructed Alpha to delay the raid for a few hours. Take Mira and follow them immediately. Also, tell Arya to fire that manager and blacklist him permanently, Victor ordered. Understood, Hilda replied before hanging up. Victor sighed, hoping everything would go smoothly in the dungeon. Relaxing in his chair, he let Lily massage his shoulders while he observed the conversations around him. Elena, why don't you have a maid like your children? Victor's grandmother Willow asked, noticing Lily's attentive care. I had one, Elena replied with a sigh. Yesterday, thieves broke into the mansion, and she was injured. Oh, how unfortunate, Willow said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Doesn't your mansion have guards? I'm staying at my son Victor's mansion now. His guards dealt with the intruders, Elena explained. I see, Willow replied, glancing at Victor. She seemed tempted to probe further but refrained. Meanwhile, Victor noticed his younger cousins, Rob and Miley, teasing Lara. The situation escalated until Elle stepped in, using language far too colorful for children their age. Rob and Miley ran to their mothers, sobbing, and asking about the meanings of the vulgar words. Victor stifled a laugh. He'd have to talk to Elle about appropriate language later, but he appreciated her protective instincts. Calvin, who had slipped into the room unnoticed, was fiddling with the box station 7 in the corner. How the hell do you start this thing? He grumbled, causing everyone to freeze. Lara eagerly ran to help him, excited to bond with her grandfather.
Here, Grandpa.
Let me show you. Within minutes, Calvin was engrossed in the game world of truth, wandering aimlessly through the starter town. The family chose to treat this as an odd attempt at bonding. Later, during dinner, Katia turned to Victor. Cousin, I heard from my aunt that you work for your father's company in Vane City, she said, a smug expression on her face. Victor glanced at his mother, who had once again downplayed his accomplishments. That's partially true. My father entrusted me with managing some businesses, he replied casually.
Oh?
My boyfriend's father is the CEO of the Pyro White conglomerate. If you need help, feel free to ask, she offered, her tone dripping with condescension.
Really? What a coincidence.
My father owns 97% of Pyro White, Victor said nonchalantly. Katia's face turned red with indignation.
You're lying, she snapped.
We'll see, Victor replied, unfazed. The conversation shifted, but tension lingered in the air. Victor smiled to himself, knowing tomorrow's events would set the record straight. Sebastian didn't expect Alex to kick his staff so quickly, but he prepared to cast another fireball when he felt a danger approaching, so he jumped back just in time to dodge a dagger that Alex threw at him.
That was close.
He didn't fear that dagger, as his body was eternal. Normal weapons can't hurt him and any injury would heal pretty fast. What he worried about was the black liquid dripping from it. He quickly readied his staff again and prepared to cast a firestorm spell, but Alex took another dagger and moved toward him, forcing him to stop and cancel it and just launch a fireball to keep Alex at a safe distance. Alex was dodging fireballs left and right, totally ignoring the villa that caught fire and began to burn around him. She quickly discovered that her current approach was useless, so she switched to the second tactic. She took out a large handgun and began firing at Sebastian, who flinched first and then stood still as the bullet slid past his skin, not even injuring him. His eternal body was bulletproof. Only highly ranked artifacts can hurt it. Soon, Sebastian noticed a problem. His eyes were not protected and that bastard was trying hard to hit them. And she was taking out a spear with her other hand.
Bastard!
Screamed Sebastian as he closed his eyes instinctively, to discover that his ears were useless too. Those bullets were extra loud. The echo made it almost impossible to find Alex's location, but he could tell that she was getting nearer. Feeling a sense of danger, Sebastian quickly began to cast fireballs around him, especially toward the bullet's direction, allowing him to force Alex, who was a few feet away from him, to step back again, but not before taking out a gasoline tank and throwing it at him. Luckily or unluckily, one of Sebastian's fireballs hit it, just before it reached him, but the explosion still sent him a few feet away as his hair and eyebrows burnt along with the furniture, giving Alex, who was ready and waiting for a chance, an opportunity to hit him with her spear right in his crotch. The reason she chose this target instead of his heart was simple. She remembered Victor's instructions this afternoon, that Sebastian was a scion, almost impossible to kill. That made her worried a lot, but he assured her again that although they can't be killed, they can be defeated, as he did with Oliver. Didn't Lily castrate that scion? She can castrate this one too. Scions are castratable. Ah! Sebastian howled in pain, as the protection talisman he wore shattered, saving him from spending the rest of his life as a eunuch. The talisman was given to him by his master when he left the sect. It was supposed to be a life-saving treasure, not a manhood-saving one. And although the spear didn't penetrate his skin, he still felt the hit. A hit that sent his body staggering, and shook his very existence. Alex was using all her power. Alex was intending to double down and castrate him for good. But a flaming beam that fell between them stopped her and forced her back a few steps. Taking the chance, Sebastian jumped to his feet and retreated with difficulty, to be welcomed by a barrage of bullets again, causing him to protect his eyes with his hand this time as his staff fell away. Damn it! He could feel it, Alex was cornering him. And the wall behind him was already burning. Having no other choice, Sebastian used his other hand to take out a black jade from his ring and then break it after a moment of hesitation, causing a shockwave that deflected the silver spear Alex threw a movement ago. It was aimed at his stomach, meant to nail him into the burning wall behind him. Sebastian slowly put his hand down as his body began to puff up, his eyes now open were turning red. He gestured with his hand, making the staff that was on the ground float to his hand as Alex, who was intending to fire at him again, changed her mind and stepped away from him. I can't believe you made me use this.
You will have to pay the price.
I will make you wish you were dead,
he said in a calm voice.
That sent shivers down her spine, especially when he began to cast a spell with some very strange language. Alex's instincts were telling her to run, so she tried but failed as chains extending from the ground constrained her. She couldn't move as she watched Sebastian utter a series of words that didn't sound human as a wave of black smoke formed above her, drilling into her body. Alex could feel some dull pain in her crotch and blood began to seep from there, making Sebastian smile evilly. This is your punishment for trying to castrate me. No, you are the eunuch.
Ha!
He yelled and began to laugh like a maniac. Younger brother.
Help! Nuu! Monster!
A girl's scream made Sebastian stop, then frown for a moment as if he was having difficulty regaining some reason. But after a moment he succeeded. He took a deep breath. He quickly looked at the destroyed room, searching for something. The hole was now under a pile of flaming rubble. The entire place was burning. He quickly lifted a slab of wood, ignoring the temperature, revealing the hole in the ground under the fireplace. Giving Alex one last look as if looking at a dead man, he jumped in without hesitation. Alex tried to move but couldn't. She just looked around as the flame approached her, and her power was drained by something inside of her. That bastard didn't spare her life. Those chains were not normal. Was she going to die here? You can't get out of those. Chains of Tricast Shadow. Some really nasty spell if you didn't know how to dispel it. You can only be lifted by losing consciousness. Victor, who was covered in soot, stood beside her.
Young master.
How? Alex struggled to speak as Victor stuck a pill in her mouth. Relax. Just relax and you will be free. The caster is locked downstairs now, so you need to fall asleep for those things to break. Thankfully that idiot targeted your crotch instead of your heart. For revenge? I presume. Victor spoke as Alex lost consciousness. The moment the chains disappeared, Victor grabbed Alex and jumped out of the villa into a stone cliff far away from the fire. Just in time before the roof completely collapsed. He carefully laid Alex next to the unconscious Hannah and then began to check her condition. The blood on her crotch was caused by that bastard intending to castrate her, but failing. Checking her pulse, Victor was sure. This was just her aunt coming early, nothing bad at all. Sebastian's spell had caused that.
Thanks to it, he was fooled.
The problem was now those nasty things inside of her. Victor frowned as he took a dispelling talisman, intending to use it, then stopping after some thoughts. He quickly replaced it with a weaker one, then took the soul pearl and placed it on Alex's stomach, then activated the talisman on her head, causing the swarm of black gas that went in her to flow out, and instinctively enter the pearl.
More food for him.
Noticing that Alex's completion became better, Victor slowly brushed her silky hair and then popped a healing pill in her mouth. She needed a reward, but he will delay that for later. Victor looked back at the villa, which was now on fire. Sebastian was now locked under the rabble, inside the vault that Victor found underground. A vault that was built from an otherworldly metal that can't be broken easily or discovered. After Victor entered that place, he found it using the shifting ring. He discovered that it was a room-sized vault filled with all kinds of treasures, some really cool stuff, so he made sure to pack it all and check the walls for any hidden chambers, which he found one with an even better treasure that suited Alpha well. By the time Hannah unlocked it from the outside and entered, the vault was spotlessly clean, causing her to stop in shock, giving Victor the chance to prick her with a needle. The first one failed due to a protection talisman, but he always prepares another one from the other side, so when she flinched and stepped back, the second needle struck her and rendered her unconscious. After that, he quickly left as Sebastian was busy firing his fireballs indiscriminately around at Alex. Victor got hit once by a burning wooden slab that fell from above as a part roof collapsed when he was leaving. He had to put Hannah at a safe distance and then hide and wait for the right time after that. And a chance came when he cursed Alex, so he screamed for help using Hannah's voice, and waited for him to enter the vault that had the illusion of a collapsed Hannah. He went straight after him and firmly closed the door that can only be opened by a Von Richter bloodline. He also stuck a soul-repelling talisman on the door, just in case. Victor rested for a few minutes and watched the villa burn as the flame traveled from one room to another. Suddenly he frowned as he could hear sirens from afar.
Time to leave.
Victor quickly grabbed the unconscious Hannah and Alex like potato sacks, then made his way down to the town where he found an abandoned building to place them and sit down for some rest after texting Lily that he would not return tonight. He was exhausted. It was 9:00 in the morning when Alex woke up. She felt some pain in her stomach, but it was not bad.
You are awake.
Victor spoke, softly.
Ah. Young master. What happened?
She asked as she looked at her blood-drenched pants. That bastard Sebastian had a stone of dark souls. I didn't expect that. He should be suffering a big backlash right now.
Victor added.
What is it?
She asked. Some really nasty stuff.
Dark wizards collect tortured and evil souls and then weaponize them. They will only leave the target when he is dead. Thankfully, I managed to lure Sebastian inside the vault and trap him underground before he realized how crazy his weapon really is. He only attacked you physically, probably intending to torture you. If he used it on your soul, you would have been dead. Oh, how did you save me?
She asked.
I didn't. I just gave you one of my soul pills and made you enter a very deep coma. Then used a dispelling talisman to kick those things out. Unfortunately, that bastard targeted your crotch with his attack, and when I arrived the damage was already done. I didn't dare to check. Victor said with a sorrowful sigh, making Alex look down with worries. There is a hospital near here, go check? I couldn't tell for sure. Maybe there is hope. Victor said as if he didn't really believe his words, pointing to a white building adjacent to their unfinished apartment. He chose this place for that purpose. I already gave you a healing pill, but you must ask the doctors, and prepare for the worst. He added with some worry. Then I will go. Alex quickly took out clean clothes and then ran away, totally ignoring the unconscious girl on the ground whom Victor was looking at. He never planned to kidnap her, he was preparing to fool her somehow, but he couldn't find a good way in time. So he decided to do this the simplest way possible, just kidnap her and then fool her later. Her alchemist class was very rare and very tempting for him.
Now, what to do with her?
He had some thoughts. But she will have to suffer a little. When Alex returned to the apartment, Victor was busy stuffing Hannah into a big bag. Appearing 90% criminal, 9% maniac, and 1% charming.
Young master, what do you plan to do with her?
Alex asked after watching for a few minutes in which Victor even used his foot to stuff the girl inside perfectly. That's the problem with martial arts practitioners. Although it was not showing, Hannah had very firm muscles. And a tall body that was not meant to be stuffed in a bag. What every sane man does when he gets a pretty girl.
Sell her,
Victor said jokingly while panting as he zipped the bag up and looked at Alex, who was looking at him with disgust. Did the doctor find you a new one?
Victor asked.
Changing the subject.
Now what? Alex didn't understand.
She looked at Victor and he looked at her. Then she got it and began to blush heavily.
No.
I didn't need anything. The doctor said I am just slightly injured. She added with a blush. She turned into a woman and walked into the hospital, where they did all kinds of tests. The result was that she was having an early period, nothing major. The doctor told her to exercise less and take care of her diet.
Oh.
Then you are still 100% a man? Victor asked with an obvious concern. You can count me as one, she answered ambiguously after some hesitation while looking at the bag. She didn't want to end up inside one. Good, Victor said as he put his hand on his chest. I was afraid that I would lose my brothel buddy, Victor said, making Alex, just for a tiny second, consider the option of smacking his perverted head off. Let's go then, Victor said as he changed his looks under Alex's surprised eyes. He was now a pretty woman with long red hair.
Where to?
Alex asked as she put on a red-haired wig that Victor threw at her. Was he seriously going to sell the girl? She didn't like that at all, but she chose to remain silent. To some very dirty place, Victor said, making her shiver a little as she looked at the bag in his hand. Abba, the man said as he drooled.
Ah.
Sorry, I gave him the wrong dose. The girl apologized in panic as Alpha hurried to her side and checked on the man. Thaw, the man bit his tongue, forcing the girl to stuff a fastener in his mouth.
Oh.
That is an interesting condition. The other one your sister handled died. How much did you give him?
She asked.
I used an entire leaf from sample number 32 added to a glass of normal wine. The girl said. She was shaking a little. Her mistress was making her do bad things.
Don't worry about him.
He is an enemy who came to kill us. And I already extracted all of the info he has. Now watch him and see if he can regain his sanity. Alpha said as she took out a notebook and began to write on it. Give him to Nora when she returns. The assassin girl wearing a headband, let her try some torture methods and test his pain receptors in this state. She added as the girl nodded, looking at the drooling test subject with some pity. Those guys were the death warriors who attacked the mansion. After a quick and very efficient interrogation using the spirit wine, Alpha decided to test the herb she found in the dungeon on them. The blue flower was not the only thing there, and all of them seemed to have some kind of effect on souls. Carry on, Alpha said as she wondered when Victor would return. She wanted to ask him about that girl Hannah he mentioned. But his phone had been off since yesterday. That place was dirty, literally, extra dirty. It was in the slums right next to a sewage outlet. It was as if no one bothered to clean this place since.
Ever?
It had that smell that stopped getting bad after reaching a certain limit and started somehow smelling
good.
It was a simple shop, made of stone carved in the rock of the riverside cliff. You see, every city in the world has one of those. Although Golden Waterfall is just a town, it is a major tourist attraction, so it also has a Von Geldstadt shop. Victor spoke as he knocked on the door. This place didn't look like a shop. A burly man opened the door and looked at the two beauties at the door.
No.
That one was a guy dressed as a woman. The guard got nervous. We are here to sell, Victor said as he noticed the guard was preparing to sound the alarm. We don't buy stolen goods. The guard said loudly. I only sell genuine goods, Victor whispered the other part of the password, making the guard relax a little and nod, then make way for them to enter. He made sure to keep an eye on Alex though. A shopkeeper welcomed them inside, then guided them to a spacious clean room that didn't reflect the atmosphere outside. There was no shop setup, just a couple of sofas and a sturdy table in the middle where Victor placed his bag and relaxed on the sofa as if this was not his first time here. How can I help you, Mrs.?
Names are not important.
I want to sell a girl, Victor said, feigning an aristocratic accent.
Oh. What kind?
The shopkeeper asked as he eyed the bag, not touching it.
A player, an alchemist.
Level uncertain, but not very high, Victor said, making the shopkeeper look at the bag with interest this time. May I have a look? He asked. Victor nodded, and carefully opened the bag to reveal the unconscious girl inside.
She is pretty normal,
the shopkeeper said after appraising her beauty.
Nothing special.
Victor nodded. While checking Hannah's storage ring, he found an ointment inside that she was applying to herself, to make herself ugly. She is very pretty though, on par with Alpha. I am selling her for her abilities, not her body. I couldn't identify her background though. Probably some rogue player. She will wake up in about 12 hours.
Victor added.
I can't price her like this, you might need to take her to the headquarters to check her class and level. The shopkeeper frowned and said, if she was pretty, he might take a risk, but she is not. I don't plan to sell her directly, I want you to sell her at the auction. I heard there will be one next week.
Victor satiated. Oh.
That is doable, the shopkeeper said with some hesitation as Victor gave him a card with a bank account. Just deposit the profits here. I am too busy to care for such stuff, Victor said casually.
I will,
the shopkeeper said, with a slight smile as he crumbled the card in his pocket only to feel the edge of a very sharp blade on his neck. No funny business, kid. Do this according to procedures, or I will make sure Calmer hears of this, Victor said as he drew back his dagger, making the shopkeeper who was going to take the girl and then sell her by himself change his mind. Only a few outsiders knew about the name Calmer, the punishment hall master of their family. And none of them were easy. I will make sure to do everything perfectly, the shopkeeper said as he quickly prepared a token for Victor with a series of numbers. This was a receipt. He cut the sleeping Hannah's finger and made her bleed on it. Victor nodded, then grabbed the token and turned, leaving the shop without looking at the bag or the shopkeeper. The disturbed Alex followed after him quickly. After that, they quickly borrowed a car and drove out of town and into the highway while keeping silent. Alex, who was doing the driving, was too annoyed to talk to Victor, not realizing that he was suffering from a backlash and was busy adjusting his breathing. At the moment he left the shop, his fate shield took most of the damage, but he was still a little hurt. But he had a smile on his face. The backlash meant that Hannah's or Sebastian's fate was successfully changed. They didn't talk until they reached some small village where Victor ditched the car and then took a random bus heading to Vane City with Alex. He was much better after stuffing his mouth with healing pills. Do you think I was cruel? Victor, who looked like an old man, now asked as he whispered in Alex's ear just as the bus started. Yes, Alex replied, not caring about his intimate moves. She was really disturbed. Don't worry, I plan to buy her back. If I took her home immediately, she would know what we did. She would hate us and would want to go get Sebastian back. I just want to distance myself from this and act as an ally for her and Sebastian, who would eventually escape. I don't want to antagonize their entire sect, Victor added. He was using his disguise on Alex too, turning her into a pretty woman. So the other few passengers on the bus were watching in disgust as that old bald man whispered in the young woman's pretty ears. Really? Alex asked, seemingly relieved a little. Yes. Remember, Sebastian is a scion, he would get out sooner or later. So if one day he came knocking on the door, I would have to play innocent as you hide in the basement, Victor said with a smile, making her freeze a little. I will go buy her at the auction next week, and I can pay a lot for her, as the money would just go from one pocket to the other. She might suffer a little this week, but no matter what, I will get her back. I am telling you this in case something were to happen to me. You have to get Alpha and go get her, he added. Is she really that important? Alex asked. No longer feeling sorry for Hannah, on the contrary, she was feeling a little jealous now. Yes. She is an alchemist, and I really need this girl for a different reason too. She comes from the same family as Alpha, Victor said. Family? Alex asked. Go ask Alpha yourself, everyone has some secrets, I will not reveal anything, he said, making her look at him with interest. Would he keep her secret too? Victor reached the villa at 3:00 p.m., where he met Lily, who threw herself at him with some wicked thoughts. Thankfully he managed to dodge just in time. But she was getting better at this, as if she were reading his mind. His soul had healed a lot since yesterday, and now he could control himself well enough to spank her without any major problems. But he could not risk anything more. Lara and Elle were watching TV in the living room. When Victor entered the room, Lara quickly stood up and bowed to him in a formal salute, then returned to the show that seemed more important than her esteemed elder brother. They were watching a show about a flying superhero with great interest. Are they really interested in flying, or just the bulging muscles of that guy? He didn't dare to ask. Young master, you are back. Hilda, who was in the kitchen, quickly greeted him after entering the room. Would you like to have lunch? She asked. No. I will take a shower and then leave for the base with Lily, keep an eye on the girls. And Alex would stay here, let him rest and only wake him up in case of emergencies. He was injured yesterday, Victor said as made an okay sign to Alex, as if telling him, I will be counting on you in the brothel next time. That's what Alex felt. Young master. Is it okay for Lara to watch TV like this? The family rules? Hilda suddenly asked. Lily said it was okay, but she had to make sure. Did she finish her exercises? He asked. Yes. Hilda nodded, she made sure of that. Then it's fine. Just let her sleep early, Victor said while thinking that this was now his opportunity to heal Lara's bloodline exhaustion problem. Maybe he should wait and let that alchemist Hannah brew the blood infusing pill after he gets her back. Although he learned alchemy before, he was a low-ranked one without a class. The class makes all the difference. Now there were more important things to attend to. Alex. Don't leave the mansion, I will disguise Lily as you. So make sure to sleep until the morning, Victor said, making Alex nod before looking at Lily. Lily, you go get the car ready. And you are forbidden from approaching my room for the next 15 minutes. Victor warned, then hurried to take a shower.
He stunk. Lily was a little annoyed but noticed how tired he seemed, so she didn't bully him any further. She had another target to bully. What did you do yesterday? She asked Alex, who was turning to leave. Did you go to that place again? Lily asked again. No. It was different. We bought a villa then. Alex hesitated. As if she were feeling guilty for doing something evil. You did what? Lily asked. Smelling something fishy. Her young master had the smell of some girl that she didn't recognize. I can't tell you. Asked the young master. Alex said as she ran away to her room. She also needed a shower. Ruby was sitting and watching the sunset from the top of the base, as they called it. It was just an old factory though. She glanced at her hand and wondered what the hell happened yesterday. What are players really? This was like a fairy tale, from saving her from the brothel to defeating that monster Lamia. She was still a little shocked. You are here too. A sound startled her. It was Theta accompanied by Mira. Yeah. I don't want to keep messing with the guys downstairs. Why do I feel like we belong to an evil organization? Ruby said with a sigh as the girls sat next to her. Because we do. Mira said, Alpha didn't tell you, but our young master belongs to one of the families who control the world from the shadows using their powers as players, she added, making Ruby look at her in shock, as Theta, who sat to her other side, nodded. Such a thing exists? She asked. Yeah. Theta replied from the other side, the one who kidnapped us belonged to that family too. In fact, the man who took me back then was the young master's dog cousin. And that fat pig baron was just a butler in their family. Theta explained, making Ruby freeze a little. Maybe she was not saved after all, just changed owner. Don't worry, the young master is not bad at all. He is just a little sloppy, Theta said with some annoyance. She had bet some coins on whether he would be waiting for them outside the dungeon. She lost. When would I be able to meet this young master anyway? Ruby asked. Maybe sooner than you think, Theta replied as noticed a car driving up the mountain. She quickly made a bet. He better not disappoint her this time. He didn't. Minutes later a large bell began to sound in the factory, or as Victor liked to call it, the base. It was to summon everyone to the main yard where a black car was slowly parking. Ruby hurried with the other curious girls and got in line under Alpha's commands. They were all watching as the car stopped and a veiled girl hurried from the driver's seat and opened the door, and a young man with silky purplish hair stepped down. Ruby had one thought in mind: he was hot. She saw men, all kinds of men in the brothel, but this young master was different. Her sisters seemed to have similar thoughts. I told you, Theta, who was beside her, whispered smugly as Alpha ordered the girl to bow. They quickly complied, including Mira and the twins. This was the protocol. The only ones who didn't were Margaret, who was just employed by him, Alpha, who didn't bow to anyone, and Theta, who also had great pride after gaining her memory back. Victor didn't seem to mind. Oh, and Archie, who was still stunned by all the pretty girls around, was there too. The black circles around his eyes were proof that he was getting some new education, but the dirty look in his eyes proved that he still had a long time to go. Relax, Victor said with a firm voice, making the girls stand up and look at him. For most of you, this is the first time seeing me. My name is Victor von Weiss, your young master, he said, as he looked at the girls. Then at Archie. That applies to you too. Did you sign the contract? Victor asked. Young master, Archie didn't continue as Alpha handed the contact to Victor. I made him do it, she said, making Victor nod as he glanced at it and then quickly stored it. Good, you will now work for me, Victor said, making Archie nod. He might have paid with his freedom, but becoming a player was worth it. That bastard cousin of his would soon feel his wrath. We will speak about what happened in the cave later. Alpha will give me a report about your performance. He added he didn't mention anything about players as the chicks were present here too. And the girls were ordered to speak nothing of this. It was a sort of training for them. Now, I will go inside and call you one by one after a while. Mina, Mana, Mira, Alpha, Theta, and Margaret, follow me inside. I need to talk to you about something, he said, then strode quickly to the office inside as the girls watched. Don't worry. The young master just wants to inquire about your class. Just answer truthfully if he asked you about anything. And try to impress him, Theta whispered to Ruby as she ran following Victor. Ruby nodded as they watched them go inside. Would she be able to be a part of his inner circle someday? First of all, I am happy to see you all safe, Victor said as he sat down with the girls at the main office that the chicks prepared for him. It was pretty lavish. This is the file about the girls' performance. Alpha quickly gave him a big file with every girl's reported class and skills. In addition to that, it had their evaluation from her perspective. Oh, not bad. But I have more important things to discuss with you, Victor said as he quickly leafed through the file. What?
Alpha asked as she took her seat beside Theta and crossed her legs. I didn't want to rush things. But the situation is getting messy outside, and I seem to have been creating enemies at an accelerated rate. I keep having this ominous feeling that something very bad will happen very soon. So, he said as he squeezed Lily's hand. She also had such a feeling. The girls frowned a little. You are my most trusted allies and followers, that's why I am telling you this. He added, making Mira feel a little shy but warm inside. She did nothing to deserve his trust. She didn't know that he spent a lot of time with her in his previous life, and knew many things about her. I am going to establish 5 secret organizations.
He went straight to the point,
making the girls, especially Alpha, look at him with interest. And I want you and the rest of the girls to be assigned to them, depending on their class and gifts. He added as Lily started brewing him a cup of coffee using a brewer that was placed there by Chick 17. Like the one I am creating?
Alpha asked.
Yes. Yours will be the first organization. It will be called the Fragrant Shadow, an information collecting organization. It is called that name for a few reasons. The first is that it would be mostly made up of girls. And the second reason is that it would be using the soul wine as its main weapon. It has a peculiar smell. And I already gave someone your contact with that name, he said, making Alpha squint her eyes. Alpha, you will be the head of this. And its target is to collect info, sell into, and build a network of spies around the world and all the families.
Victor added.
Like that, Archie?
Alpha asked.
She didn't like the name Fragrant Shadow. It felt silent but deadly. Like something dirty. Yes, I want spies everywhere. We must get those guys who were thrown away by their families and use them to our advantage. I want you to be so fearful that no one would dare assault you for fear of their darkest secrets being disclosed. Everyone has a secret,
he explained.
Alpha nodded. I want that girl Camellia.
She added. Oh. Why?
Victor asked in surprise. That girl didn't seem interesting at all. Her class is analyst, she was a great help in the dungeon. And would be a great help cross-examining the date we get. She explained, making Victor look at Lily. She was Camellia's master. You can have her, Lily said quickly.
Fine then, that's settled.
Now to the second organization. It would be called the Purple Crow. It is an assassin's organization that would be led by Lily.
Now,
due to a certain problem, Lily would not be able to manage it for now, so the vice leader Nora would be responsible for it. Victor glanced at Lily, who nodded. Those Von Krone spies were getting annoying lately, not letting her leave the mansion without her young master's disguise ability. She was wondering how her young master was planning to get rid of them. You will have to populate its rank with all kinds of scum, and only the most trusted would be allowed into its secrets. And no one should know who the true master is.
Victor added.
Don't worry, young master. My sister has already found quite a few bad kids who need education. We have already begun training them, Lily said.
Wait.
Your sisters left some criminal kids unsupervised and came here? Victor asked as he turned to Lily. Yup, we are training them using the oldest method in the book. We threw them in a cave with limited food, and we will let them fight it off. About 50% should survive. She added, making the rest of the girls shiver a little. Was her perception of death always this screwed? Isn't that a little cruel? Mira hesitatingly asked. She knew about the family's training, her father told her.
But still.
Don't worry, those kids are bad. The kind that would slit your throat in your sleep to get the phone under your pillow. If they die, they deserve it, she said, making the girls relax a little. Wouldn't controlling those scumbags be problematic? Margaret asked this time. Not if you implement a bomb in their bodies, Lily replied, making the girls shiver again as they looked at Lily with some fear.
Don't look at me like that.
It was the young master's idea. Kai was the one who got me the bomb from the family's laboratory.
Lily complained. Okay, that's enough about that.
Victor quickly changed the subject. The third organization would be called Golden Dragon. It will be headed by Arya.
Victor said.
I want to be a part of this. Margaret quickly interrupted. I didn't say what it was for yet.
Victor exclaimed.
Isn't it a financial organization to build wealth and launder your dirty money? Margaret asked, making Victor nod. True, that's a part of their mission. Then I want that. Using my body to attract snakes in the dungeon is enough fighting for me. I now want to use it to attract real money, she said with a seductive smile, causing Victor to look at the file on the table, hiding his unsettling soul.
Fine then.
But you must know that Golden Dragon will be separate from my normal business. I will not be backing them directly. And no one must know that they belong to me.
Victor warned.
I am prepared, Margaret said. Do you want to get away from the family? Mira asked, a little surprised. Wouldn't young masters usually use their family's power?
Yes.
The family situation is very turbulent, and my position in the family might change at any moment, so I want to make sure to be able to have my own force before that. And this is better as I really hate the fact that those guys are following my every move through my finances.
He added.
Wouldn't making Miss Arya or Margaret the head of a financial organization sends a clear message that it is yours?
Mana asked.
It is a secret organization. Arya and Margaret should find some pawn to put in the management position. They would be responsible for the management behind the scenes. And I want the organization to engage in player merchandise trade too. Though at a smaller scale first.
Victor said.
If you are trusting me with all that money, I might get greedy and take the company for myself, Margaret quickly said with a cheeky smile. Then I would get greedy too and take your body for myself after that, he said, making her chuckle, and making the girls a little jealous of their open flirting. Especially Lily, who considers Margaret her main love rival, not having met Lynn yet. That gave me an idea. Victor suddenly said, sticking the table with his palm. Maybe we will do a play where I dump you and you swear for revenge. Or even better, a little act of you stealing my money and dumping me if the family ever punished me. He added, making her nod. She didn't like it, but that would solve the problem of her connection to him. Then the fourth organization? Mina asked quickly to stop the flirting between them.
The Master's Fist.
It would be a criminal organization, responsible for recruiting criminals and smugglers. Its target is to provide hands for any client who pays well. Especially the other organizations we created. Victor said, I will leave it in the hand of one of the chicks. Until I get someone more suitable. He said as he looked at the girls. None of them wanted anything to do with that. Should he scam another girl?
Ouch.
Lily was pinching his arm. She read his dirty thoughts. Was his expression this obvious?
And the fifth? Lily asked.
It would be a free players guild, Victor said with an evil smile. Guilds would not appear until after the reckoning, but he plans to make one secretly earlier.
Like in games?
Wouldn't that go against the Players' Council's rules? Alpha asked as her eyes sparkled. The Players' Council was her enemy. There are already a few hidden guilds. We will also keep it a secret for now, just recruit trusted and rough players with no backing. Theta would be responsible for it with your sisters. As no one really knows that you work for me, and you might even be able to use this against your family. Alpha would help you find a suitable base. Victor said, making Theta frown a little, then squeeze her fist and nod. She was feeling useless lately. And it was about time she started working to get what should be hers. But how can we get enough money? The stuff you gave us and we stole from the brothel is already spent on the girls, buying this mountain, and expanding this place. We need more untraceable money.
Margaret asked.
We can steal a little more from that guy Troy when we get rid of him, maybe make it as a theft. And I already have a scheme to launder some money. The family might even cut me off a little after that. In a week or two Alpha will accompany me there. Victor replied mysteriously. After that, I will give you some projects to start. In a year or two, we should be rich enough to not worry about financing. He added, making Margaret look at him with interest. Wondering what his plans were. What about us young masters? Don't you have some work for us? Mina asked after some hesitation. He didn't give them any missions. The two of you should just be personal maids. You can also warm my bed. Isn't that enough? He asked, making them blush. That was enough. I will also task you with taking care of this base and the mansion. Just supervise the work.
He added. What about me?
Mira asked this time after getting some courage. Other than also being my bed warming maid, I have a plan for you. But it is still too early for it. But I will need you to be a great actress first.
The best of the best.
Arya should have already shown you the script I sent her.
Victor said. She did. But young master.
Is it really okay to film something like that? I didn't know it earlier, but now that I am a player. Isn't this new movie about a poor girl becoming a player and then fighting her evil boyfriend who became a demon in a dungeon? She asked, diverting the talk from the bed warming maid thing. It was still too early for that. They have to hold hands first. And why does he keep avoiding looking straight at her?
Was she still dirty from the dungeon? She had already showered twice.
Her skin is already looking tender.
Exactly.
I want all people who become players to use your movie to explain to others what players are. I even have some nice candidates for the evil boyfriend. His charisma and luck would make this movie a success. Victor explained, making Mira and the girls frown, not really getting what he was talking about. You will know what I meant at the right time, he said. Now, let's examine the girls one by one and decide which of you would manage them.
He added.
It was time to find what he had got. The first one to enter was Beta, who was a little nervous. You got back your memories? Victor asked.
She nodded. My name was Triss, but if possible, I don't want to use it ever again, she said while keeping her eyes down. I don't mind. But the past is the past, just remember that. And if you have any unsolved problems, tell Alpha or Lily when you feel ready. Victor said with a soft smile. Those girls all had dark pasts. Now, what's your class? He asked, although he already knew. I am a sharpshooter, she replied, making him smile. Ever since Hilda began to train the girls in firearms, he had noticed that she was a little too trigger-happy, as if she found her calling. And that was quickly reflected in her class. That's good, I am dividing the girls into many teams. I will assign you to work with Theta to create a guild. Are you okay with that? Victor asked. Beta nodded quickly. As long as I stay with my sisters, she added with some embarrassment. That would be up to them, but I think it is a good idea for all of you to form the core members of this new guild, Victor said as he wrote something on the file in front of him, then took out a ring and gave it to her, making her freeze for a second. This is a gift for you. It is a storage ring like the one Alpha and Theta were using, Victor said, making her a little ashamed of misunderstanding. It is also a sign that you are mine from now on, he said, making her blush as she realized that she didn't misunderstand at all. She didn't mind as she quickly took the ring and put it on her finger. She wanted him to do it but was too embarrassed to ask with the girls smirking at her. That's all. Unless you want to tell me something? Victor asked. No. Young master. She quickly bowed and left the room with a flushed face. She wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, none of the girls will. Ruby watched nervously as the girls entered the room one by one and then left with a blush and a ring on their fingers. WTF. She tried to ask a girl she knew well, but that girl only blushed with a dreamy look, telling her that she would know once she entered. Would she also get a ring? If it were from that hot young master, she didn't mind at all. But can he really take care of all the girls? Was she really worthy of him? What was she thinking? Ruby, a voice called Ruby. Ruby. Why are you so absent-minded? It's your turn. A girl who left the room with a broad smile poked her arm, startling her. It was her turn. She got a little nervous as she straightened her clothes, then pushed the door and made her way inside, where young Master Victor was sitting at his desk sipping on a hot cup of coffee. He looked dashing. Let's see. Ruby, right? Victor asked with a smile that made her little heart skip a beat. Yes, she said. Your class? He asked. A healer, she said as she noticed something wrong. He seemed a little injured. Was it her imagination? Can you tell me about your past? He asked. I don't know my parents. I was raised in an orphanage. I met Rob, Theta there. We were sold to that baron, then I had to work at that place for 6 months when Mistress Alpha came and saved us, she quickly summarized. Oh. How many customers did you service there? Victor asked rudely as he inspected her. She should have been angry as he was using the same gaze those filthy men used, but she was not. A lot, she said as she looked down in shame. Don't get me wrong. I am just curious why you are lying to me, he said, making her freeze and then look at him, not daring to speak as the girls who surrounded him looked at her with some hostility. What does the young master mean? She asked, a little ashamed. An eldritch healer is a very peculiar class, he said as he gestured to Alpha, who was about to slit Ruby's throat to step down. I didn't use it against any of the girls, I just healed them normally, she said as tears welled in her eyes as she looked down. When she saw her class and skills in the dungeon, she instinctively knew how evil they were. It's okay. I know. Victor's voice sounded this time next to her. As in the next moment, she felt her head buried in a warm chest. Just don't lie to us again, we are your family from now on, he said, making her eyes tear a little more, wetting his thin shirt, making it transparent, and revealing his firm muscles behind it. She quickly stepped back in embarrassment as she noticed that. He smelled nice though. Still no skill, he murmured as he appraised her. Name, Ruby. Level 3. Class, Eldritch Healer. Authority 3. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 26. Luck 13. Charm, 27. Order 10. Skills. Status Absorb, A. Eldritch Heal, C. Minor Soul Absorb, C. Fear, D. Pain Tolerance, D. Flesh Eating, E. Charm, E. Sexual Arts, E. Spear Arts, F. Kissing, F. Dagger Arts, F. Minor Curse Arts, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, F. Fate's Direction, Neutralizing. Fate's Design, Undefined. Total, F. Skill.
she asked, but he ignored her and changed the subject. Are you feeling fine now? He asked. She kept her head down, not realizing how overpowered her class might get if she were groomed the right way. Don't worry, from now on you will work for Theta. Is that okay with you? He asked as he glanced at Theta, who smiled sweetly at him. Yes, she nodded. She liked Robin, she was her first and only friend. Then take this. You are now mine, he said, as under the girl's envious eyes he took a ring and personally placed it on her finger, making her almost faint of happiness as she looked at it. She always dreamed of such a day when she was at that place. Not like this, but she didn't mind. Now, do you know what the Eldritch Heel means? He asked softly, waking her up and making all the girls listen carefully, except Alpha, who knew what it meant. The system says it allows me to heal any damage on the target, but I have to sacrifice something of equivalent value, she said. Exactly, a normal healer uses his mana, but that limits him to his level. You are different, you can use anything with energy. Even living beings. Your level will affect just your speed. He said, you must promise me though, never use your own health or soul for that, he added as he patted her head softly. She said as she enjoyed the feeling of his hand. Take this, he said, handing her a bag of gems. Try to use them in exchange for healing my soul. I was injured a few days ago, he said, making the girls look at him again. Is this why he felt strange today? Would you trust her like that? She already lied to us. Alpha suddenly asked angrily. She knew quite well how scary Eldritch classes were, all of them had some pretty evil soul powers. I trust her. She is already mine. She would never betray me. Would you? Victor asked Ruby casually. The reason he didn't fear her was due to his authority. Any status skill affecting skill or curse would need his approval, so she can't hurt him. He was also very curious about her. What kind of suffering did she have to go through to get such a class? Never. Young master, she said with a blush as she felt a strange warmth in her heart. Hopefully, he will not betray her too. Malcolm's bloodied fingers slid from the throat of the now dead boy in front of him. He didn't want to kill him, but he would never risk having mercy on his enemy again. Never again. He sighed as he looked at the corpse under the dim light coming from the candle that was slowly burning on the floor. He first thought that the kids those evil assassins girls brought were like him, orphans who only got into crime life by sheer bad luck. But he couldn't be more wrong. Most of those are fiends in human flesh. They were the worst of the worst. He helped a girl who was bitten by a snake yesterday, but that *TCH not only did not thank him, she almost stabbed him with a screwdriver when he finished bandaging her leg. Thankfully, the screwdriver hit the practice book in his abdomen, giving him a good chance to step away from the girl whom he left and ran away. She was 1 or 2 years younger than him. When did she have the time to get this evil? This morning the boy who was now dead at his feet tried to kill him too by tricking him. But he was ready this time when the boy tried to stab him and strangled him. This was his first kill. But after staying here for 3 days, he didn't feel remorse as he rummaged through the boy's clothes for food. He was starving. Thankfully, he found a chocolate bar that the boy was saving. He quickly ate as he retreated to his hideout, a small hidden chamber in the cave that can only be entered through a well-hidden passage. He sat there, then took out a candle that he got from that kid in addition to the now damaged practice book and began to practice the shadow steps explained in it. He will need this to survive. One of the girls gave it to him before throwing him in the cave. She told him that he was the weakest one here, and this was her gift for him as her first disciple. He didn't feel any compassion for her. But still, he needed to learn this. How long would the evil girls keep them locked up in here? What if they forgot about them? He really wanted to wait by the cave's locked entrance, but that place was the most dangerous spot. In order for Ruby to heal him, Victor went to the not-so-little bedroom connected to the office and took off his shirt. He silently thanked his late brother Nick for such a considerate arrangement, as he carefully sat on the bed. Victor wanted this done with the healing quickly as he was beginning to have a hard time not looking at the hot girls entering his office one after another. Margaret and the twins wanted to watch the healing process, but Victor only allowed Lily inside to guard the door. Ruby blushed as she carefully sat beside him and looked at Victor's bare chest. Although this was not her first time seeing a man naked by a long shot, no one in her memory could compare to Victor. He was dashing. She carefully put her hand on a certain point above his navel where he instructed her and began to focus her healing energy as the bag of gems beside her became empty. The healing took 15 minutes. Unfortunately, despite having enough gems for energy, a soul injury was very demanding, and Ruby was only able to heal about half of it. In the end, she collapsed on Victor's chest and lost consciousness. That was to be expected, as Victor literally split his soul in half. Victor slowly sat down and then let the fainted Ruby lay in his place as Lily helped him wear his shirt back. Did it work? She asked. Somewhat.
Let her rest for a while. Let's continue the interviews, he said as patted Lily's head and then slowly removed her veil to test his self-control. He could look at her safely now. But not for long, as his self-discipline was now only comparable to a normal pervert like Tom. After 2 minutes and 12 seconds, Victor let go of her, then quickly turned and hurried to the office while wiping the blood off his nose. Lily carefully put her veil back with a chuckle. 6 hours later, the interviews were over. Victor looked with satisfaction at the chart in his hand. The 63 brothel girls, in addition to Beta, her sisters, and Camellia. A total of 70 new players were added to his team. Beta and her sisters all got fighting classes, which probably has something to do with their bloodline. The brothel girls had varying ones, just as he wanted. Some had generic ones like cook and maid, while others got some seduction, charm, and interrogation-oriented ones. He doesn't plan to let them serve any men though. He's a selfish boy who doesn't share his toys. In addition to that, there were 7 sorcerers and 5 tamers, which was not bad at all. Only 3 other girls were really interesting: Ruby, an eldritch healer, a dark paladin who had some interesting hobbies, and a curse witch named Tina whom Victor didn't like at all. She had a very, very dirty mouth. According to her, she cursed a lot at the men in the brothel and it became a bad habit. He was forgetting someone. No, not Archie. Victor turned and looked at Mira, who was competing with Lily, massaging his shoulders. Now that his soul was somewhat healed by Ruby, he can enjoy his hobbies again to a certain extent. I totally forgot about you, he said as he took a ring and before she could comprehend what happened put it on her finger. It was a little different from the ones he gave to the brothel girls earlier, as if it were of a higher quality. Ah. Thanks, she said as she blushed. Why are things always reversed with him? She asked herself, shouldn't they date a little first? Train your skills secretly and don't tell anyone that you became a player, not even your father, as he will report it to the family, Victor told her. Why? Mira asked. She didn't like hiding things from her daddy. They will ask unnecessary questions. And in case of a family emergency, I would have to get all the players under me to serve the family. They already know about the twins, Hilda, Arya, and Lily. That's already a lot of player servants for a normal heir. They know about Kai as well, Lily interjected. That guy can go and die for all I care. I don't care about men, Victor replied. What about me, young master? Margaret asked. I filed you as an employee. They have no power over you. And they don't know about Alpha, the girls, and Alex. You should know that. He quickly clarified. I didn't mean that. I meant my gift. Where is my gift? Didn't you bring me something from your trip? She explained, extending her slender hand as Lily squeezed his shoulder a little stronger too. She wanted hers too. Alex had already told her that they went shopping for gifts. Oh. I almost forgot, Victor said as he took a big bag from his storage ring and began to rummage through it. First, Margaret. This is for you, Victor said, giving Margaret a weird-shaped antique hairpin that had a big gem in it. This is? She asked, realizing something. Yes, it is an artifact. It is an escape artifact. It is called the Wing of Mir. The jewel takes about a week to recharge, which gives you a chance to use it once to escape danger and insta-travel to a distance of 2 miles. When I saw it, I thought of you when you were escaping from those horny goblins at the dungeon back then, he said with a smile, making her blush. True, this thing was extra useful if she bit more than what she can chew while fighting. Now, the next one is for both of you, Victor said to the twins as he took 2 identical bracelets. Those 2 are called Omega Switch bracelets. They can allow you to switch places in an instant. I thought they could be useful in battle in case one of you got injured, he said as they put them on with a smile. They are both a rank, but have the restriction that requires the 2 wearers to be about the same body build, so make sure that you stay slim. If one of you got too fat, they will not work, he said, making both of them glare at him. Don't worry, we will get fat together. They spat at the same time and then began to chuckle. Suit yourselves, he sighed as he took a very old huge crossbow and threw it to Theta. She could barely receive it. This is? She asked with some annoyance as she had some difficulty holding it. It was as tall as she was. It's obviously a very old crossbow, he said, making her pout. It has a very low accuracy, he added, making her eyes shine. Thanks, she said. Using this thing, she bet on massive critical damage in exchange for the accuracy rate. She was not entirely happy though. She wanted something more feminine. Take this too. I remembered you when I saw it, he said, giving her a cat-shaped hair ornament. It was not an artifact, but she smiled sweetly when she got it. She really likes cute stuff. Now, what is left is this. He took another thing and threw it to Alpha. I think it suits you, he said as she caught the metallic ball-shaped artifact with a frown. It had trace lines like some circuit diagrams on its brass-colored shell.
It looked very mysterious, as if it were something from a video game.
What is this? A bomb? She asked. You don't know?
I got it from your family's vault.
He asked. No.
We don't have info about all the treasures our family got. That would require too much knowledge transfer from different people. That would hurt us as babies. They only teach us about the important treasures.
She explained.
This is an SSS-ranked treasure.
Isn't that important enough?
Your family was placing it with the rocks and minerals. They didn't know what it was. I guess they didn't have an appraiser with enough authority. He said, pointing to his eye.
It is an eye? She asked.
Yes, this thing is super amazing. It is called the Sky Eye. Something in its description about being one of the 21 immortal eyes. He added without care. What does it do? She asked as she licked her lips. For others, they might need to sacrifice an eye to try it, but for her, she was already missing one.
Try it, he said.
She hesitated as slowly removed the eye patch, making the girl gasp at the sight of the ugly scar left on her face reaching from her eyebrow to her cheek. That Titus was a monster. She didn't need to push the artifact in, as just as it was close enough to her eye socket it shone and like mercury, it flew inside making Alpha scream in pain and fall to her knee as she held her head covering her eye socket with her hand. The girls were a little scared but watching Victor's calm face, they calmed down too and waited. It took 5 minutes for her to stand up again and open her new eye that shone with blue light as she looked around. She looked very menacing with it. The eye has 3 functions. First, it can let you look and survey anything around you in a sphere of 5 miles as if you were looking from the sky, Victor explained. The second is that it has A-level appraisal powers.
And, well,
I will not reveal your secrets. He stopped talking as she glared at him. This is for you, Mira. Seeing that Alpha sat down and began to test her new eye, Victor quickly took out a pair of earrings and gave them to Mira. They are just normal earrings. But I thought they looked mystical and suited you well. He said, making her take them with a blush as Lily, who was still expecting her gift, glared at Victor. And finally, my Lily, Victor said as he took a gold chain that had a golden pearl at its end, making Alpha look at it with great interest. This chain is a protection artifact. But the most important thing is not it, he said as he put it by himself on the blushing Lily's neck. He had attached the soul pearl to the indestructible chain he got earlier from his family's vault. The pearl is more valuable. Much more, he explained, then said the next few words only in Lily's ear. It contains half of my soul. It is already yours, he said, making her open her mouth in surprise. Then, blushing more, she stroked it carefully with a smile, making the girls wonder what this was. Before they could ask, they were thrown out of the room. Now, you girls can go arrange your teams. I need to talk to Alpha privately. Oh, and take Ruby, who is eavesdropping behind the door with you, Victor casually said, making all the girls look at the bedroom door, where Ruby, who woke up 30 minutes earlier, was supposedly hiding. Victor, Lily, and Alpha were the only ones left sitting in the office as the girls left. What happened to that Hannah? Alpha quickly asked. Although she never met her, she cared about her family members and was sure Victor would not let that girl escape his clutches. Lily perked her ears too. Was that Hannah the owner of that unique smell on her young master? That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Victor said as he began to place a series of things on the table. About 30 artifacts. I raided the vault in Golden Waterfall Town. Most of the things are just materials and pills. Those are the artifacts I found there. I want you to specify which ones you know about so that I can auction them. Alpha frowned. Why would he auction the good stuff? She will play along for now. I know about 3, the truth glasses, the blood mace and the 3-edged sword, she said, making Victor quickly put them to the side and store the other in a ring, then throw it to Alpha. Use those to arm your girls, he said. What about Hannah? And why are you planning to auction those things? She asked. I am planning to get that girl to join my harem team. I can't let her find out that I was the one who drugged her and raided her family vault, Victor explained. You drugged her? You are going to scam her too. Alpha looked at him with contempt. What did you do? Gave her to some gang and now you will go play hero and save her? She asked. I thought of that possibility, but she would be a fool if she fell for it, he said. I just left her to be auctioned off and would go buy her and launder some money in the process. The auction is next week and you will accompany me, Victor said, making Alpha look at him as if she wished she could strangle him. He had just sold her cousin and was 100% cool about it. Isn't that a little cruel, young master? Lily was the one who asked this time. No. I bet she would have done worse to me if I fell in her hand. And she is an alchemist. I need her. I can't let her go and save that bastard Sebastian, Victor said. Sebastian? Alpha exclaimed. Ah yes. I almost forgot to tell you.
That fool was with her too. Didn't I tell you before that he is a scion with a fate to steal all of your family's heritage? That's what I believe anyway. How can a man end up with fateful encounters with two heirs of the most wanted family on the planet otherwise? He explained, making Lily look at Alpha. What did he mean by most wanted family? He never told her a thing about that. Maybe she would ask him later. She thought as she touched the pearl on her chest. Sebastian, that scumbag was fooling Hannah too, calling her elder sister. Hee. That guy must be at least 10 years older than her. Victor said, making Alpha frown. What did you do to him? Wouldn't he be after you? She asked. He only fought with Alex. And as expected of a scion, despite being a lot weaker, he almost castrated him. Thankfully, I managed to trick him into the vault and lock him inside without letting him see my face. Victor said, making Alpha blink and then nod. That is feasible. The family vaults are indestructible. Wouldn't he have some artifact to ask for help? She asked. The vault is pretty much impregnable without the right bloodline to open it. And I doubled down with an S-rank sealing talisman. Even if that bastard died, his soul would be trapped inside. Victor explained, though not really sure if this would be enough. He quickly took his phone and texted Kai to build a resort on top of the ruins of the villa, and to make sure not to dig anything, just level the ground and build over it. Oh, and to make sure that the toilets would be in a certain position. No one would think of digging down a toilet. What are you writing about, young master? Lily asked. Just making sure that no one would dig up that vault for the next 20 years, Victor said as he pressed send. Are you sure? Kai replied. Just do it. Just make sure no one digs below 1 meter. Victor sent again as the girls watched. Alpha, if there is nothing else you want to ask about, you can go see how many of your girls were left. Margaret would probably take all the useful ones. Victor said, making Alpha stand up, shoot him a glare, then look at Lily and leave the room without a word. Don't blame her, she is just jealous of you, Victor said to Lily just as Alpha was closing the door, making her almost stumble. What kind of bullshit was that bastard spouting? She quickly shut the door with all of her strength, making the entire factory shake. Young master, you must stop teasing her like that, Lily said as Victor chuckled. Alpha is a unique kind of girl. She has been through a lot, so the best way to make her really like me is to keep myself always in her mind. He said. I don't think she is liking you, Lily interjected. Don't worry, I am just setting things right for now, he said with a smile. He had a certain theory he needed to test, and Alpha would make a great subject, but that is for later, young master. What did you mean by saying that Alpha's family is the most wanted family on the planet? Lily asked. Well, I promised her not to tell. But if it's you, that's okay. Victor said, her family is called the Von Richter. Have you heard of them? Victor asked. Lily shook her head. They did some very nasty things in the past. Alpha said they were framed. Anyway, the council declared them an enemy, and their family was uprooted, leaving just a few hidden heirs. So if anyone knew who Alpha really was, she would be in grave danger. Make sure not to tell anyone, Victor said seriously as Lily nodded. Now, I have some news. Some of them are bad, some are not, he said as he turned to look out the window. A few days ago, I had a conversation with my father. He said that due to the family's situation, I can't marry you as the main wife right now. Victor said with a sigh. I don't care about that, she said as she looked away while touching the pearl on her chest. According to his orders, I will be proposing to a certain girl tomorrow at school. He said, making Lily gasp and look at him. I understand. That's the young master's commitment to his family, she said casually, hiding her annoyance. Her name is Lynn. She is Linda's sister or cousin. Something like that. That's the official story anyway, Victor said. Official? Lily, despite her annoyance, had to ask. Well, this is a secret that I shouldn't know, but Lynn is the real Linda, and that Linda who ran away was just a maid that took her place because she was sick, Victor explained, making Lily a little shocked. Can such drama exist in real life? Really? She asked. Yup. I met her before. She is a good girl who suffered a lot. I think the two of you will be good friends. And I will only marry her as a concubine, so you don't have to be worried about your position, he said, making Lily glare at him and then nod. She never cared about titles, as long as she can stay with him. I understand. She repeated. After that, I will go to Nulur City and propose to a second girl. He added again, making her freeze again, then squeeze her little fist hard until her knuckles turned white. A second girl? Young master. How many girls are you going to propose to? She asked with a little sour voice. My father told me about them when I met him a few days ago. He wanted a double wedding to boost his image. You heard him when he told me about her the other day. Her name is Nova.
So? Just 3 for now, he said, putting the blame on his father.
For now. Wait. 3.
I understand, she said as she looked down in grief. Her young master is a pervert.
A bad big pervert.
Why are you sad? This is good for you, he said, making her look at him with an angry frown, not knowing what to say. Was he making fun of her? That girl Nova, didn't hear what father said back then? She cheated on her fiancé with some stupid guy.
Victor said. Yeah.
What does that have to do with me? Do you want her to cheat on you too? She spat with some anger.
Not that.
She will never accept to marry me, as she loved one is a scion who goes by the name Thomas Watson, Victor said, making Lily, who was looking out of the window, look back at him with wide-open eyes.
Tom? That peeping Tom? She asked. Yes.
Bad taste, I know. Imagine what would happen if I told her that I know who her beloved is.
He said.
You will blackmail her?
Lily asked.
On the contrary, not only will I help hide him from her family, but I will also help her meet and elope with him, Victor said. If she believed you, she would do exactly as you tell her to.
But what is that good for?
She will not fall in love with you. Not very easily anyway, Lily interjected, getting a little angry again. You missed the point, my dear Lily. I don't want her to love me. I want her to escape the wedding, he said as he caught Lily's hand and dragged her toward him and making her blush.
Escape? Why? She asked.
Because the wedding will carry on with or without her. Many important guests are going to attend. It would not be a good thing for the families involved if the bride escaped, Victor said, making her frown a little. She was getting at something there. You want to sabotage the wedding?
No.
If you made all the parties corporate.
You want to, yeah.
She froze as she looked at him in shock. Her young master is simply too evil. It would be very risky, and the plan needs some things ironed out. He said, I already told you, the only way to keep us together is marriage, and this is a great chance to let some members of your family bear witness to that.
So,
he said as he got on one knee. Will you marry me? He asked with a bright smile. It was already a little late when Lily woke up the next morning. To her surprise, she was not the one hugging her young master, he was the one hugging her. Was he doing this on purpose?
Probably not. He always keeps his cool. He is very cool, super cool.
She blushed as she remembered his awkward proposal last night. He was amazing. Too bad that after that he had to spend the rest of the night arguing with Alpha, Theta, and Margaret on how to divide the girls. Thankfully, he allowed only her to stay with him for the night, saying that he still can't handle more than one girl. She liked it this way. Young master, she slowly poked his sleepy face with her jade finger.
He looked cute as he drooled.
Her sleeping face made her realize that he was young. He always acts all bossy, but he was a few months younger than her. What? He asked, still lazily hugging her without opening his eyes.
We are late to school, she said in a soft voice. Oh.
Let them wait. This young master is sleepy, he said as he hugged her tighter and went back to sleep. She smiled mischievously. Now that she has done her duty, she can enjoy his embrace without a guilty conscience. It was 12:30 when Victor reached the school and quickly headed to his class with Lily, Margaret, and the twins who didn't dare to wake him up and insisted on waiting for him. The class was in session, and teacher Isabella was in full swing explaining dungeons.
Now,
don't ever enter a dungeon in the wild without knowing its rank, wait for an appraisal. You don't have to worry about raiding rights as the discoverer enjoys 9.3% of the loot and mining rights no matter who. She was interrupted as the classroom door was kicked open by a lazy young master. Sorry to interrupt, Victor said, then quickly headed to his seat with his entourage who has also been skipping school for the last few days. Suddenly everyone discovered a problem. The new girl Lynn was occupying Victor's seat. No one cared before as Victor was not here. Teacher Isabella expected a fight or an argument. She was wishing for one, Tom too. But nothing like that happened. You must be Lynn, Victor said. And you must be Victor. She replied as she watched him go on one knee and take a ring and offer it to her. Marry me, he said under the eyes of his flabbergasted classmates and teacher. WTF was going on here? Was he really proposing? Right here? The girl gasped in shock as the boys looked at him with jealousy. Okay, she replied with a big smile as she watched him put the ring on her finger without waiting for her answer. Tom was jealous, but not as much as his lovely teacher Isabella, who was still single despite her recent adventures with him. Did you finish with your drama? I have a lesson to teach, Isabella, who couldn't take it anymore, scolded with some jealousy. Not yet, Lynn replied as she surprised everyone and jumped from her seat into Victor's arms, hugging him, then kissed his lips. She had been waiting for this moment since that day in the basement. Lily was annoyed, and so were Margaret and the twins. Zoe, who was acting as if she didn't see a thing, was blushing heavily. She had already been informed of the coming engagement, but seeing it live felt different. Tom was cursing silently as his friend Peter was trying hard to learn from Victor. The rest of the girls in class were blushing as they watched from between the fingers that covered their blushing faces. Most of them were sheltered princesses who never touched a man before. Just when teacher Isabella was pondering if she should scold them, something happened that was beyond her wildest imagination. Everyone's imagination. Victor, who was acting all cool, suddenly hugged Lynn back, then pushed her to the floor in a very ambiguous position, and kissed her back harder. Everyone could tell that his hands were not honest at all. Lynn, who was very surprised, didn't resist at all. She smiled broadly, expecting more. Fortunately, Lily quickly realized what was happening and decided to start acting before it gets too late. She tried to drag him off first, but quickly realized that he was way stronger than her. This was the first time she experienced that. It was as if she was trying to drag a mountain. Having no other choice, she swiftly used her slender leg and used the nutcracker technique for the first time on her young master. Ah, hi. An abrupt scream rang in the classroom as Victor rapidly regained his clarity and slowly stood up with difficulty, not forgetting to help Lynn stand up too, despite his pain. He dusted his clothes as he glared at Lily, who stepped back while looking at the floor. Thankfully, no damage was taken due to his high level.
But his crotch really hurt.
He quickly acted as if he regained his cool. And looking at his classmates.
Sorry.
My fiancée's beauty made me lose my cool for a second there. He said in a soft voice. You may continue your class.
I have an appointment.
He said as he quickly left the room after gesturing to Lily, who didn't know what to do to follow him. The twins wanted to follow too, but Margaret caught their arms and shook her head, then looked at Lynn. Nice to meet you, Miss Lynn. I am Margaret, young Master Victor's exclusive slut. She said, successfully averting the class's news of the week from Victor to her. The spy stood at the tree outside and watched carefully, ready to interfere at the slightest sign of danger. Sorry, young master, Lily said as she kept her head down. I didn't have another choice. You were about to too, she added as they stood in front of the men's room, earning herself a slap to the face that sent her hurling to the ground. You don't have to say it, Victor said sarcastically as he took a healing pill. This is a young master abuse.
He yelled.
I will make sure you pay for this. How dare you hurt this young master's treasure? How dare you hurt your young master? He yelled as he pointed at her.
Young master.
She didn't know what to say as she began to cry. Ugly *tch. Wait here. Until I examine the damage. He shouted at her and entered the men's room. She collapsed on the floor crying. The spy put his hand on his dagger. He was going to castrate that young master for good if anything were to happen to the young mistress. Too bad they can't interfere. Just you wait, when the test is over, he will cut him to pieces. He never realized that this was all an act that Victor made him watch. Lily in fact was never crying, as Victor only spanked her butt and thanked her before entering the men's room. This time he nearly screwed up.
Damn it.
Despite Ruby's healing, the damage was more extensive than he expected. No kissing for now, he quickly noted as he took a couple of healing pills and washed his face to cool himself down. Victor walked out of the men's room 15 minutes later and looked at Lily, who was acting all aggrieved and scared.
You are lucky.
Little Victor was stronger than you. He said, you are punished. You will clean all the toilets in the mansion for a month. How dare you spoil this young master's fun?
Young master.
You were losing control, she said, earning herself another slap that made her tears drop and the spies cry for their young mistress ordeals. You dare argue with me? Too bad you are an ugly monster, or I would have let the men punish you a little. But those guys don't even want to eat from the dish you used. *tch. Victor cursed as he hurried to the class while she followed behind him, trying hard to suppress her laughter. The spy, seeing that their young mistress will not be in real danger, relaxed. Safe for now. When Victor returned to the classroom, Isabella was still lecturing. As I told you, the moving dungeons are the worst kinds. They are very rare. Their entrance might disappear for a few months and years at a time. Sometimes they reappear in the same location and sometimes in other faraway lands. Some of them get cleared secretly and disappear, others are still unconquerable after many years. There are only 2 of those though, and we can only know which is which using an appraisal. They usually have a very high. She was interrupted again as the door opened and Victor walked in with Lily, who had red swollen eyes. Lynn was not at his seat, she was occupying the next one, Margaret's. Margaret must have voluntarily given up her seat, as she seemed to have taken another seat to the side. Victor decided to reward her later. He thought of her as a normal opportunistic girl at first, but she kept proving herself to him.
He must treat her better. Victor quickly returned to his desk as Lily returned to hers. You can continue. He gave his permission to the furious teacher Isabella then, ignoring everyone as if nothing had just happened, he took out a pillow, put it on the desk, and went to sleep. Nothing like sleeping heals the soul. The classroom watched in shock. Just like that? Really? Lynn looked at him with a blushed face. It was her fault this time. After he left the classroom earlier, he contacted her telepathically and told her that his soul was injured and can't always control himself in front of pretty girls. So that she should avoid agitating him. She knew that she was supposed to be a little concerned for him. But she only felt proud. She made him lose control. She looked at Margaret after that. She had not only given up her seat next to him, but she also gave Lynn one important piece of info. That girl with him, Lily, was the main wife. This made Lynn decide to keep Margaret as an ally. A girl who knew how to take a step back to please her master was the strongest type. Now the problem was that Lynn was jealous. She looked carefully at Lily. After inspecting the way she looked at Victor, Lynn realized that Lily was the same as her, totally and unconditionally in love. No. She must never surrender. She must be the first wife. Wait. Why does she feel like she has turned into some scum character from one of those ancient regal dramas? When the class finished, Victor, who couldn't sleep due to the pain in his crotch, casually acted as if he woke up and stretched his arms as Lily professionally wiped his drool. Lynn, who was watching, was a little jealous. She said nothing, as she knew that she must act as a lady and can't appear too clingy to Victor despite her desire to do so. She also has a mission to summon a demon to monitor that peeping Tom. She slowly stood up and bowed slightly to Victor as a virtuous noble lady greeting her fiancé, then left the classroom while blushing after hearing his words and watching his mischievous smile. You will get your punishment later, he whispered. Of all the people who watched the accident earlier, she was the strongest. She could have easily subdued him when he assaulted her, but she did nothing. She even assisted a little by unbuttoning his shirt. It was not her fault though, she didn't know that his soul was injured and couldn't control himself. She thought he wanted to demonstrate his love in public. Poor Lynn, growing up listening to stories told by lonely maids, made her common sense a little weird. Should I give you back the pearl? Lily asked Victor as she frowned while watching Lynn leave the classroom. Her smell was familiar. No. It will not be that effective. My injury was already mostly healed by Ruby, the rest can only be left to heal by itself. Young master, but... Earlier, Lily wanted to ask. That is different. It's more like being used to having an extra hand or leg than losing it. When I get aroused, I instinctively try to use a part of my soul that is no longer excited to resist. This kind of injury just takes time and training. So I will just have to flirt with enough girls while restraining myself, he said as he spanked Margaret's butt. She was listening attentively to him. Ouch, she complained in a sexy moan that made the few boys who didn't leave yet look at her with burning eyes. You girls are responsible for keeping me in check from now on, he said with a chuckle as he left the classroom. His entourage quickly followed. Outside there was a girl dressed in a normal student uniform waiting Monica. She has been waiting for the last couple of days, but he never came to school. So she was spending some time with Tom, who apparently had additional private lessons after school because he is a very special student, and would spend some time with her before his lessons began. Young Master Victor, she said as she began to breathe heavily. What's wrong with her getting like this every time she meets him? Oh Monica, I really missed you these past couple of days. I was visiting my grandfather and thought of you every day. He truly did, when he saw her through Tom's eyes. Ah. She looked down and blushed heavily. This is for you, he said, making her look back at him, to notice the red exotic collar in his hand, which he swiftly tied around her neck. Now, no one can steal you away from me. You are mine, he whispered in her ears, making her feel a very strange sensation as her face turned hot, and her breathing increased rapidly. She could even hear her heart beating through her ears. Young master. I wanted. She stopped as she felt something was wrong. I need to go to the ladies' room. I need to tell you something. Please wait for me. Her voice trailed off as she ran off in a certain direction, while the girls stood watching in shock. What's wrong with her? She looked as if she was in heat. Young master. What's wrong with her? Mana asked with some concern. It's obvious, she can't handle our young master's handsomeness anymore. Margaret chuckled, although she was curious why would Victor have such an effect. Does he have seduction skills like her? It's her bloodline. We are very compatible. That's all you need to know, he commented as he slowly walked to the parking lot, taking his time and ignoring Tom, who just watched the incident from behind a nearby wall. He was biting hard on his teeth. He almost had that be *TCH. Why did this damn Victor return at this time? He could only go and vent on teacher Isabella. She was about to fall. They have already crossed second base. When they reached the parking lot, Victor casually sat in his car with the girl waiting for Monica, who was taking her time.
Young master,
Did you meet Lynn before today? Lily asked, making Margaret and the twins look at him. Why do you ask? Victor squinted as he looked at her.
well, her scent.
I smelled it on the young master before, Lily said, blushing.
What?
Victor asked in surprise as he looked at her. Why didn't you tell me? Who else did you
Smell.
he asked, stressing on the last word.
Ah, everyone.
Every time the young master leaves, he returns with the scent of a new girl on him, she said while puffing her cheeks, not knowing why her young master was overreacting. Margaret, have you ever smelled something like this? Victor asked, keeping his eyes on Lily.
Never.
The young master always smelled the same to me, she said, shaking her head. What about the two of you?
He asked. The same.
They answered. The young master smelled good, but that's it.
We have a problem then,
He said as he inspected Lily, who was getting nervous. The first possibility is that my disguise skill is not working on you, which is absurd. The second possibility is, he frowned, smell the pearl.
he told her.
Lily nodded, then took the pearl from under her cloth and smelled it. It smells like the young master with something fermenting? She asked, making a shiver run through his back. Dear Lily, how do you describe my smell? Victor asked after some hesitation.
Ah, sweet, delicious.
Like a very richly fermented wine, she said with a blush as she kept her head down, not seeing the horrified expression on his face.
How about Lynn? He asked. Oh, strange.
Like some kind of exotic food, she replied with a frown. The girls? He asked again. Ah, most smell nice, but everyone is different. Only Arya and Mira have unique sweet smells. But nothing compared to the young masters, she said, getting a little scared from the way he was looking at her. Since when were you smelling things?
He asked.
Since I met you, she said, blushing again.
I see.
This was my fault. I forgot how these things worked, he said as he relaxed and used his appraisal skill on her for the first time in a while. It confirmed his guess. What does it mean?
She questioned.
What you are smelling are souls. Your progenitor is a soul-eating mythical creature. Your bloodline is on the verge of awakening. It is already at 41%, he said with a frown. Victor had miscalculated. He didn't need to fear for a premature blood awakening, as he could freely control his blood flow by various techniques, so he unconsciously ignored Lily's situation.
Ah, Lily was stunned.
It seems you have been a naughty girl. I need to punish you tonight, he said, making her blush heavily as she kept her head down.
We don't have time. Damn it.
I will have to speed things up, it seems, he added with a concerned look. Time for what?
Margaret asked.
As the twins also perked their ears. I plan to improve mine and Lily's bloodlines. But it must happen before they fully awaken. Lily, try to stop smelling things and try to use your skills less in the coming days. And you will sleep in your own room from now on. We will talk later, he said, making her a little startled just as a girl ran in his direction. She was Monica, who caught up with them after a full 15 minutes.
Young master. Ha.
My father wants to meet you. He told me to invite you to have lunch at our mansion, she said as she caught her breath. She was not out of breath.
Damn it. Oh.
I don't mind that. Do I have anything on my schedule? He asked Lily, who was pouting. Other than my punishment tonight, you are completely free, she said coldly, annoyed by Margaret's perverted smile. She was going to take her place in bed tonight. Wishful thinking, the young master would need a girl who can resist him in case of emergency, not make things worse.
Then let's go.
Lily, you take the car home with the twins. Margaret would accompany me in Monica's car, he said, making Lily freeze, then nod after looking at him. She had caught his eyes, and he was casually looking at a spy that was reading a newspaper. Who reads newspapers nowadays? One day she would kick all of those Von Krohn spy asses. She would show them what a nutcracker really was. But for now, she can only wait for the wedding. She smiled sweetly as she touched the pearl on her neck. Master, I have a new report. The spy knelt in front of James Trove III. Speak, he ordered as the spy removed her mask, revealing her pretty face. Master, today Victor von Weiss proposed to Lynn Cross and then assaulted her in front of the class, she reported with hatred in her voice.
What?
That kid is really to my liking.
Ahem.
What a shameful behavior. What does that have to do with the young lady?
He quickly asked. She kicked his balls, trying to stop him. The spy replied. Ah. And? That damn Victor got really angry and slapped the young mistress's face, causing her to bleed from her nose. Just that? He asked. He would have done much worse to anyone who dares do such a thing to him. Victor went to the men's room and after checking on himself, he punished her by cleaning his mansion's toilets for a month. The spy said, "Oh. It seems that Victor has a soft spot for our young lady." James squinted his eyes. "Do I need to do anything?" she asked, ready to castrate someone. "No, just watch for now," he replied. When Lynn returned to her home, her mother Amelia was waiting for her in the office. "Mommy, the maid told me you wanted to see me," Lynn asked as she relaxed on a chair. "You are late," Amelia said, with a soft voice. If she was that maid Linda, she would have hung her by her ears by now. But she can't do that to her sweet Lynn. "Yeah. I wanted to walk around the school." Lynn lied. She was filming Tom's Adventure in Wonderland. "Oh, that's okay," Amelia said with a sigh. Her daughter was locked up for so long. So it was natural for her to be a little adventurous. "I heard that Victor proposed to you," she said. Her spies had already reported everything that happened in class. "Yes," Lynn said, flashing her ring in front of her mother, who only looked at it casually and nodded, not realizing that this storage ring would cost half of her family's worth to buy. "I am sorry we had to put you through that. I didn't expect him to assault you. Although we were the ones who spread the news of him being a pervert, we didn't expect them to be true," she said as she gave her daughter a sorry look. "It's okay, Mommy, I will do anything for the family," she lied again with a straight face. She couldn't wait for him to assault her again. "I know, honey. We keep letting you make sacrifices, but one day, the family will know your true worth and come begging for you," Amelia replied, not knowing that her words were predicting the future. Victor sat in the back seat, next to Monica, as Margaret enjoyed her time driving the red convertible. She should have bought one of those. She would do that later. Originally, Monica wanted to drive herself, but when Victor sat in the car, she quickly realized that the driving task was impossible as she would not be able to focus on the road. "How is your work at the company?" Victor asked Monica as the wind went through his hair, making him look more dashing than he was already. "Ha! Everyone there is very nice to me, and Miss Aria has assigned me a few singing and dancing teachers. They said that you would be writing songs for me," she said with a slight blush. "Yes. You will make an amazing idol. I can't wait to see you perform," he said, making her smile slightly. "Is your father still bothering you?" he asked, ruining her good mood. "Ah. When he heard that I was now working for you, he was very glad. However, a few days ago he started bothering me again, asking me how close we were." I might have told you that we are very close," she said with a blushing face. "Oh. I don't mind, you are mine. So technically we are very close," Victor said. She added. "That's when he told me to get you to meet him as fast as possible," she said. "I see," Victor said. After that, he just watched the road as Monica gave Margaret directions to her father's house. According to the information Victor got from Kai, Monica's father is Dave Davis, the head of DD Industries, a big company that specializes in many fields like medical machine manufacturing and weaponry. He married 2 times. His first wife, Monica's mother Kate, died after giving birth to Monica, her only child. Dave married another woman after that who gave him a boy. So Monica's position in her family was really bad. Although she was the eldest child, she was the one most ignored. In her father's eyes, she was just a chip to make some connections. The trip didn't take long. As Monica's house was in the center of the city, in one of the most expensive areas. They soon stopped at the door of a big complex that had more guards on the door than the entire occupants of Victor's mansion. Victor would need 71.3 seconds to kill all of them if needed. "Oh. Miss Monica, your friends are with you." The middle-aged guard at the door looked at the car. "Please wait for a second. Michelle just went to pee. He is the one responsible for opening the door," the guard said with some obvious disdain. This was her brother's, the young master's commands, to bully her. And he was happy to comply. Monica lowered her head in shame, not knowing what to say. They always find ways to humiliate her like this, but she didn't expect them to do it when Victor was here. "Is this how you treat me after inviting me to dinner?" Victor said loudly, making the guard flinch as he noticed him for the first time. Was this boy always sitting here? Why did he think he was a she? It must be the light playing tricks on him. "You are?" the guard asked. "Fuck you. Why should this young master answer you? Do I work for you? Do I owe you anything? Isn't it that fucking Dave the one who asked this young master to come for lunch?" Victor began to yell. If it were not for Monica sleeping with me and begging me in a sexy way, then promising me that we would do it again in her room, I would have never come. Victor began to yell, making Monica beside him as bright as a tomato.
Now she can't escape his clutches. She began to breathe heavily again. The guard hesitated as he watched. What should he do? Should he call the boss? That would be stupid, as he would scold them for delaying a guest at the door. After some thinking, he decided not to risk it. If this bastard was lying, it would be very easy to teach him a lesson. Ah, right. I have a spare key. I remember now. The guard said as he put the key in the device near him, making the gate slowly open. You must go check that mind of yours. Forgetfulness is a clear sign of dementia. Be careful, peeing your pants comes next. Maybe you should find other guards. Victor began to speak to Monica as the car entered. The guard just glared at him but said nothing. If the master ordered them to kick him out, he would make sure to break a few bones of this arrogant kid. The car slowly stopped at the house's entrance. It was a 4-story extra-modern house with long glass windows and floating concrete balconies. Contrary to the Von Weiss's family houses, it gave the image of a nouveau riche. Especially with the big golden DD hanging from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Dave was a gangster in his early days, but one day he got lucky and married Monica's mother after saving her life. She was the last remaining heir to a big weaponsmith company which he inherited after her untimely death. The rest was obvious. He rebranded the company under his name and began a business empire using his crime world connections. But the question remains, did he kill his wife, or was her death natural? Victor wanted Kai to dig the body, but to his surprise, it was cremated. Which made him more suspicious. He will always take care of his girls, and since Monica was now his, it was his duty to take care of all her problem. Margaret, who slowly opened the car door for him, knew exactly what he was thinking when she saw his eyes darting from Monica to the mansion with an angry gaze. This Dave Davis better be careful. One wrong word and he might end up as a green goo. Victor quickly dragged Monica and Margaret inside the house, acting arrogantly as if it were his own. Inside, a butler was standing in waiting. Master Victor the First, presume? He asked. This one was not stupid. But the big scar on his face didn't make him look any friendly. Yes, the one and only. A little girl told me that your master wanted to meet me. Victor replied, spanking Monica's butt and realizing that she was not wearing underwear anymore. Oh. This way, please. The butler said as if he just saw nothing. He guided Victor to a dining room. The meal seemed to have already started. Dave Davis, the fattest man in the room, was busy flattering a young man while his very inappropriately dressed wife and son smiled as they ate. Master, this is young Master Victor, the young lady's friend. The butler said, gaining his master's attention. Dave was startled. He didn't expect Monica to bring Victor today. He asked her to get him 2 days ago. Not today. Well, it's better to finish this deal then. Before he could say a thing, the young man who was sitting at the table beside him stood up slowly and used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. You are Monica, I presume. I am Clint, your fiancé, he said, speaking to Margaret. I am not Monica, she replied. Monica is the one with the collar, she added, making the young man freeze and look at the short girl who was sticking to that young master. She was hugging his arm with her entire short body as if she were pole dancing on it. Dave also looked at his daughter with some displeasure as his son inspected Margaret. Monica. This is young Master Clint. We didn't know before, but your mother had a marriage agreement with his family. While young Master Victor is your friend, sticking to him like this is not appropriate, he said as he inspected the choker on her neck. Did she wear this thing this morning? Monica was surprised by her father's words and wanted to step back, but Victor didn't let her. What do you mean, fiancé? Monica is mine, and this is final. Victor said, then grabbed a chair and sat on the table, then pushed Monica to sit next to him as Margaret also helped herself to a seat near him. Young Master Victor. From the Von Weiss family, I presume. The young man spat, not caring about Victor's origin. He just glared at Monica. Yes, who else? And from which hole did you crawl? Victor asked rudely, as Dave sat down, and gestured to his arrogant son to stay out of this. This was not their battle, and although he preferred to sell his daughter to Clint if Victor proved to be stronger, he didn't mind leaving her with him. I am from the Von Geldstadt family. My grandfather is an elder, he said proudly. Oh, your grandfather's hole then? I always thought children came from their mothers. Victor asked, making Clint frown, not getting what Victor meant. After a few breaths, his face flushed red in anger. How dare you make fun of me? He yelled as Victor helped himself to some food. Monica is already mine. Look, she isn't even wearing underwear today to serve me. You should have seen her in the car, Victor said, lifting her skirt, making her blush as she quickly pushed it down and glared at him, then looked down. She had to take it off at the bathroom earlier. Clint froze. This was not according to his master's plan. Shouldn't she be a virgin? That doesn't matter. Damn it. Master Clint, sit and eat.
We should discuss such things slowly. Young Master Victor really loves my daughter, she might be happier with him. But still, she might get really happy with you, he said, making his son who didn't understand frown and whisper something to his mother who smacked his head. Clint and Victor clearly understood him. He wanted them to bid on her. Clint was angry while Victor smiled as he appraised Clint.
Clinton von Geldstadt. Level, 0. Class. Authority 1. Strength, 22. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 11. Luck, 7. Charm, 16. Order 10. Skills. Minor Dagger Arts E. Scheming E. Haggling E. Equipment. Storage Ring, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power D. Fate's Direction, Negative. Fate's Design, Killed by Thomas Watson. Total D. Victor was surprised.
This semi-player was a stepping stone meant for Tom. He could imagine Tom coming for dinner one day and being disregarded by her family. Then slapped everyone's faces and fought this young master over Monica who only wanted Tom. Victor was wondering what to do. Why would this young master really want to marry Monica? He didn't even recognize her earlier. Does he really have an agreement with her mother? Didn't her mother die in childbirth? And who gave Clint the courage to confront him? Should he reveal his elite sign? The meal was eaten in silence as Victor and Clint glared at each other. Monica's brother was pervertedly eyeing Margaret, who made sure to nudge Victor every 2 minutes and feed him something from her dish, making Monica do the same. Clint was jealous, super jealous, but chose to remain silent. He had his backer. And things would definitely go his way. Dave had already taken some benefits from him. And he can give other things. Or reveal some dirt and blackmail Dave. After the meal finished, Monica's stepmother ordered her to help wash the dishes. She was helping the maids, of course. This was her punishment. Her stepmother always punishes her for no reason. Dave glared at his wife and then asked Victor and Clint to accompany him to his study for some private talks. It was time to bid on Monica's future. The study was extra lavish, as expected. From the dark wooden floor to the gold-framed photos of Dave handshaking many presidents and dignitaries sprinkled all over the room. As if to show the world how important Dave was. Victor didn't care about that. He was interested in a black slab of granite being used as a base for a golden-rimmed vase displayed in one corner. Inheritance Stone SS. Requires awakened butterfly bloodline. This must have belonged to Monica's mother.
No. To her family.
Monica probably belonged to an ancient family that lost its power. It was similar to the one Windy got. Declining ancient families tended to store their secrets in those stones in case the family could revive one day. Victor realized that as he sat down on a leather sofa, letting Margaret sit beside him, and began to act like a slut as Clint sat on the opposing side with Dave, who was wondering whose side he should pick. He was right when he didn't dispose of Monica as a baby. He expected her to be a beauty like her mother, a beauty that can be sold for a lot of benefits. Let's make this clear. I have this letter here. It was written by Lady Kate 20 years ago to my late mother, who was her best friend, promising that if their firstborn babies were of the same gender they would be siblings, and if they were of opposite genders they would be a husband and wife.
Can I see the letter?
Victor asked after hitting Margaret's hand away. She began to act naughty. Clint gave the letter to him with a confident smile and watched as Victor read it while nodding repeatedly. It was very convincing.
I don't care,
he said after finishing, shredding the fake letter in a blink of an eye. You! What are you doing? Clint angrily yelled. He intended to stand up and make trouble, but was caught by Dave, who gestured to him to calm down. The letter was not important. He had the final say in this matter, not his dead wife. What is the meaning of this, young Master Victor?
Dave asked. Just making my point. Monica is mine.
My friends are already envious of jealousy. What would they say if I lost her to a shrimp that climbed out of his grandfather's hole? Victor said, making Clint angrier. But Dave's confident hand catching him made him keep his cool. Master Victor, do you have something to prove your love for her? Dave asked, making Clint quickly pull his hand that Dave was still holding. He was getting really pissed. You bastard, I already gave you one of the Army's new weapon development deals. Clint barked at Dave, who just glared at Victor as if asking, can you beat that? Victor had other thoughts. He was wondering, would this bastard consider Monica this important? He was now sure that something was fishy. The letter was a very good imitation, but it could never escape his eyes. It was recently made, he could easily see that.
Oh. Let's see.
I have a new construction project in New Waterfall City. A huge resort with toilets overlooking the city. How about I give it to Mr. Dave? Victor asked, making Dave look at him for a few seconds.
Toilets? Never mind. Oh,
I am not that into construction, young Master Victor. Your offer is not that interesting to me, Dave said, wanting something better. Clint looked smug at Victor. He was also challenging him. He was sure that he can easily outbid this Victor with the help of his master. Before Victor could say any more, the door knocked and Monica shyly walked in with a bottle of vintage wine with a few glasses on a gilded tray, giving Victor a good idea. Let's drink something and cool our heads, Dave said, watching that Victor was hesitating. This is a 1754 Wyron wine. It was produced in the last years of the Principality. A truly great drink that can only be drunk over great deals. Dave said proudly. What kind of garbage is that? Victor scolded. Keep this sh*t water to yourself. Margaret, get me the bottle I wanted to give Master Dave. Let him taste the true taste of aristocracy, Victor said, making Margaret, who also felt the weirdness of the situation, blink. She quickly put her hand in her bag and used it as a cover to pull a Sol wine bottle from her ring.
This is?
Dave asked with narrowed eyes as he looked at the strange bottle. He could have sworn that the wine shined for a moment there. He slowly licked his lips. He had only two hobbies, wine and women. Due to overtaxing himself in his youth, he could no longer do women, so only wine was left for him. And he had never seen a wine like this, which made him very curious. This is one of the most amazing wines that ever existed. Monica, prepare the glasses, Victor ordered as he looked at Clint. How about this, let's drink and cool our heads, then see what you can give me. Give you?
Clint asked. Yeah, for a certain price.
I might be tempted to reluctantly allow Monica to escape with you, he said, making both Clint and Dave realize that this one was a snake more venomous than both of them. He also wants benefits.
Monica was surprised.
So he didn't care for her after all. Would that Tom do the same? She hid her sadness and stood to the side, waiting for their decision. I heard that the von Geldstadt family would host an auction in a few days, Victor said as he sipped some wine from his glass. Margaret did the same too. Her eyes became dreamy for a second. Yes. Would young Master Victor need some treasure from it? Master Clint might be able to help you, Dave said as he tasted the wine. Wow, this thing was amazing. Clint was annoyed by what Dave said. He was expelled from his family and couldn't even get a cockroach from the auction toilets, let alone a treasure, but seeing the look on Dave's face as he drank the wine, he tasted it too.
Not bad. But
not amazing either. For a semi-player from an aristocratic family that specializes in trading, this was pretty normal.
Unique, but normal. Could that strange taste be poison?
He didn't care, as he didn't fear any poison, as he had 3 S-grade pills in his ring. They were given to him by his master, just in case. Clint slowly sipped on his drink and began to feel a little drunk. His head was a little heavy. He also began to feel a little foggy, so he stealthily took an antidote pill that didn't work at all.
Oh.
Then how about you two answer some of my questions? Victor asked suddenly. Please go ahead, young master, Dave said as his head also began to feel a little foggy. Master Clint, why do you want to marry Monica? Victor asked Clint as Margaret slowly stood up and blocked the door to keep away from interfering with the target's interrogation, and so that no one could enter the room in case of any incident. My master told me to do so, Clint said proudly as he relaxed in his seat. So you don't like her? Victor asked while gesturing to the frowning Monica to sit by his side. She is pretty short but too short for me. I like tall girls. I am short too, you see. I usually wear those elevated shoes to appear taller, Clint confessed, pointing to his shoes. I don't like short girls either, Dave suddenly interjected. If it were not for Kate's money, I wouldn't have even looked at her in the street. Let alone fake a kidnapping operation, then rescue her to get her heart, he confessed as Monica put her hands on her mouth and gasped in shock. What the F***ck was going on in here? You didn't have to suffer a lot staying with her though, Victor asked with concern. No. I used the opportunity of her being weak after birth and strangled her. That bitch deserved this, being all bossy, he said, making Monica gasp, looking at Dave who was patting his belly with a greedy smile. She looked at Victor after that. What was going on here? Victor pointed to the wine, making her realize something. There is something in the wine.
A truth serum?
After that, you married your current wife?
Victor asked. Nah.
We were already married. The whole operation with Kate was her idea.
A very smart woman,
he said as he began to do dirty things while thinking about his wife. Victor ignored him. Now he had a good idea of how the soul wine worked. It simply numbed the soul, making people stop thinking about the consequences. Though it might not work if someone questioned others directly, so he should ask in a roundabout way. Like Margaret manipulated the poor villagers to sell the mountain. It works to limit the dringer's sense of danger and loosen all the limiters on their tongues. Victor didn't know its side effects and didn't care. No one would leave this mansion alive beside him and his girls today. But why are you so harsh on Monica? I heard you prefer your other son, despite his incompetence, Victor said. Incompetent he might be, but he is my son. Monica was never my daughter. That be asterisk tch Kate was pregnant when she married me. She used me as a shield. He yelled angrily. She thought I didn't know, but I was the one tricking her. Now I will sell her daughter to the highest bidder. Dave chuckled coldly, as if Monica was not sitting in shock opposing him. Would you do the same to Monica?
Victor asked Clint.
Probably. But I might not even get to touch her. My master wants her to breed a few warriors out of her. But he promised to allow me to have her once. Not that I am into that. But I would love to see her squeal under me.
He.
Clint laughed as Monica's eyes turned red, only to feel Victor's arm hug her waist tightly. Your master sounds amazing. Victor paused, allowing Clint to continue on his own. Yeah. Master Swartwood is one of the 5 elders of the Dark Chamber. My granduncle Calmer introduced me to him about a year ago after that accident. He said they might help me get a better position in the family, comparable to that of Charlotte and that bastard Alfred. My master also promised that once we get the Von Blue lost bloodline he will make me a full player. He said, nearly causing Victor to yell in surprise.
Dark Chamber?
He didn't expect that the Von Geldstadt family would be infiltrated like his own. Now really? Was your master the one who gave you that ring? Victor asked.
Yeah.
It's a storage ring.
Amazing, huh?
He said proudly.
Wow. Can I see it?
Such a treasure, Victor asked with an amazed expression.
No.
My master told me not to let anyone near it. Clint said stubbornly. Where did you meet your master then?
Victor asked.
I can't tell you that, Clint exclaimed. Failure again.
I see.
How is your position in the Von Geldstadt family? Victor asked to change the subject after seeing the frown on Clint's face. He shouldn't corner him as the wine was not very effective on players. And the deep secrets should be made to float on their own. Those bastards wanted me to be a normal clerk after my ceremony.
Damn them. But I had revenge.
I stole the family's heirloom secretly when they punished me for cleaning the ancestral hall after throwing up there during the ceremony. He said, making Victor gasp for a second time.
What heirloom?
Did you show it to your master? Victor asked with a whisper as he bowed closer to Clint as if he would keep his secret forever. Clint chuckled as he looked at both his sides, making sure no one was listening. Dave was listening though, but he didn't care.
No, he smiled sneakily.
Not even the family knows about this, but while I was cleaning I knocked over a very ancient vase, making it shatter on the floor. The elder scolded me and went to call the cleaning crew. At that time I noticed a jewel that was flung to the side. It was hidden in the vase and only appeared when it shattered. So I quickly stuck it in my pants before I was thrown out of the hall.
Damn him.
For just a damn vase, I was kicked out of the family. Luckily my granduncle covered for me and gave me some money, then introduced me to the Dark Chamber. When I return to the family, I will get my revenge. Then marry my pretty cousin Charlotte and do her 10 times every day. Clint slowly drowned in his filthy desires. Victor didn't care about that. He was checking the jewel in Clint's hand which he had unconsciously taken out of his ring.
Amber of Verm X.
Controls the weather. Require energy as gems. Area and energy depends on authority. Requires 1 order point per use. *T. This was an X-ranked artifact. Victor had never heard of it. Maybe not even Von Geldstadt knew of its existence.
No.
He read once that Tom met a goddess and convinced her to control the weather to save a village from drought. He read that in his published autobiography book 4. It was not a goddess after all, just an X-ranked artifact. Tom would use this power multiple times later. Each time he would call loudly for the goddess's favor, reminding her of their time in bed together. He must realize how precious this thing is and make that trick to hide it and increase his reputation at the same time. You bastard! You didn't tell me that you were kicked out of your family. Dave, who heard the last sentence, got angry suddenly and pointed at Clint with the awl in his filthy hand. Why should I tell a greedy man like you? You only want to sell your little *tch. And I only want to scam you. Wait, why am I telling you this? Clint replied. He was getting angry, but his mind was clearing out. I bet he wants to get all your money and then kill you. Victor quickly told Dave in a scared tone. Be careful, he has a knife. Victor suddenly warned and pushed the confused Clint on Dave. Victor was never in the position they perceived him to be in. He had already circled the room twice as he questioned the 2 fools while using his disguise to make them think he was sitting and drinking. Even Monica never realized that he was never at her side. Dave was startled seeing Clint jumping on him like this. Fearing the supposed knife, he could only use the awl in his hand to stab Clint, who turned into a green goo a moment later under Monica's surprised eyes. She didn't see the goo, she just saw Clint attack Dave and Dave taking out an awl and stabbing Clint in his heart. Monica gasped as she saw her father commit murder, but that only lasted for a second as Victor silently knocked her out. Then laid her slowly on the couch before looking at the confused Dave. That awl is really pointy. You should check it for damage. Victor told Dave, who looked at the weapon in his hand in shock. When did he get this?
Pointy.
He touched the tip with his finger and turned into a green goo too. Wouldn't killing them get us in trouble? Margaret, who was watching the show from the side, asked Victor. I was planning to let someone else do it. But I really needed this thing. And I am not afraid of trouble, he said as he slowly took the ring and the jewel from Clint's severed hand. He cut it at the moment he threw him at Dave. After quickly inspecting the ring, Victor stored it in his ring with the jewel after placing a talisman on it. After that he carefully stored the awl in his ring. He was the one who placed it secretly in the drunk Dave's hand a moment earlier. Victor didn't want proof that he was the killer. The von Geldstadt family might suspect something, but without proof, they can't do a thing as his family would protect him. And Clint was kicked out, so they had no incentive to make trouble. As for the dark chamber, they would not be sure he did it too. But Victor just wanted them to make some moves. The scariest enemies were those in the darkness, and he wanted them to show some trail. Why didn't you kill him yourself?
Margaret asked.
Victor could have easily beheaded both Dave and Clint in second.
Did you want to fool Monica?
She raised an eyebrow. Not exactly. The one I want to fool is the ones behind Clint. You heard him, he is a von Geldstadt.
That's why, Victor said.
Is that supposed to mean anything?
She asked. Oh.
Sometimes I forget how knowledgeable I am. He needlessly bragged as he carefully removed the vase and then stored it with the slab in his ring. He will keep it until Monica is ready. Margaret didn't care a lot, as she thought that Victor liked the vase. It had pretty dancing girls drawn on it. The von Geldstadts don't let others know of this, but their bloodline originator is a cyclops. They have a very annoying blood skill that allows them to find out who the killer of one of them is by conjuring the last image of their killer, or the last one before their death. I don't really know how it works. Anyway, I wanted the last image client saw to be that of Mr. Dave stabbing him, Victor said, making Margaret open her eyes in surprise.
Oh. But no blood was left, she said.
All the aristocratic families save samples of their offspring's blood when they are born. It would be used to curse them in case they betrayed the family. It can also be used to conjure some useful rituals. They would use that,
he explained. Oh.
Now what then? She asked, looking at the ground now filled with a green disgusting matter.
She didn't expect such a bloody,
no a gooey scene after a meal. Luckily Monica was spared this sight. We will kill everyone here and make it as if Dave killed Clint and then ran away with his gang after hiding the body, Victor said. Including the servants and the ones outside? I don't think they are good people, but they don't deserve to die,
she said.
Dave was a gangster, and he only trusted his gang. But fine, I will spare them this time. However, Dave's wife and son need to go, or Monica would not get to inherit her mother's legacy. Victor said he stored what was left of Dave and Clint in a random empty ring. After that, he opened the door and walked out with Margaret while using his disguise not to be seen or heard. Dave's son was arguing with his mother.
Red hair.
Why can't I take her? He asked, meaning Margaret maybe? She is with that young Master Victor. Do you want to die? His mother scolded with a soft voice that Victor and Margaret could hear perfectly as they were standing right in front of them. But she is so hot I barely held myself at the table earlier. I promise not to ask for another one.
At least for a few months.
Please help me get this one, I will treat her carefully and make sure she lives a little longer, he said as he licked his lips, sending a shiver through Margaret's back. What exactly was this sick bastard planning to do to her? Didn't you say that last time? You got bored of that previous girl after 1 week and gave it to your father's men. Don't think I don't know the perverted games you guys played. The servants had to clean the bloodstains off the floor for the next 2 days and my expensive wool carpet was ruined, you know. His mother scolded. We will be more careful and do her in another place this time. Please, he asked as he clung to his mother.
Fine.
But even if you got my approval, how are you going to take her from that young Master Victor? My brother might not want to help you kidnap her. He is very picky about his targets. His mother reluctantly said. I will take a few men and He didn't continue as his head had already separated from his body. His mother followed shortly. It was Victor who was so angry he couldn't control himself and executed them both. Why did you do that? I wanted to listen to what he wanted to do to me. Margaret complained with a smile. Although the bloody scene was not appropriate for such behavior, she was happy with his response. She heard him talking to Lily about how he couldn't control himself when he gets agitated, and this proved that he really cared about her. Don't worry, I am sure your imagination is darker than any of his filthy thoughts, Victor said as he took out a powder pouch and sprinkled some of its contents on the body, which began to disintegrate at a visible rate. This was a corpse-eating bacteria. Standard family operation requirement. It would disintegrate after finding no more food. Go kill all the guards outside. I will take care of the servants. Or do you want to defend them now? He asked. No, I will do it. Margaret hesitated, then nodded with determination. Those guys deserve to die. Strengthening her resolve, she took off her clothes and prepared to walk out. What are you doing? Get dressed. Victor said angrily. I am the only one who can enjoy your beauty. Didn't I tell you that before? He ordered. They are going to die anyway, at least let them die a little happy. She replied. They don't deserve it. Use the new method. He replied. Oh. Fine, she said as she walked out. She wanted to smile, but thinking about what she was going to do she couldn't. Maybe just a little. Don't leave any evidence. He reminded her as he watched her go out. She needed to learn how to kill without remorse now that she was his woman and one of his major hands. Otherwise, she would suffer a lot as a member of an aristocratic family. The other girls need to learn this too, but now was not the time for that. He was intending to burn the mansion when he first learned the truth, but after getting Dave's amazing confessions he decided to leave it. He only needed to kill everyone in here. He felt no sympathy for the servants and the butler. Those guys were gangsters. As a scum himself, Dave trusted no one but his own kind. After a quick cleaning, Victor called Kai after sending him the recording of Dave confessing to murdering his past wife Kate, Monica's mother. Make it as if he ran away with his family and money. And destroy all the cameras around here, Victor instructed. Wouldn't that make whoever you are hiding this from more suspicious? Kai asked. Yeah. But they will have no proof. Victor replied and intended to hang up. Wait, young master, I have some news about Troy, Kai suddenly said, making Victor pause and listen to Kai's news before hanging up. He will take care of that idiot later. Now he must solve Monica's problems. Now all of this fortune would be hers. Victor would give her the choice of whether she wanted to follow him or live as a normal girl. If she chose to become a player, he would give her the inheritance stone. Otherwise, he has ways to crack it open, but that might damage it to some extent. Victor felt sorry for Monica, being a toy for fate. She was destined to be saved by Tom, who would awaken her as a player, and maybe. What would fate gain by making her Tom's woman? Could her existence be vital to his growth, or would she lead him to some treasure? Victor didn't know. He decided to scan the house carefully, while killing the few unfortunate servants that didn't take the day off. The menacing butler was the last to be killed as Victor caught him doing dirty things with some maid in his room. Couldn't he wait for the night, or was Margaret too stimulating for him too? Margaret returned 15 minutes later and threw herself on a couch. Finished already? Victor asked. Are you okay? He added as he saw a cut on her hand that she was bandaging. Yeah. It was my fault. Those guys are scum, they can't even treat a lady. She complained. Take this healing pill, I don't want any scars on you. How many did you kill? Victor asked with some concern as he pushed a healing pill inside her mouth. He had to pull his finger back quickly as she began to lick it. Slut. I killed no one, she replied. I just lured them to the guards' dormitory, then lifted my skirt a little, telling them that I wanted to give one of them my first time. Honestly, men lose all reason when they are near a woman, she said. And? Victor asked. Those guys killed each other. The last one died of his wounds after his opponent who was stabbed by him bit him to death. He didn't let go even after his friend cut his heart out, she said with disgust. That's proof that you are worth dying for, Victor complimented. Who injured you? He asked. I cut myself with the glass bottle when I broke it. This brain-fogging agent is really crazy, she said. I didn't think it would be this efficient either. But it only revealed their true nature. They must have been criminals. If they were innocent they would have fought with slippers, Victor said. I can't believe that this stuff is the same as the soul wind, she said. Yeah, I just converted it into a spray. Combining it with your charm ability makes it really deadly for men. Maybe I should make an aphrodisiac edition. He contemplated. He must test the other plants found in the dungeon. All of them had a crazy psychedelic effect. Do you want to unleash mobs of horny criminals in the streets? She asked. Maybe, he replied. We are finished here. Did you clean the bodies? Victor asked, changing the subject as he carefully carried Monica. Her body was light.
Yeah, she replied. So, is she our new sister? She asked.
Yup, Victor said as he walked to the car, not caring about the trouble that would follow. Would you be able to handle all the girls when you finish with that bloodline thing of yours? She asked curiously. You will have to test that yourself, he said, kicking the house door open with his foot. What was that jewel? You immediately killed Klein the moment you saw it, Margaret asked again as she followed him out and then helped him put Monica in the back seat. She was very curious about it. She saw how his eyes changed when he looked at it in the room earlier. It was her first time seeing him give anything that didn't have boobs this look.
Oh,
I almost forgot about this, Victor said, taking out the jewel and handing it to Margaret, who found nothing interesting in it. What is it?
She asked.
This thing is cool, too cool even for me, he added with an evil smile. This thing would allow him to play many tricks. When Victor returned to the mansion, he was greeted by a group of very curious girls. He said nothing, only instructing the twins to take care of the unconscious Monica and to give her a room in the mansion for now.
Young master.
That fool Archie is getting impatient. He kept bothering me, wanting to see you since I returned. Lily, who decided to ask Margaret what happened later, said. She was getting a little jealous as she watched the twins carry his latest prey, Monica, upstairs. She was also checking Margaret, who was sucking on her injured finger while giving her a smug smile.
Where is he?
Victor asked, spanking her butt, making her glare at him. He could easily read her mind. In the separate building with the chicks. I sent him there to keep him busy,
Lily replied.
She wanted to smell Victor for any traces but didn't dare to after he warned her not to.
Let's go see him then. Where is Alpha? He asked.
She left in the morning. She might have gone to arrange her base, Lily replied.
Call her.
I want her with me the day after tomorrow in the auction. So she better return here by tomorrow evening, he said as he walked to the separate building. It had been a while since he last was there. When Victor approached the building, the chicks who were stationed there were doing push-ups while yelling their stupid mottos about the chicken master and some other stupid things that they came up with to please him.
He was not pleased.
Where is the idiot?
Victor asked. Ah, young master. Which one? Chick 41 inquired. Archie, Victor replied.
Oh, he is cleaning the toilets. Mistress Lily made us do it.
And
we passed the mission to him, he said as he avoided Lily's murderous gaze. Get him to meet me, Victor said as he entered the building and began to check its situation. It was not that bad despite the fact the 15 men were stationed here. Victor could bet that Hilda made them clean this place regularly. Young Master Victor, you are here at last. Archie, who was a little aggrieved, ran into the hallway. He didn't smell good. I heard you wanted to see me? Victor asked as he used his disguise skill to remove the smell.
Ah.
How long does the young master intend to keep me waiting? My Marley is waiting for me. She calls me 3 times every day.
Archie complained. Oh, didn't I warn you about her?
That slut is nothing good,
Victor said.
Marley is a good girl. Archie defended her angrily. If it were someone other than Victor who said anything about Marley, Archie would have fought with him. Good in some things, bad in others. I am just warning you. Anyway, I have some news. Your cousin Troy will be attending the auction,
Victor said.
The auction?
Archie asked.
It's a player's annual auction in Tetraquad City. Usually, many precious things can be found there. I will be attending too,
Victor explained.
You want me to go there?
Archie asked.
No, I want you to return to the capital and reveal to your family that you became a player. Tell them you stumbled upon a treasure on a stall. So go shopping around the city tomorrow and buy all kinds of stupid things, just for show. At the same time, I will send Lily and the girls to raid Troy's mansion, Victor said. I will be the one taking out Troy at the auction, Victor added, making Elily look at him with annoyance. This means she will not accompany him again.
Damn it. Damn those spies. Oh.
If you will kill him, why raid his mansion?
Archie asked. Simple.
His men wanted to raid mine.
And I need some money.
Wouldn't my family suspect you?
Archie asked.
They might, but Troy has many enemies and I will mislead them, and by the time you become the young master of the Wyron family, I trust that you will find a true culprit that is not me, Victor explained, making Archie nod with a smile.
I understand.
So can I return to Golden Waterfall Town now?
Archie asked. Go.
But don't tell Marley a thing. If my plan leaked, I will kill you myself, Victor warned, making Archie nod quickly. After that, Victor continued to inspect the building and then returned to the mansion to spend some quality time with the girls. When Monica woke up, it was 9 p.m. She was in a strange room. She remembered what happened at noon. She saw her father killing that Clint, then she must have passed out. She slowly remembered what her father said as tears slowly dripped from her eyes. It took her another half hour to calm down. She decided to be strong. No matter what, she must discover what happened to her mother back then. Looking around the lavish room, she began to wonder.
Where was she now? Where was her phone?
It was in her pocket, but there was no signal. She looked out of the window. It was dark outside, but she could see the city lights on the horizon. Was she in some rural area? How did she reach here? Was she kidnapped by a terrorist? Oh right, Victor was a terrorist. Was it him? She slowly sat up and checked her body. She was still wearing her clothes from the morning. Where was her underwear? She panicked. Oh right, she took it off herself at school. She blushed when she remembered that. She slowly lowered her feet to the carpet-covered floor and stood up, then headed to the room's door and opened it slowly. It was not locked. Taking a peek at the empty corridor, she silently walked out and headed to a stair she could see. After a few steps, she heard the sound of girls' laughter downstairs. There was a sound of some guy too. It was Victor. That made her calm down a lot. So it was him after all. She put her hand on her neck, checking the collar. It was still there. Which made her blush as she got herself together and slowly stepped down, then headed to where the sound came from. The voices were coming from behind a closed wooden door. Victor was talking to some other girls with the sound of some balls knocking each other. She realized that they were playing billiards.
Young master.
Is it true that you are getting married? A girl asked, making Monica pause and then listen carefully. She decided not to go in for now. She had heard that he proposed to someone at the school and was meaning to ask him about that, but completely forgot when she saw his charming face. Yes. Victor replied in a confident voice. Don't worry, I will marry all of you sooner or later. And I only date nice girls, so you don't have to worry about your new sister's personalities. He added. Monica could hear the sounds of girls giggling from inside. Even me? Esteemed brother, a little girl asked. Did she call him brother? Was she his sister, or was this a role play? Monica wondered. No. If you keep learning dirty things from Elle, I will tell father though. You can't joke about such things in the family, or they might really kill me. Victor wanted to make the girl shut up. Young master, when are you planning to marry? Monica heard a soft guy's voice ask with some jealousy after that. This must have been her imagination. After I proposed to the second girl, Victor replied. A second? A sound of astonishment. Monica knew this voice. It was Arya. Yes, it is a double wedding. Father insisted, he lied. I already have a good date for the wedding about a month later, but I will need to do some checking before confirming it. He continued as if it was normal to marry two wives at the same time. Are you not going to marry Sister Lily too? The little girl asked again. Probably trying to please him after discovering that her jock was not appropriate. Monica wondered, wasn't Lily that veiled maid? Father is against it, so I will marry Lynn and Nova first. That's the plan anyway. You don't have to worry about such things. From tomorrow you will have to attend a school with Elle, he said, changing the subject. What? Really? The girl sounded excited. Yes. We will talk about this tomorrow. So go to bed early today and stop thinking about unnecessary things. Victor said, Monica. You woke up. Come in. Why are you hesitating behind the door? He exclaimed, making her realize that he must have discovered her. She slowly opened the door and walked in with some shame. Good girls don't eavesdrop. It was a big room with a big billiard table in the center. Victor was playing with some girls. No, not some, but a lot of pretty girls. Monica was surprised. She knew Victor was a pervert as he always had girls around him, but there were more than 10 in this room. And they were all in swimming suits. What was going on here? There was a guy too. Isn't he Victor's driver Alex? He was sitting to the side looking at the girls with a very jealous look on his face. Was he jealous of Victor? Monica stood at the door a little shy when Margaret called her. You woke up. Come play with us. She quickly invited her as the girls looked at her. Why didn't you tell me that Monica was here? Arya, who was also playing, asked Victor, who was busy cheating. Monica felt that way from the way he was smirking. You didn't ask. There was some trouble at her house today, so she will be staying here for a while. Victor said as he struck the cue ball, which in turn knocked the all balls on the table one after another into the pockets. The girl quickly looked at the table with interest as Arya was gloriously defeated. Now let's continue our game. Beta, it's your turn, look closely and focus. He said and challenged another girl. You must be wondering what our perverted young master is doing? Margaret suddenly asked, guessing her thoughts. Monica nodded as she watched the game unfold. Victor was setting the balls himself. He said that he wanted to train himself to resist temptations. So we were helping him while playing a game. And we were trying on our new swimming suits for a sea vacation too. Margaret giggled, making Monica frown. What kind of training is this? Let me tell you a secret, our young master is still a virgin.
Don't tell anyone.
Margaret whispered in Monica's ear.
That's a lie.
Monica exclaimed in a soft voice as she looked at Victor, who was challenging another girl this time. She was tempting him with her body as she lay on the table to make her strike. It's the truth, he has to resist sleeping with girls. He has his reasons, you must ask him yourself if you want to know why. Margaret said, now we are betting with him, he is cheating, you see. Whoever beats him or can tell what he is doing exactly will get to be his hug pillow tonight. Margaret added as she squinted her eyes as Beta lost the round pretty quickly.
Monica was surprised.
Shouldn't the guy be the one begging the girls to sleep with him? Why is it the other way around here? Why are they competing for that?
Not that she would mind.
But is it really just a hug pillow? That's all for today, I think it is time for dinner, Victor suddenly said, ending the game for tonight, making the girl complain. They couldn't tell how he was cheating. No girl could get any points at all, while he would pocket the balls he wanted 90% of the time. How was he doing it? The girls considered telekinesis or motor-controlled balls, but he denied them. Lily considered him using his illusion to control the ball's path with his hand, but that would be too easy. And the path would be unnatural. Monica looked with a frown at the table. That last shot he pocketed the last 3 balls in order, leaving only the white cue ball on the table. It was a very precise shot.
Monica, you want to tell me something, right?
You girls go ahead and help Hilda set the table, Victor suddenly said. The girls and Alex nodded and then walked out, leaving Victor, Theta, and Monica alone.
Theta, do you want anything?
Victor asked as Monica eyed her curiously. Wasn't this girl a little young for him? Theta slowly approached Victor, then stood on her toes to reach his ear and whispered a few words, making him nod with surprise. I am all yours tonight, my lady, he said, making her blush as she ran away following the other girls.
Monica frowned.
The girl had just said that there were no balls. And that her gambling failed.
What did she mean? Does he have no balls?
Is that why he is still a virgin? Did you want to ask me about something? Victor suddenly asked, making her return to earth. What was she thinking? She hesitated for a second, then looked at his handsome face. What happened after I passed out?
She asked.
She was wondering since she woke up.
Oh, nothing.
I recorded all your father's confessions, and after he accidentally killed that idiot Clint, he got so scared and tried to silence me too, but after I kicked his ass he promised that as long as I let him go I would never hear from him again. He should have already escaped into a faraway country with his entourage by now. Too bad you were so shocked that you passed out, Victor said. My men already checked your house, it is empty. And I can't let you sleep there, so I brought you home. You are mine anyway, he added as he opened the door, intending to leave the room.
Oh, she said, then stayed silent for a moment.
Don't worry about him, I will help you clean things up no matter what happens, he said, making her think of another thing. I heard that you will be married soon.
She asked. Yes.
Just a formality, you will still be mine. And I will marry you too one day, he said, making her blush. She wanted to refute him, but seeing his handsome face she couldn't. That was the line she wanted to hear.
Wait.
Are you really not sleeping with the girls?
Do you have?
She suddenly asked with a blushing face. Why was she asking?
She didn't know.
I am perfectly fine, but yes, I can't touch women now, don't tell anyone. I am doing some martial art training that requires me to stay a virgin.
But you don't have to worry.
When the time comes I should be ready, he said with a cheesy smile as he left the room.
Ready? She hesitated. What did he mean? She blushed.
Was he telling the truth? She was not worried.
Maybe a little.
She gave the billiard table one last look before leaving the room. Wait, where was that white cue ball? In a golden room, on a golden bed, surrounded by 2 golden girls, a man with a golden mustache that matched his gold-rimmed glasses was enjoying his time when he was interrupted. His butler broke into the room while sweating.
Master. Terrible news. He said. What?
Tobias Geldstadt asked with annoyance.
The young master. Clint.
His destiny jade, in the family's archive, had broken.
He is dead.
The butler said after some hesitation.
What? Who did it?
Tobias sat up, pushing the girls to the side.
We still don't know.
Clint had no family surveillance since getting kicked out. He should have been in Vane City, the butler reminded him. Then asked the elders to perform the last memory ritual.
Tobias rode. Master. We can't do that. Young Master Clint is no longer in the family, the elders would not approve of such expense. The butler said. Damn it, Tobias screamed, scaring the girls. Call my uncle for me. Tell him I will go meet him in an hour. He said, even if the family did nothing, he will make sure to find the culprit and bury him with his son. He didn't know that he would not even get to bury Clint, who was now just a green goo in a jar. The next morning Victor didn't go to the academy. He headed with Elle and Lara to their new school. He wanted to take Lily too, but she had to go check on the first batch of assassins, and taking Margaret was not appropriate for such occasions, so he could only take Theta, who spent the last night hugging him. In 2 or 3 years she would be a killer, but at this time she was just cute and snuggly, but not very stimulating. So last night was safe, from his perspective at the very least. Esteemed brother, would Elle also be able to study with me? Isn't she too young? Lara suddenly asked with some worry on her face. She was very excited to come to school, as she always dreamed about it when she secretly watched the drama discs her mother kept. But she was worried about her new best friend not being able to attend with her. She will struggle a little at first, but she will be okay. She is smarter than she looks. Victor said as he looked at Elle, who nodded with some determination, not realizing that he was making fun of her. Hilda had informed him of some very interesting things that she found. Elle was a simple genius. At first, Hilda discovered that she didn't know a damn thing. No writing, reading, or basic mathematics. The villagers didn't care about her or her education, as she was just another orphan thief in the village. So Hilda began educating her from the beginning, and to her surprise, she discovered that Elle could understand new concepts very quickly. They were able to go through 6 years of educational materials in only 1 week. Victor was suspecting that this has to do with the incident of her falling into a wine barrel as a baby. Something changed in her, something that even his appraisal skill was not picking, something to do with her soul. He made sure to send Margaret to ask around the village for info about the incident. It was right after she was born when her mother died. An accident happened in the winery where they were testing a new herbal mixture, and Elle ended up falling into one of the barrels that were deemed a failure. Victor really wanted to know what that barrel contained, but no one knew as those guys didn't keep records. Victor decided to let Elle accompany Lara to school as an assistant, and at the same time, he asked some professionals to prepare a condensed advanced course for her to study. He told Hilda to give it as a punishment when Elle does any sneaky things, which she does all the time. Although he wanted someone like Elle to serve by his side, she was still a child and had no experience. Intelligence was not everything. Keeping her with Lara was good too. His little sister is too naive and sometimes needed someone with a more evil character to help her. You two remember to keep the family secrets and protocols. If anything gets leaked, I will not be the one who punishes you but the family, he said, making Lara nod, and Elle copied her quickly. They reached the school pretty quickly as it was near his mansion. In fact, his sister Alice studied here too. That's when his father built his current mansion for her, when she begged her daddy for a palace to stay in with her friends. Of course, she never used the mansion as due to some logistical problems its construction got delayed until she was no longer interested in it. Now back to the school. It was an aristocratic boarding school for the elites. Lara would keep sleeping in his mansion at night and would be driven here in the morning. The guard at the door didn't dare to stop the luxurious car and quickly opened the door after giving the sissy driver a curious look. The school director was an old man with a long white beard and thick eyeglasses. He was waiting for Victor near the door where the car stopped. He was informed of the super VIP coming today. Young Master Victor the First, presume. You look exactly like your esteemed father. The old director quickly approached Victor and shook his hand. Yes. And you must be Master Alan. My father told me that you were the one who taught my sister Alice. He spoke fondly of you. Victor said, making Alan freeze for a second. He didn't want to remember that *TCH. The darkest blemish in his history as a top-ranking educator. She visited the school a year ago to donate some money. He didn't expect her to be driven inside in a palanquin carried by 4 macular barely clothed men. Many young aristocratic girls were corrupted beyond redemption when they saw her grandeur. Their parents even demanded explanations about their daughter's new hobbies. After that, he read the news concerning her to discover some very dark materials that would only be suitable as a background story of some porn movie. He had to burn his poor laptop after that night of research. Yeah. Miss Alice was special. I will not repeat the mistakes I made with her. Alan confirmed after a few seconds, then gestured to Victor and the girls to follow him inside, not allowing them to see the expression on his face. I hope so. Now those are my sisters Lara and Elle the young one, Victor said, making Elle shiver a little. She didn't expect him to call her a sister. Sure, she asked him to do that at first when she met him, but she knew that he was scamming her when he accepted. As she was scamming him too back then. Oh, Alan looked at the girls with surprise.
He only heard about one. But being a professional, he didn't ask.
I see.
But isn't young Miss L a little young for the level of education we administer?
He asked.
She will adapt, just make sure that she sits next to Lara, Victor added as he looked around the school building. The education in the Wyron Principality is divided into 3 levels with 3 years each. After finishing this compulsory education, the successful students would enter various academies to pursue further intensified education for a year or 2, and after that, they would undergo a test to compete for a place in various universities and colleges. This school was a 3rd-level educational facility, one of the best around the Principality, catering to the needs of the elite in a secure yet modern environment. Will the young ladies sleep in the dormitory or would they live outside and attend school from home? Alan asked as they walked through multiple old decorated corridors where young girls carrying their books gave them some curious looks. The girls were giving Victor other looks though. Most of them seemed to have awakened something in them when they saw his dashing face. Alan didn't know, or he would have regretted bringing Victor inside. They will be staying in my mansion near here as they still need additional family education. However, I would prefer if you set aside a room for them, Victor said. Lara might like to stay here sometimes.
I will work on that.
Alan nodded as he invited them to his lavish office and took some papers after asking them to take a seat. Victor quickly handed him Lara's and Elle's fake registrations.
Lara White and Elle White. I see.
Alan said as he filled the documents.
Ages 14 and... He looked at Victor.
Elle is 12, Victor explained as he rubbed Elle's hair.
I see.
14 it is, Alan said as he wrote some more imaginary data. Both of them would be attending the first year, Alan added after finishing with the documents.
Yes.
And I will be leaving 3 men here, they will be responsible for her protection. You know the drill,
Victor said.
Will they be attending class too? Alan asked nervously. Usually, guards and servants are forbidden as the school is fully protected, but for the aristocratic families, their wishes are commands. Nah, they would stay downstairs in the car. I would prefer to keep Lara's identity a secret for a certain extent, Victor explained, that he didn't fear for his little sister's safety as he had already given her and Elle protection amulets and ordered them not to take them off at all.
That's good.
Would the girls start today then? Alan asked, making Lara get a little nervous. Yes, Victor said as he put his hand on her shoulder encouraging her. Then I shall call someone, Alan said nervously as he pressed a button in his office and talked to his secretary. Call Miss Lang for me, he said as he smiled at Victor who was busy appraising the valuables in the office and counting the small cameras hidden around. They were put here by the various powers who sent their children here and other forces who planned to kidnap them. He could also spot some cameras that were placed next to others as the good hiding places got too crowded. Alan was amazing to survive until now. But that was proof that he had no black laundry, none that was exposed until now at the very least. Miss Lang entered the room 3 minutes later. She was a young pretty woman with a heroic air around her. Victor didn't care at all. He didn't have a teacher fetish. Not after what that *TCH teacher Isabella did in his past life. She treated him well at first as he was acting like a normal student, but after she got wind that he was from an aristocratic family she made him her bullying target, and the family didn't protect him as he was just a semi-player and was not considered anything better than a servant. Alan coughed a little as he watched Victor's ugly expression.
This is Teacher Lang.
She is new here, but one of the best graduates last year. She is an expert in education and world history. She would be the young lady's teacher, Alan said, making Victor return to the present and look at the nervous Miss Lang who was getting her instruction from Alan. Miss Lang, those 2 are Lara and Elle White, they will be attending your class from now. As I explained yesterday, make sure to treat them well.
As they were homeschooled before,
he explained to his daughter. Yes, his name was Alan Land, and she was Laura Lang his daughter. They hid it well though, but not from Victor's eyes. I will take care of them, Director, she said professionally with a smile as she asked Lara and Elle to follow her after giving Victor a fleeting glance.
Damn, he is hot, she thought.
I will leave Lara in your care. My father is very protective of her. So make sure she is fine. As for Elle, she might make some trouble, feel free to punish her as you see fit, Victor added a moment after the girls left, making Alan wonder at his double standards. Then I will take my leave then, Victor added then turned and left with Theta who kept looking around until they left. Brings back memories?
Victor asked. Yeah.
My old school was similar to this one. Those were not happy days. She said then stopped talking. Don't worry about such things. Do you want to go with me to the auction tomorrow? We will be leaving tonight when Alpha returns. Victor suddenly said, changing the subject. It is in Tetraquad City, right? She said after some hesitation. Yes. Your family has a branch there, he said. They are no longer my family. And yes, It is a small branch where some hateful insects live. I will go, she said with some clear determination in her eyes. Good, Victor said. There would be some fun gambling there, Victor added with a smile. Are you planning to do something bad? She asked with a grin that didn't exist a moment earlier. Yes, he told her honestly. Who is going to participate? She asked. Me, you, Alpha, and Margaret. And a few chicks for security. Victor replied. What about Sister Lily and Alex? She asked. She knew that Victor usually likes to take one of them with him. No. Lily is busy. I already sent her on a mission. As for Alex, he is a wanted man nowadays, and on such a grand occasion with many participants, he might get identified. Victor explained. Oh, she said, then watched the road. Why did you create the illusion of the balls yesterday? Did you enjoy tricking the girls to play with some imaginary balls? If it were not for my gambling skill not finding the target when I set it to a certain ball, I would have never suspected such an illusion. Theta asked. She couldn't ask at the mansion as the girls were still debating how he did it, not knowing that all the balls were an illusion. I told you before, you should always use your skills to a certain degree as they level up when you do that. And you also get more proficient at using them and might discover new uses. Victor said. I see, she pondered. I was meaning to ask you. What is the subclass's entry in my menu? She asked again after a few minutes. It's empty, right? He asked. Yes. She replied. A subclass is simply an additional class. There are 3 ways to get those, as a reward for a super crazy mission, or as a very rare class book. He explained. And the third method? She asked. It's harder than the other 2. Simply you upgrade one of your skills enough for it to be a class. He explained, making her surprised. It is super hard, and there are conditions for that. He added before she could ask. The skill must be SS rank at the very least, and it might require a catalyst that is usually unknown until someone discovers it and reveals it to the world, Victor said as he drove the car. I only know a few of those. For example, a cooking skill usually has an F or E rank, but if you get so good at cooking that you have an SS rank and you happen to create an SS rank dish with S rank materials, you will get a chance for a Grand Chef subclass. He explained. Is that why you are working on your skills? She asked with twinkling eyes. Ah. Yes. He said, not wanting to tell her that he was just having fun yesterday watching the girls move around and lean on the table in swimming suits. As for skills upgrade, that was another matter, as he had no idea how to do that for his skills except for the merchant skill, which should naturally give him a merchant subclass once it was used for a few years. After getting Lara to her new school, Victor took the girls back to the academy, as he had nothing better to do. When he entered late, as usual, Isabella was busy giving class and chose to totally ignore him as he went to his desk. Now, as I was saying, the system has a power ranking for all entities like artifact skills and even classes. Isabella continued as Victor gave Lynn her morning kiss under the class's astonished eyes, then returned to his desk and put his head on a pillow that was prepared by Margaret. Lily was nowhere to be seen. Objects, skills, and pretty much everything in the system range from F rank to an A. The closer to A the better it is, and every transition from one letter to the next means a qualitative change. So a B rank sword can crush 1,000 C ranked ones. She explained. Teacher, but I have a BB grade ribbon here. Madeleine, the succubus tamed by Tom, said, pointing to a ribbon on her hair. It was a gift from Tom. When an object gets better but his advancement is not enough to reach a higher rank, the letter repeating effect happens. She explained. But it is very rare in F to D objects, as even a small advancement would make them reach a higher ranking. I have seen a AAA object once, and it was the limit of what a normal object can be. She added. What about S ranks? Tom asked. S ranks are reserved for objects and skills that are very strong. I never saw an S object, as certain powers keep them locked up and only give them to their own heirs. She said with resentment in her voice as she glared at Victor. There are also S rank skills. Those skills usually are very strong and very hard to defend against. They usually depend on authority too. She added. Can things change their ranks? Another girl asked. Yes, in theory, everything can level up, but in practice, we only observe this in skills and artifacts. It gets harder the better the rank. I am expecting all of you to upgrade your main fighting art skill to at least C before you graduate. She pointed out, making them complain a little. Upgrading fighting skills are hard as it requires a lot of training before clearing a dungeon to show the effects. Can classes level up too? Another girl asked. Classes usually get a plus sign next to them. I have never heard of a rank change. Might be possible, but remember, it requires a qualitative change. How can that happen to a class? She said, making the class ponder on her question. What about ranks higher than S? Peter asked. I heard of an SSS, But that's the most proven, Isabella said. But the teacher I heard about the Mist Oracle. They say she had an X-ranked future prediction class. A gossip-loving girl interjected, making her few friends who also came from minor aristocratic families laugh at her. This only exists in fairy tales, but they might exist. If I guessed correctly, it was a legend from 500 years ago. Isabella asked as the girl who was blushing now nodded. Well, since many of the students here haven't heard of these, I might as well tell you about the legendary ranks then. Those only existed in legend though, and were not proven. Isabella said as she watched her students listen closely. She wanted to laugh as if any of them would even glimpse at an X rank if it existed. There are 3 other ranks in the literature. She began to explain: X, R and N. X is the strongest. It means that the holder can affect the state of the world itself. She explained. Like how certain powers can predict the future and at the same time change it. There is another mention of an X-rank skill in an old tale where a monster had a skill called Core Eater that lets a player eat other people's powers. It is also very overpowered, so the system gave it an X rank. Of course, in that tale, the hero defeated the monster by feeding him a cursed self-destruct skill and forcing him to activate it. She added as the students nodded, most players' families had that same fairy tale book to scare naughty children. Tom, who came from a commoner origin, was one of the few who never heard of this, so he decided to inquire about it from Miss Isabella later in the night. He will make her tell him that fairy tale while she... Tom, stop drooling and pay attention. Teacher Isabella struck his desk and scolded him as she blushed lightly. She was sure that he will take his revenge on her later at night. Now, where were we? Ah yes, our rank. It only appeared once in the records. It's a tale about a fisherman who got an R-ranked pot from the bottom of a lake. Legends tell that an evil spirit was locked inside of it. Some fairy tale stuff. If you are interested, you can find the book in the players section of the library. She said, making many students decide to go check. Victor, who didn't sleep, was pondering on the ranks, recalling what he knew from his memory. He knew what R stood for. It was restrain. An R rank can only be given to artifacts, and it almost always contains something locked away in it. Some things that the world itself wished to remain hidden, and no dungeon could contain them. They usually held nasty things with nastier curses. Finally, the N rank. We also don't know. It was only mentioned in the tale of the greedy blacksmith who kept upgrading his evil sword with the blood of children until it reached the N rank. After that, it could not cut a thing despite its sharp edge. And the blacksmith was killed by a brave child who challenged him. She sighed. It is usually a tale of how evil deeds would never bear good results. She explained. Victor knew better. N rank is given to objects and skills that are super strong but can't affect the world at all. It's like a curse of effect nullification. He didn't know how such objects got created, but he had his theories. Now, enough of that. Let's discuss dungeon air dynamics. Isabella changed the subject as her voice trailed off in the background while Victor closed his eyes. He decided to doze off after that. He had to go to Tetraquad City in the afternoon and would probably not get much sleep in the night, so he decided to take a nap. Will you tell me that fairy tale later? A soft voice whispered in his ear. It was Margaret, who took the liberty to borrow the absent Lily's seat. I might need to tell it to our baby when he is born. She added, making sure that the eavesdropping students in the front hear her. We can let the servants tell them, as you will be busy making other babies. Victor responded without opening his eyes to watch the jealous eyes of his schoolmates. Lara returned home at 5:00 p.m. and was surprised to find out that her esteemed brother was nowhere to be found. According to Hilda, he had to travel to attend some auctions. Lara was annoyed. She wanted to tell him about all the new friends she made and how Elle broke some nosy boy's nose after he laughed at her when she told the entire class that she will be a hooker in the future. Lara and Elle finally learned what that word meant, and that made them both very embarrassed. Her esteemed brother should have told her instead of laughing it off every time she asked. Thankfully, the headmaster let her go after some scolding. But Elle had to run around the school twice as a punishment. Elle didn't mind. Lara had noticed recently that Elle had much more endurance than her, especially when she accompanied her in her morning sword training. It made Lara very embarrassed and forced her to work harder, as she didn't want to appear like a loser in front of her new younger sister. Let's go do our homework, she told Elle, who quickly nodded while wondering if she should tell her young mistress that she already did it before leaving school. It was only some random partial differential equations that she happened to have read about in some book in the mansion's library. She heard that the chicks filled it with all kinds of books to make their young master look extra smart. She did not realize that the teacher had given the students some college-level problems to make the arrogant young brats more humble and to test their thought processes. In a dark room, Tobias von Geldstadt was standing next to a tall man with one eye and a scar that looked way scarier than it really was. He was Kalmar von Geldstadt, the punishment hall master of the family. Uncle, please help me find who is the bastard who killed Clint.
You here.
He was killed doing a mission for you. He bowed deeply. You mean it is my fault?
Calmer asked coldly.
I never meant that. Tobias shook a little.
I see.
Clint was in Vane City. And I already know who killed him. I already performed the last memory ritual. It was a man called Dave Davis.
A big arms dealer.
Calmer said slowly, taking his time.
I want him dead.
Tobias screamed as he squeezed his hands, which still had traces of gold.
No.
Stay out of this, Calmer said. He was wondering if his nephew washes his hands. The master had issued an order for me to investigate this.
He explained. Investigate?
Does this need the master's intervention? Tobias asked, a little surprised. He didn't expect his son's mission to be this crucial. There might be some complication that involves the von Weiss family, so I will have to make sure. Calmer patiently said, so you better keep out of this for now and wait for me to summon you. He repeatedly looked at his nephew, who shivered a little and stepped back. I understand, he said, but I hope that Uncle makes sure to cut that Dave to pieces.
He added.
I will see what I can do. No one kills a Black Chamber member without a punishment. Calmer stated with a gloomy voice. The private jet landed at Tetraquad City's International Airport at precisely 9:30 p.m. A minute later, young Master Victor stepped down, followed by 3 pretty girls, Alpha, Theta, and Margaret, then 4 muscular chicks carrying the luggage. They were wearing t-shirts with "chick" and a number on them. The airport security didn't dare to stop the entourage when they noticed the purple token on Victor's chest. They quickly pushed the other travelers to the side to make way for him as the girls in the crowd took their phones and began photographing him while squeaking. They were wondering about many things, like what kind of celebrity he was. And how can a young man be this charming? Victor helped their fantasies by winking at them and waving while Alpha and Theta covered their faces with their hands. They were not comfortable with their pictures being taken. Margaret, on the other hand, made sure to grab Victor's arm and walk in a seductive manner, making some men in the crowd bend down to grab their imaginary keys. Victor didn't mind the exposure. On the contrary, he wanted people to take him as a pervert. So he kept his hands busy around Margaret's body until they reached the car, which was prepared for him by the family agent in the city. Young Master Victor, call me Paul, I am the family agent responsible for your visit. A young man with a cold demeanor, in a black suit, greeted Victor while trying hard to hide the perverted look on his face when he peeked at Margaret. Victor quickly recognized him. His name was Paul von Weiss. He was a semi-player in the family, working as an agent for the family just like he did in his past life. At that time, Victor came here on a mission. And Paul was also the one responsible to accommodate him, but at that time he treated him really badly as he was just a semi-player, and he also made him do some chores for him. This guy was an asshole. What made Victor really hate him, though, was the fact that he was the one who told Rex about Victor's relationship with Mira, who ended up dead because of that. Victor, although held a grudge, didn't plan to kill him. He will just show this bastard his place and then make his life a living hell. Paul's burning gaze as he watched Victor's hand go all over Margaret's body, and the way she moved in response, was enough to make him jealous for the rest of his life.
Take us to the hotel.
This young master needs to feed his girls, Victor said arrogantly, ignoring Paul, who was really dying of jealousy, especially after he inspected Margaret completely and realized that she was 100% natural and underwear-free.
You heard him.
Don't waste our time, this mistress can't take it anymore. Margaret repeated arrogantly,
Young master. Wait until later. I will.
She moaned again as Victor's hand spanked her butt. Others might have not noticed, but she did. For a split second, when Victor saw Paul, his eyes sparked with anger. Paul squeezed his fist tight. He didn't fully understand what feed meant, but it made him jealous. He didn't dare to show it, though, as he guided Victor and the girls to the extra luxurious car that was waiting for them. The chicks would follow with the luggage in a second car. Alpha and Theta were a little taken aback by Margaret's and Victor's little play. Alpha chose to ignore those perverts, while Theta watched and learned with a little blush. Although after falling in Titus's hand she learned such things, her former education as a proper lady didn't allow such behaviors. So after regaining her memories, she became a little conflicted. The car reached the hotel 15 minutes later, and Victor asked Paul to wait in the lobby as he may need him to buy some condoms and might have other jobs for him. Paul wanted to curse at him but chose to remain silent and nod respectfully. Victor was an elite heir after all.
Young master.
Why do you want to make that guy jealous? Theta asked just as they entered the presidential suite.
He is a scumbag.
Feel free to order him around and make his life miserable, Victor said as he gave the room a quick sweep with his phone, making sure it contained no bugs.
It was clear.
After that, he relaxed on a couch as Theta brought him some refreshments. What are your plans now? Margaret asked a few minutes later. The auction is tomorrow night, aren't we a bit early?
She added.
You girls stay here tonight, I will go out for some business 2 hours later. Victor said, making Margaret, who was getting ready for some action, a little deflated.
An hour later?
Why don't you go now? It's not like you got tired on the plane with the massage Theta was giving you.
Alpha asked coldly. Yeah.
But it won't be good for my image if I finish quickly, Victor said, making Margaret chuckle while Alpha glared at him. It took Theta a few seconds to get it and blush. But I want to go shopping too, Margaret complained. There are no honest stores open at this late hour, Victor replied, then paused, realizing that she was messing with him.
That's right.
You want to go to some brothel, don't you? She asked while acting like a detective with her hand under her chin. No, it's a nightclub, Victor confessed. I need to meet some old friends there, so I can't take you, he added. You're going to scam someone, is that why you made us come here early?
Alpha asked coldly. She was right.
Yes, something like that, and wear some underwear, you might catch some cold, he scolded her, then relaxed on his chair while looking at the night view of the city. Tetraquad City was a newly emerging financial center on the continent. 20 years ago it was just a desolate valley surrounded by 4 rocky mountains on one side and the sea on the other. That was until the von Geldstadt family decided to develop here. The other families quickly followed after realizing the city's important location as a hub for goods transportation. It also featured one of the most amazing white sand beaches. Victor was intending to get the girls here for some vacation, but decided to delay this until the wedding was over to give Lily and the assassin girls a chance to raid Troy's mansion. And he needed to go propose to Nova after the auction. In his last life, Victor first came here about 6 months later after his ceremony. He was on a family mission. That's when he met one of his closest friends and the main cause of his expulsion from the family. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong this time. An hour passed just like that and Victor was poked awake by Theta. He must have fallen asleep.
Young master. It's time,
she said before getting surprised by her reward as Victor kissed her lips. Victor chucked at her blushing face as he ordered the girls to help him change his clothes to the most flashy suit he had. A black suit with golden linings and buttons. It was as if he was trying hard to tell the world how rich he was, but was finding it hard to find suitable words. Margaret wanted him to wear one of the purple suits Lily kept buying for him, but he firmly rejected her proposal by spanking her but before leaving the room. He wanted to appear like a rich young master tonight, not a rich pimp. And she was still not wearing underwear. When Victor reached the lobby, Paul was waiting for him while flirting with a pretty receptionist. Although he was forbidden from exposing his background, he was a natural playboy and knew how to scam little girls. Victor didn't care, he just arrogantly ordered him to prepare the car before forcibly grabbing the receptionist and kissing her as Paul, who acted as if he saw nothing, left the hallway. The receptionist didn't mind at all. Victor was both handsome and rich, checking every box on her checklist. She wished she could be pregnant from that kiss. Paul said nothing as he drove the car, but Victor knew he was dying of jealousy inside. Victor didn't want to upset him on purpose. He was not a pity person who got revenge on every small thing, but he simply couldn't let this bastard enjoy his time. And he was having fun doing this. Their destination was the Silver Lining nightclub at the edge of the city. Few knew about this place as it was not one of the most luxurious nightclubs in town, but it offered certain services for certain individuals who could afford them. Reaching the nightclub, Victor arrogantly got down from the car and ordered Paul, who wanted to go in with him, to stay in the car and keep it warm. Paul was really annoyed but didn't dare to voice it as he watched 2 of the burly men calling themselves chicks follow Victor. He didn't realize that they were following them in the other car. The bouncer at the door quickly let Victor and his men cut the line and enter. He saw the car and had good eyes that could easily recognize people of culture. That's what he wanted people to think, but the truth was that Victor professionally stuffed some money into his pocket. Enough to make it bulge and to make his scarred face reveal an ugly smile for the first time in 3 years. Victor strode inside proudly as he owned the place, making sure to touch every scantily dressed woman around him like a pervert as he made his way toward the club owner's office. The owner, calling himself Leopard, was just a super big gangster, nothing important. At first, he wanted to show his strength, but after some education, Victor offered him an irrefusable offer. Leopard quickly ignored his bruised cheeks and agreed to the deal, then bowed respectfully to Victor, who quietly left and headed to the bar and sat down, waiting for someone. Many pretty girls tried to approach him, and Victor didn't refuse. He casually surrounded himself with girls as he drank slowly while making sure to pay for the girls' drinks. The bartender didn't even ask for his ID. He didn't dare to. Victor was acting a little drunk while spanking some perverted women's hands when the guy he was waiting for entered the club in a low-key manner, without any guards or escorts.
Gary von Geldstadt. Level, 18. Class, Merchant Plus. Authority, 4. Strength, 35.
Intelligence, 30.
Agility, 24. Luck, 20. Charm, 27. Order, 15. Skills.
System Store Access, Level 5. Player Market Access, Level 2. Mathematical Mind C.
Energy Shield, D.
Poison Resistance D.
Dagger Arts D. Sword Arts E. Acting E. Equipment.
Higher Protection Rune A+.
Lower Storage Ring A.
Steel Burning Dagger A. Magical Ledger B.
Fate Status. Fate's Power D.
Fate's Direction, Slightly Negative.
Fate's Design, Untimely Demise. Total D.
Gary von Geldstadt was Charlotte's elder brother and was one of the top heirs in the von Geldstadt family. He was the one responsible for the auction this time around. He was also one of Victor's close friends whom he met by chance at this very nightclub. They became friends before knowing each other's backgrounds, as Gary didn't show his identity and preferred to stay low-key. And Victor was forbidden from revealing his background. It was later when Gary saved Victor's life from some gangsters that they learned the truth about each other's identities and that made their friendship stronger. Who would have thought that Gary, who was one of the top heirs of the von Geldstadt family, would die of poison one day? Victor casually drank from his glass as he watched Gary's status. From it he could tell that he was not poisoned yet. Victor didn't know when Gary was poisoned in his past life, but in this one, he must make sure to stop that. In that timeline, Gary was poisoned after getting demoted in his family because he failed to fight for the true heir position to his sister Charlotte, who accused him of trying to kill her and arranged for him to be kicked out of the family. Usually kicking someone out of the family was very difficult, but Charlotte had the punishment hall elder on her side. That's what Gary told him back then. Victor witnessed it all, Gary's descent from greatness to a lowly beggar. He wanted to help out but ended up with the same destiny. Unable to prevent Gary's death even after trying so hard. After Gary was poisoned, Victor tried to ask some experts in his family for help, but they refused to interfere with the business of the von Geldstadt family, so he decided to ask someone else, his lovely fiancée Linda. That was a big mistake. Linda didn't disappoint him. She secretly came with him and checked on Gary's health, then told Victor that he was suffering from a strange poison and that she needed some time to check her family archive. Little did he know that she needed time to weave a net of schemes for him to fall into. A week later, after he begged her for an answer, she reluctantly told him that she was only doing this because he was her future husband and that he should destroy all evidence of their conversations. He wept in her filthy arms back then as he promised to destroy all evidence.
He was a fool.
Getting the info he wanted, Victor thought that he knew what Gary suffered from. According to Linda, he was suffering from something called the dragon scale syndrome. The only cure was an ultra-rare dragon flower that grew inside one of his family's islands. The Forbidden Island, to be precise. Victor was disturbed, but after seeing Gary's suffering he decided to risk it all, so he called one of his big brothers, Max, who was conveniently in town at that time. Max told him that he can't enter the Forbidden Island, but that he can help him go in there, but he must swear an oath that no matter what, and even if he was caught he would never tell a soul that he got help from him. Victor naively agreed, and with Max's help, he entered the island, smuggled into a cargo ship, and was able to steal a stem of the dragon flower successfully, then returned to Tetraquad City where he gave it to Gary, who got better. Temporarily at least. The cure didn't work and Gary died a month later. That's when all hell broke loose. The punishment hall elders came for Victor, who was still grieving for his friend. His crimes were stealing one of the family's secrets and leaking them to their enemies. Those were some big crimes. Victor was in trouble as Gary's remains were cremated and he had no way to prove that the grass was used as a cure for his friend. Thankfully, a certain girl who was faithful to Gary until the last moments kept some of Gary's hair as a memento, and it contained a trace of the herb. Thanks to her, Victor avoided death, as the elders didn't want to investigate his other crime of infiltrating the Forbidden Island, as it implicated too many people who took a bribe from Max to facilitate his infiltration. Opening that case would disturb the delicate balance in the family. So Victor was simply kicked out of the family in the end. After that, Victor made sure to investigate what happened despite his problems, and to his surprise, he learned that the one behind it all was Charlotte, Gary's sister. At that time Victor didn't know why she hated him. But now he knows that it must be to him busting Titus's operations back then too. He must have unknowingly jeopardized her position in the family. And she knew how to hold a grudge. He didn't know if all the parties in this scheme were cooperating, or if the entire thing was just his bad luck. He was more inclined to believe the former though. And now he believes that the scheme was way deeper than he initially thought. Victor slowly stood up, excusing himself and telling the women surrounding him that he had to go to an important meeting, then swiftly headed to a VIP lounge that the leopard had prepared for him. Inside there was a pretty soft girl in a waitress dress that featured a relatively small skirt. She was shaking in fear while trying hard not to show it. She looked about 20 years old and had long black hair that framed a beautiful face that was 31% on the Lily scale. "You are that April? I heard many things about your beauty," he asked arrogantly as he sat down and looked at her, taking his time. She glared at him as she squeezed her fists. He was handsome, but she didn't care.
Maybe a little.
But she will not go down easily. I will not do that. If you dare touch me, I will call the police, she yelled, but knew in her heart how empty her threats were. She didn't have a phone and knew quite well what kind of place this was, as she had been working here for a while now. "You owe a debt to Big Leopard, and I just bought you. Feel free to call whoever you want, no one can save you today," he said as he laughed loudly just as the door of the room was busted open by a heroic young man in a white shirt. "Let go of April," the young man yelled just as Victor slapped his face, breaking his jaw, then kicking his filthy crotch out of the room. "Do you know that guy?"
Victor asked. She didn't answer.
That young man was a young master who was annoying her lately, but she didn't like him at all. She thought that Big Leopard was protecting her, but now she knew better, he was just waiting for the highest bidder.
"Now, where were we?"
Victor said as he licked his lips, making her remember the situation she was in.
"Don't come near me,"
she threatened as she stepped back. "Don't worry, I will be gentle," he said as he stepped forward, licking his lips. She didn't continue as the door burst open again. This time it was the same guy, but followed by a police officer.
"Officer. It's him.
He is assaulting Big Sister April," the young man who is still holding his crotch told the officer, who appeared to be a little drunk. April was surprised, but the next moment, she formulated a plan. This young master was not useless after all.
"Officer.
He is forcing me. Please help," she begged, making the cop look at her with burning eyes.
She was hot.
No one told him that such a hot girl worked here. "I will take the room and the girl." "You can," the cop said as he licked his lips, then froze, nearly biting his tongue off, when he saw Victor's purple token. "Please enjoy your stay here, young master," he said as he sobered up 100% and bowed before leaving the room, not forgetting to drag the young man away with angry eyes. He didn't dare to look at the flabbergasted April again. No decent policeman would dare come here. Only perverts like this one. Victor chuckled as he gestured to the chick outside to close the door. They were ordered to act only if a fight began. April didn't know what to say. She had been working here for 4 months, but nothing like this ever happened, as Big Leopard, who was the boss here, had promised that she could repay her debt by working just as a waitress. That was until 10 minutes ago, when he made fun of her and told her that he had just sold her to a new master. She was a fool to believe him. According to Big Leopard, her new master was really great and had many connections, and she better serve him well. She didn't believe it, but after seeing the look on that cop's face, she realized that he might have been telling the truth. "No, she will not go down easily. I heard that you are a virgin. So don't worry. The entire club would hear your beautiful voice as you become a woman," Victor said pervertedly, making her shiver a little as he put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed it a little. At that moment she swung a wine bottle that she was keeping behind her at his head, intending to knock him out. Too bad he grabbed her hand professionally and threw the bottle away, then pushed her onto a couch and grabbed her dress, intending to tear it off just as the door was kicked open for the 3rd time.